Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Hey. Hey, what up, Smoke? How you doing, dude? Good to see you. All right, let's do it. I know I'm late, but let's go. All right. God, I wish I could just do that on cam. Chilling, just smoking a joint. Built the shelf. Hell yeah, man. I always love when you're just like, I'm gonna build something today, and then you feel so accomplished. It's like one of my favorite feelings on the planet. Ah, man, that's cool though. I just finally got to smoke. The Chupacabra got pep. Yep. Oh, I mean, it's because I didn't believe in it because I'm older than the Chupacabra. Since we have established this. Oh. oh, that's right. I forgot the delay. Nah. See, I was here all along. You just, oof. I mean, I'm like John Cena. I go like that, and then boom, like my man John Cena. I love how I have literally just a happy John Cena back there, but right now John Cena's in his heel mode, so it's like, ooh. Anyway, hello everybody. Hi everybody. Welcome. I hope everybody's doing well. Ruben, choo-choo, what up, dude? Man, you gotta do the. I kind of missed the train. You gotta also include the train when you do the tree. I appreciate the tree, but come on. Damn on. Oh man, that's back all of a sudden. Did you guys what's with the hee memes all of a sudden becoming the thing again? I was just like, I love it. Trust me, I absolutely love it. Like I get the hee-hees from the hee, but I just wasn't expecting that to be brought back. So it's kind of cool. Bloodstone, what up? Cheers. Yeah, sorry guys, I had to start late today. Had a family thing that we're working out some stuff. The finer details of everything. Experimenting on humans. Hey, what up? How you doing? Get hydrated after, the 420 goodness. This is one of those times. I think maybe it's because I'm at that perfect high where this water's hitting. Hell yeah. Yeah, experimenting on humans. I started at 419. It was kind of like a oops, but what you gonna do? I tried to do it with just enough time where we could all kind of enjoy it together, but no worries. We can always enjoy the mountain time coming up, and then we have Eastern. I keep doing that. Western time at 6:20. Well, it is 4:20, obviously, where I am at, so should have established that, because we also do this. Happy time zone. I kind of wish I didn't say it like that, because I think I might have ruined it. Anyway, I really do hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, I'm a little all over the place today, I have to say. Bear with me, because, yeah, man, it's been a week, so it's a process. It's one that, I thought that, you know what? I have to say this. does your brain ever do like this arbitrary thing where it like puts up a, you know, just like an arbitrary number or like a day, and you're just like, this is when it's gonna make sense. Yeah, it's kind of what happened with me. And yeah, I wasn't expecting it. Like, I think that I also was not actually banking on it happening, where I was just like, oh no, like, cause oh man, it all hit me at once, where I was just like, oh man. Yeah, so fun times here I get to let you guys in on. I am taking a trip to Tennessee. It's an impromptu trip to Tennessee, one that I wish was being taken under more fun circumstances than what I have to go and unfortunately do. That's called getting stoned. Is it? Sorry. I will totally let you interrupt for that one. Yes. Is it? Man, I'm a little giggly high today. I like it. I like it a lot. What did I get? Wait. Hold on. I have my strain saved here. It was specifically to tell you guys what I got. No, they erased my cart. No, I don't want to go upstairs. Damn it. All right, I'll tell you guys in a little bit. But either way, I'm really enjoying it. And it's something that I chose over a sour diesel, so yeah, digging it. But either way, yeah, I'm gonna be taking a trip down to Tennessee. So I actually I wish Tennessee and North Carolina were blue states. The mountains there are so beautiful. Yeah. So I definitely plan on taking in some of the like natural sights. Gonna try and avoid Trump supporters as much as possible, which means avoiding some of my family, which sucks. But I just oh man, I don't want to do it. Because man, I don't know what the hell is with people like in my life as far as getting more aggressive about their like political opinions and like wanting to debate me with them, but it's happening more and more. Like, I'm telling you, man. I wasn't really prepared for that. So I'm hoping that I avoid all that. I'm also thinking that maybe I could just put up the boundary and just be like, hey, not now. Like, just not now. Please. But yeah. Gonna take in some of those sites. I'm really not gonna be able to do much because this is mostly I get to go deal with the legality of my mother's estate and everything. Ugh, it sucks. It's also, if you guys are not caught up on the lore of stream, my mother passed away last week, and that is why I have my mother's memorial fund down here, because I've been covering this. If you guys can actually, I hate to get a little serious on this, but if you guys plan on passing away at any time, or have a family member that might, and they've never really, I mean, I at some point maybe should like become or get a sponsorship from like one of those will places, because it's just like, nah, can you guys just work this out, like work your stuff out beforehand, please. Like, I don't want anybody to go through the stuff that I am currently going through, because it is freaking just so wild, man. Like, it's so wild. And I'm just gonna say, it's even more insane just how like the people in the funeral system, they don't give a fuck, man. At all. They don't give a fuck. I talked to one of the most heartless people where, yeah, and it didn't start, the conversation did not start that way, where he's just, I'm very sorry, you know, we here at this, we're very sorry for your loss. And then they're looking over my mom's policy, right? And I just kind of hear like a, oh, well, it says here that your mother didn't pay for, I forgot what the fuck it was, but it was essentially like the full coverage policy that she thought she had. So I was, you know, just under the impression it's like, oh, okay, this is gonna, nah. And then he's just like, well, what would you like to do? And I was just like, oh. And immediately he went from being very friendly to just like, he's, and I'm not even kidding, he sounded like Tony Todd, the guy who played Candyman, and he was like the mortician in Final Destination. He sounded so much like him that it kind of, I was like, whoa. Was he actually him? Because yeah, man, I never thought about it. I gotta be honest, and that's like, I hate to, I know this is, I'm trying to not make this as common. I do need to get this out of my system though. I feel like when I come back on Monday, I should be, or I might not be on Monday. I might have be on Tuesday. But yeah, either way, I'm trying to get that out of my system before I go and deal with this, because it is something where I was just like not prepared for it. And I just do want to talk about, like, yeah, it is, it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks not to even be prepared. Just put me in a comfy cotton out outfit and throw me in the woods. Nature will take care of the rest. Right? Right? That's kind of unfortunately how my mom was, but man, there's a lot of as I said, there's a lot of legality shit, like just legal shit. Like the fact that she went the way that she did, so there's medical stuff, like there was literal, they're charging us a transport fee. I'm sorry, I'm laughing about this because, like, how morbid is that? Like, you're getting an ambulance bill and it's just like, good luck, here, this goes under your state. And on top of it, she actually did her best not to die with debt, so that I gotta give her that much credit. My mom and I refer to people as models of cars at the mortuary because of how they treat people. It's okay. Our society is industrialized death, and it's terrible. It's I wasn't prepared for it, man. I can't help but cope laugh because it's just like, dude, it's insane. And the way that, just like how fast he went from just like condolences to you got my money. Fucking like completely jarring. So just gonna say, but either way, guys, thank you for letting me get this out. It helped us disconnect from their insensitivity. It's I hope I can do that, man. Like, cause I'm in a weird situation now because like I'm in a different state than where she passed on from, and it happened out of nowhere. So yeah, unfortunately, like I'm getting there, and it's like it's all done, and now I just have a bill. It's just, oh my god. So yeah, guys, just to get this going, because I really on this one. And my mom's memorial isn't for another month. Thank God. Thank God my family did just say no. And also I had enough family go, no, which is a whole nother thing. Can I just say that it's very true that you do see like who comes out in these moments. Like, that's cool. Like, because I have a lot of family that did come out, and they are the opposite of that. So, that took a turn. It was actually a positive. All right, no, but for real, this is the link for my mom's memorial fund. I really appreciate it, and anything goes a long way. Also, like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and just support the stream in any way that you can. It helps me get this out there more. Yeah, I got about a month, so sorry. If I seem a little, like, as I said, fucked up, like numb right now, it is because I am numb right now, and it's hitting me, guys. This week has hit me where I'm just like, whoa. Seems like a long time from now. 42 days. I know. We have our, I mean, I can just say it. Like, it's close to Mother's Day, so. All right, so I don't want to cry on stream. So, yeah, we kind of figured that this is probably the best way to do it, so I'm not alone. Which, yeah. Okay. Anyway, sorry. I'm trying to make this awkward. I feel like I make it more awkward. I'm like, guys, I'm making this awkward. Now I'm in a real pickle. I'm a pickled pep. Hey, we're making jokes again. There we go. We're back. All right. Anyway, how's everybody else doing, actually? Like, is anybody, not to change the subject or anything, but how's everybody dealing with the economic conditions right now? And are you guys starting to feel anything like any of the the trickle-down economics that they always talk about? And come on, I hope you can get the joke on that one. Pickle pepper. There it is. Oh, man. Because this is why you guys rule. I will always hold to that. Oh, man. Did I forget my grinder? I forgot my grinder. I was worried about that. Because, yeah, I also want to do more of a chill thing with you guys where we're going to go through the news and just kind of... You beat Psychonauts 2 last night, and, like, it was raining down my face. Aww. Yeah, don't you just love those games that, like, you know you're going to be an emotional wreck over just because you're just like, oh, this has a really heavy ending. Alright. What did I even title this today? MAGA Big Mad? Yeah, they are big mad, guys. Because, oh, yeah, that's where I was actually trying to segue. Oh! I live in Russia, and despite everything, people here have enough money to eat meat, which I doubt is possible in China for most people. That seems reductive. Just gonna say, I think that, I don't know, especially China, it seems like they have, you know, are they going through a famine? I don't know. I'll be honest, man. My grasp on world politics as far as China is concerned, I should probably look into that a little bit more, but I've been paying more attention to Canada and Mexico. You ever been to Mexico? Super Troopers. Look it up. It's awesome. But I don't know. We eat meat here. Oh, guys, yeah, are eggs getting cheaper for you? Because I know that they said that eggs should be getting cheaper, so... I'm actually, like, wondering now, like, what are the price of eggs by you? Because I still paid fucking, what was it? Something like $8. And it was only for the dozen, so, meh. Littering and... Is eating supposed to be a comment-worthy thing? No, I mean, sure. At this point, why not? Just let me know what's going on. Is it innocuous? Okay. Well, actually, you know what? No, because I can make something from that. What you eating? Like, see, my curiosity gives me, this is where, like, the content comes from. It's just like, nah, I'm just genuinely like, ooh, got something good? Or is it one of them, like, just like, it's just a snack? Brag, you are allowed to eat, guys. They've been stable at $10 here for about a month or so, so I don't know. Companies will keep them as high as they can for as long as they can. Yeah, I I heard something about Trump, like, finally just being like, we need to do something. Oh my God. Alan. This is kind of partially just me not wanting to deal with it. Just, dude, bro, I've had a lot going on, honestly. I think that she also kind of banned you to protect me. So, I usually wouldn't, engage with this, but I got Talon, DMing me here again, and he's very mad, and I don't really care. I think it's ridiculous. Dude, again, right now, I don't care, man. Like, the fact that you can't chill about this stuff right now is kind of where I'm not fighting to unban you. Like, I've evaluated this, so. That's the idea. $5 to $8 here lately. Trader Joe's has cheap eggs, but they sell out quickly. Yeah, dude, there was a line at Costco the other day. Like, I was passing, I was like, holy shit. I would apologize for her calling me a Nazi adjacent and being a dumbass, though. I don't care. The thing is, dude, I just don't care. Whatever, man. You got your problems with her. The fact that you're like, dude, you're going like mad. Like, you can't just say, I'm sorry if my behavior offended you, because the thing is, you're making, like, here, he's trying to just be like, essentially, why did your mod ban me? Why did your mod ban me? And she called me all these things. Why did your mod ban me? You can't get that. It's just like, nah, dude, nobody wants to entertain this right now. I don't want to entertain this right now. And dude, I made the call, like, to keep you banned. Like, this is me. So just live with it. Like, and it's your demeanor, man. Like, I'm sorry. I am sorry. Like, I'm sorry that you have to make your points, man. Like, I'm sorry that you have to make your points, like, this aggressively, to where you can't also just recognize, like, hey, maybe not the time, but whatever, man. Especially now. Like, I wasn't even Jesus Christ. I was just talking about the eggs, and here you are, like, like you're fucking Tasmanian devil over here. Anyway, the chickens are sick. It would cost more money anyway. No, I understand that. And the thing is, I kind of wish that people didn't do this whole, like, it's his fault. It's blah, blah, blah. Like, I think I've been saying that, though. No need to repeat myself. Live in Russia, and despite everything, will you have enough money to eat meat, which I doubt is... What? Why did that just pop up again? Wait, guys, hold on. Twitch is resetting again. Interval frame rate. There we go. All the families that have lost animals they raise are suffering more than other people. I mean, that happened to somebody I know, where they were just so happy that they had their own chickens. Oh, excuse me. And they were just like, yeah, our chickens are fine. Then they had to put the entire flock of chickens? Was it flock of chickens? I don't know. But they had to kill them all, and sure shit, didn't have eggs. So, family farm. But they also, to be fair, they have pork and, other shit. Actually, their bacon's really good. Too bad I don't really eat bacon. Like, it's so hard for me to even, like, entertain pork as much anymore. I think that's also what's stress has contributed a lot to my weight loss, but at the same time, like, I had a situation where I was just like, nah, I'm gonna cut out processed meats and pork. So, for no other reason than, it's just, things are too damn smart, man. Wicked smart. But I've been called out as inconsistent in my whole, like, oh, well, you eat beef and you're not a activist for whatever. And honestly, I'm so tired right now, like mentally, that I'm like, whatever. Just, local commercial family farms, not personal only. Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, like that's kind of what I'm pretty sure that the one I live by is not technically a family farm. I think it's technically commercial, like yeah, because they supply different grocery stores too. So, it is kind of nice though. Like, I always like having the option. Those eggs have always been more expensive though. I'm just gonna say that much. All right, hold on. All right, I've been waiting for this. Give me 1 second. If anybody knows about the storms that are coming, also in the lower Midwest here, like near Tennessee, let me know a little bit about those, because I was going to look into those on stream here, but I'm like, you know what? I don't want to do a weather segment, so let's not do that. All right. What do you think about people are lazy, and if they'd work, then they'd have money to afford enough? That has nothing to do with it. That has absolutely nothing to do with it. Because it's not about laziness. It's about opportunity. So, like, here's like the cascading effect, right? So, you know how people like to go on about DEI? Nobody acknowledges DEI for, like, what I call white tanners who know, you know, frickin', what's another, like, annoying Justin? Nah, Justin's a cool name. I grew up with Justins. What's one that, like, I'm just like, it's newer and it annoys me. What? Here, someone throw out a good name, because I want to finish this bit with a good analogy. Tanner, no. Steve, no. Steve's good. DEI is what they use when they want to use slurs. Yeah, well, I know that, but I'm just saying, like, the actual practice. Clark. Okay. Clark. That's very of your time. Was that, like, Chad? Yeah, Kai. Ooh, Kai. That's a good one. Yeah, Skylar. Yeah, okay, Skylar and Kai. So Skylar's dad, he does, he does some, he's in a business that, Kai, he's interested in. So he talks to Skylar's dad, and just through that, getting a job, just through knowing that Skylar's dad, or Kai's dad, or whoever in this analogy has the dad, that's DEI that's never recognized. And because it's about merit, right? How is that merit based when it's just like somebody, I knew somebody, and like I totally got this job? And you know that's not bullshit because you've met these fuckers. Like, everybody knows these guys. Everybody does. Everybody knows at least one. And you're just like, oh, daddy got you the job, huh? Okay, cool. And that's also where, like, I look at billionaires and I think it's complete horseshit, because none of these guys, like, worked for their income. None of them. Not a single one of them. They all inherited their income, especially, like, the modern billionaires. Like, they all got their fortune at, like, the start of their fortune was at a point that we could have ended, as far as making ours. So it feels as if I'm not stoned, or if I'm stoned and you are not. Oh, I am. I mean, I might be killing my buzz a little bit quicker because of everything that's been going on with me. So forgive me if I gotta go get my grinder. I left it upstairs. That was the one thing I was just like, I feel like I have everything. And then I'm like, I don't. like Sogden. Stop obsessing. Stop. Like, the fact that you're obsessing about the mod who kicked you out is why I'm like, no. Helen, just please chill. Just chill. If you got stuff to say about the topics that we're talking about, then feel free to chime in the whispers. You know, I'm not gonna... Dude, I don't want to full-on ban you from the channel. I don't. If I even can, but... I just... Dude. Can you just recognize that you're just a lot, like, right now? And I understand that you're, like, kind of upset, and you like... I mean, it comes from a good place. You're probably lashing out because you like this community, but... Just, chill, please. Okay. Yeah, they start with FU, money, Yeah, no, exactly. Exactly, they start with FU money. That's... And people don't understand that. They don't understand what FU money is. Like, I just... It baffles me what people think money is. Like, your average American. And... maybe that's what I should do. I should do like a... You know what? Let's put this in the idea book. Wait, idea book. I'm saying it on stream. Haha. Means it's mine. That's how broadcast law works. You know that, right? No, I need to kind of do like man on the street stuff. Get a feel for that. Oh, man. I got those names from watching White Lotus. Oh. Man, I keep forgetting that there's a new season of that. Good show. Good show. Yeah, if you guys haven't watched White Lotus, it's a pretty good show. But yeah. Oh yeah, I was asking about the eggs originally because I was out doing some grocery shopping. And yes, that's how you have to say it when you're from my area. And when I was there, it was like, dude, the energy was palpable. The prices were so high. Where I was kind of like, oh my god! Like, it brought out the prices. The prices, they're too damn high. I gotta start campaigning on the groceries. Nobody's thought about campaigning on groceries until me. I'm a genius. Stable genius. I'm not remembering White Lotus. White Lotus is a new show. Or newer show. It's been on HBO for like the past like 4 or 5 years or something like that. Pretty good. It's always like an ensemble cast, and like there's always a broader mystery to everything. It's pretty cool. I think that people here would enjoy it. But anyway. But also, sorry, experimenting on humans. I also happen to know that I am bouncing all over the place. Ooh, Bryce. Ooh, yeah, actually remembering. Yeah, Bryce, get over here. Don't do it again. Don't do what that woman's doing over there. Oh, thank you. The rich don't like it when poor people have access to their spaces. Makes these spaces feel less important because the divide was the part that they wanted. Oh yeah. I saw something really fun. Yo, what up, Kaz? I saw like this, not funny. It was actually just like a poignant meme. Occasionally there are those where they were talking about like the class divide, and somebody was just like, how come we don't have like these fancy balls anymore where like everybody dresses up fancy? And it's just like they still have them, you're just not invited to them. That's, see, like, you don't get it yet. It is a happy Friday there, Kaz. It is. I mean, actually gotta text you in a little bit here. I was going through a lot, so not sure how late you're up, but I'll shoot you a text regardless. Appreciate you being here, man. What do you think about the protected groups? Why are we forced to bend the knee to... How are you bending the knee to protected groups? Protected groups are protected for a reason because they... Like, Sam Cedar did a great breakdown on this. How, like, the perception of DEI, especially from like Republicans, for some reason, is it comes from like a real weird, cruel kind of place where it's just like they're taking mine kind of situation, and they don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. They don't have the merit by merit. And we have to do it by merit, and they don't have the merit. It's just like, what? No, dude. Like, you're missing the point where it's like this is protecting them from being discriminated against on the like basis of the color of their skin. So it is making sure that they even have the opportunity to prove their merit. But nobody talks about that. No, like they literally have this idea of, oh no, they got hired because they're black, and that's it. Like, that's not how this goes. You know, they don't have jokes in the black community about like how hard it is to get a job and using white names on applications, you know, for just, you know, just making up the ha-has. There's a element of truth to that. Oh, man. Anyway, sorry, I forgot to read the rest of your comment. Because I got stuck at the bend the knee, because you don't. And this message of mine is probably taboo and in violation of the wokeness. Stop, like, the fact that you even can use the term wokeness, even in quotations, just kind of tells me, I'm like, uh-oh. Like, it's just an automatic red flag to me where I'm like, oh, so you're just gonna, this is the edgy thing I'm gonna say. It's not popular. Do I have to convert to the woke and accept this reality? I'm confused from where I stand right now. It's not about, yeah, you have to accept reality as it is, and there's going to be things that you don't understand and you don't like. So if there's like trans people, you have to accept that there's just trans people. That's how that goes. You can't just get rid of them. That's how that goes. Why should, and just from like the perspective of you just being a human being, why should they? Why should they acquiesce to you? What gives you more power? What gives you the right to dictate how somebody else, you know, presents themselves? And then you guys make it about how you're victimized because I have to call them a different pronoun. I have to use my brain a little bit. Oh my God. I had to learn what a pronoun was. Thus answering the age-old question of, are you smarter than a fifth grader? And your answer was no. Do you ever wonder if you are actually dumber than a fifth grader? Yeah, this is why they got Jeff Foxworthy to do it. You might be a redneck if you're watching this show. Not this show, because look at this hippy-dippy motherfucker with his marijuana propaganda and marijuana. Sorry. He's out. I was just like, all right. I get it. Whatever. Confused on where I stand right now, honestly. Well, where you stand is, yeah. Oh, yeah, I know. I have nothing about it. I'm talking about restrictions on freedom of speech. There are no restrictions on freedom of speech in America right now. The restrictions on freedom of speech is like Mahmoud Khaled. I have a really hard time with the names as it is. So I think I got that right. Mahmoud Khaled. If you just send it to me, you have to do it phonetically, please, because every time I read it, I'm like, Muhammad. Sorry. Don't misunderstand. I don't want an apology. I think people discriminating is good, and I like knowing the enemy's apologies are, for the most part, empty, especially if not done immediately. The enemy. Jesus, go read your Art of War, man. Whatever. Everybody's an enemy, or whoever is an opposing is opposed to your way of thinking is an enemy, then whatever. Good, they can go troll somewhere else. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of at that point where it's just like, dude, have fun. Although I think we're getting our daily Russian interaction, so we'll get that out of the way first, because we always... that should just be a segment at this time, is it a Russian? Actually, Damn it. I'm coming up with good ideas, at least. This is the second one. Is it a Russian? Oh! Sorry. Pipes are emptier than apologies around here. But our pipes are never empty. Wait a minute, in this community... If you are in the Pep Talks community and your pipe is empty, then you must fill that pipe and your hearts. That's why you come to Pep Talks. Definitely a Russian psyop. Dude, I mean, it's here. How about bot or not? Bot or not? Here we go. Bot or not? Or not. Is it a Russian? And I'm gonna get the game show music. Like, I got this. Oh, here. I should probably write that. Game show. Game show. With audience. Oh, there we go. Let's try to kill the bot off with a logical fallacy. I just remember the one time that we got a bot here where somebody was like, they kept giving me prompts, and based on the prompts, it kept going on. Oh, it was Charles Bonner, and we were just like, he's totally a bot. And then at the end of it, he's like, I am not a bot. I'm still convinced that dude's a bot. I haven't seen him in a while. Maybe he actually gave up, because I know that Les Weissman guy, he finally gave up. God, one of the funniest dudes in my chat. This guy, he was hanging around my chat for a good, like, 2 months. And he would just pop up and he would just be like, he disagreed with everything. And at one point, he was just like, you know I hate watch you, right? I was like, oh. Oh. All right. Oh, shit. Squishmallow, you need to wake up if you haven't woke up. Or if you're in chat, please sound off. Damn. I just realized that. Oh, Bloodstone, you're there. Okay, cool. Just so you know, Bloodstone. Actually, here, Kaz, I can also do it with you. I can mod you. But, I just realized that our main mod has not sounded off yet. So, just in case. Anyway, yeah, I know, I have nothing about it, I am talking about the restrictions of freedom of speech. Like, for example, I'm not allowed to say my natural feelings about people with different sexual orientations. Your natural again, it's not that you're not allowed to say them. See, this is your misinterpretation. You're perfectly allowed to say them. There's no restriction on free speech. It's the fact that the other people have the freedom to react the way that they do, and if it's with vitriol against your ideas, they have every right to react that way and think that you're a piece of shit. That is the freedom of expression. So, as much as you're saying, because like you're already going into it with your my victim mentality, like you're already, like, dude, you're already saying I can't say this. Like, your language is speaking volumes to me, where you're just like, I'm not allowed to say anything anymore. Which, dude, I worked with enough like old 90s comics who were using the same material from like the early 2000s, and they were just like, nobody can say anything anymore. I'm not getting bookings because of it. That, you know, I had to quit doing college gigs. God, that was the most pathetic one, and everybody started saying that after fucking Jerry Seinfeld said it, and then Joe Rogan, who at one point did like kind of lap Jerry's nuts for like a hot minute there, where he was just like, yeah, you know what? Same thing. It's just like, have you ever done college gigs? And then, funny enough, that's why on the Majority Report bumper there, Michael Brooks says his Obama. Have you ever tried doing an impression on a college campus? God. Anyway, I put something goofy in the memes. Ooh, I like goofy. Distracting. All right, that was pretty funny. Miss Alice, is this? It's a YouTube video. Yeah, shit. I'll watch this afterwards. I may have gotten a little flippant with using some of those AI vids, specifically the ones where like glue balloons. That was totally covered. Which I didn't think that AI could be copywritten. Huh. Screw me for being wrong. Sad to realize what you said. Basically, this is one of those points that divide people in America. No, what divides people in America is literally you not being able to live and let live and just go, oh, I just have to accept that there are gay people. I just have to accept that there are trans people. The thing is, do you know a gay or trans person? If you do, sound off. Let me know, and let me know how they have inversely or adversely. Wait, right? I'm gonna try and get the right word on that one. How have they negatively affected your life? Like, what is it about their existence that affects your life in a negative way? Please, sound off. I'll keep having this discussion. AI already has more protections than real humans. Yeah, I know. How fun is that, man? Like, you ever have, like, I know that we have these moments more than others because we, like, literally smoke and this is what we do. Like, especially if you're not watching stream. And then you watch my stream and I'm like, guys, you ever done this? And then you're like, shit. But yeah, man, you ever think about shit like that where you're just like, man, you ever think that dogs have more rights than women in America? Like, think about it. They have more medical agency. I did that one once, legit. Adversely. Thank you. I love it when you give me the right words here. Thank you. Allie, I really do appreciate that because that reminds me of my mom. My mom was that way, where she was like a walking thesaurus. So she would always like do the thing where Merriam-Webster disagrees. She was very much that way. All right, here we go. Sad to, oh, sorry, I was trying to understand. I couldn't. You're trying to understand what? Like, articulate what you're trying to understand. What do you not understand about just live and let live? Like, it's the same way if I have a disagreement with you where I can just go, oh, okay, and just walk away from you and not talk to you again. You know, like this whole idea that you have, it's like, well, I have to get my point across and they have to live based on how I think because I'm right. Like, what? Brother. No, it's not how it goes. And you're sitting here going like, this is why there's division in America? No, there's literally, you're proving my point that this is why there's division in America. You're the one that has the hard head. You're the one that's like, I can't understand X. Therefore, X should not, I shouldn't even have to. X shouldn't be here. Or because is that your, okay, here's where I've made, you know what? I'll walk this back a little. This is where I overstepped. I may have overstepped by saying that you don't think that they should exist, but I don't see the alternative. Like, you just have to understand that that's why I jumped to the farthest end on that one. So apologies if I may have lumped you in with the most extreme position on that. So I will give you the chance to just say, no, that's not how I feel. If you want to articulate exactly what scares you, then go ahead. Or scares you. I mean, that's kind of where it's coming from. Let's be real. Dogs and horses are sold more for money. I like them more historically. Wait, what? Child protection laws came from animal protection laws because dogs and horses were more protected than people. What? Are you kidding? I didn't know. Okay, see, I love when people also have like more education on history than me. Because like I knew that beginning part, but look at you, Bloodstone, coming in clutch with the man. Allie, you'll appreciate this. I would use Bloodstone as one of my phone a friends on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Her, Anna, and who else just knows? I dare say Kirk. Duke. Duke also knows random stuff. Although, Allie, between you and Alice, although that wouldn't be fair because you guys, I mean, you could technically communicate between each other. I don't know either. Wow, I actually just kind of got into that thought where I'm like, who would I use as a phone a friend? I can't understand XX plus XX. It's the genetic debt. Some jerks out there in the world. That's literally what's going on right now. It's just they're trying to make excuses for I don't like trans. They icky. They in the world, and I don't understand it, and I don't like it. And I don't like that the gays can kiss. I don't want to seize it because I don't know. I don't want to explain to my kids that that can even exist. And then if they do turn out to be gay, oh wait, that would mean that it's not. Wait, no, I meant choose to be gay. If they choose to be gay, then I'm not gonna love them. Like, come on. This is where like conservative mindsets eventually lead. Am I fucking wrong? This is also why it's like no wonder why like so many conservative parents are just like, I don't like the LGBT. Like, I've actually heard this from people where they're like, I lost my daughter to the LGBT woke mind virus. It's just like, oh, so you're an intolerant POS. Cool. I understand that now, and I bet that they're so much happier. And then you talk to them and they're just like, oh, I've been no contact with my parents for 10 years and I couldn't be happier. It's like, ah, cool. All right, here's his explanation. Let's see. I said I'm perfectly fine with them. The point of touch is... Point of touch? I think he misspoke here. Point of contention? Is there should be a peaceful resolution to the point of human connection? What? Not pushing one side to be protected and the other side always monitor their mouths. Not to sound so you just want to be able to abuse people and not have them have protections. Like you don't see where that goes? What? My proposal is the same as not pushing one side to be protected and the other side to always monitor their mouths not to sound abusive to the others. My proposal is that they should be able a tiny mild pushback against being offended for small farts, if you understand what I mean. I don't fucking understand what you mean. Small farts, most people like collectively, like if you fart in a subway, most people do just go, and like most of the time they'll just go. And then you're wondering, well, who was the first one to do this? And you're all thinking whoever smelt it dealt it, and then you're thinking back and you're like, well, that guy was the first one to smell it, and you all stare at him, and then you just know. You know in your heart of hearts, it was you. But you're still going to stare at that guy and you're going to be like, it was him. He's totally the first guy. I mean, come on. He smelled it. He dealt it. He totally smelled it. You totally dealt it. That does sound like a Trump policy. Right now, I'm whipping up an executive order. Whoever smelt it, dealt it is going to be legally binding at this point. So whoever does smell it is going to be the one who dealt it, and you will be fine. Cleon's farting airlocks. Gotcha! No! On the blood of my relatives. Dude, you know that they'd play. Oh my god. What a bad time to lose my nerd card here, because I was about the Arak? You know what I'm talking about. The Cleon big sword thing. That actually, I do remember watching a combat tutorial saying that it's like, this is actually more effective than you think. Because I always remember looking at that, I'm like, that doesn't seem effective. It's like, no, from a holding standpoint. There's no escape. Ah! It's Worf, and he's just got that smile on his face where he's like, where he's got those evil eyebrows, like, yes. They're not the only ones that have hard heads. Well, I mean, Klingons have hard heads, like, traditionally. Those ridges gotta hurt. I still can't understand what you're meaning by that, man. Sorry. Like, realistically, like, is this really the, like, because I can just say, like, this is, I guess, the impasse, where it's like, no, dude, like, I'm literally just saying, you're not gonna live in a world that people are not going to be offended by some fucking heinous shit that you say, because it, like, here's the difference, man. There's edgy comedy like that where you're just like, ha 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 ha, look, you know, I made a pee pee poo poo joke, or I mean, like, you can even make trans jokes, but the thing is, they have to, like, there is good and bad taste, and if you're saying it from a hateful perspective because you're just like, yeah, I don't understand these transes, yeah, you know, it's the same way that people used to, like, use oven jokes about the Holocaust, where it's like that kind of shit, where it's like, no, and then we know exactly who you are, and we can call you out by that, and then just say, oh, look, POS, and you get properly ostracized from, you know, society, because that's how society evolves. The problem is, that is, what I think you're seeing in real time, is society's evolving past this stuff, and they are okay with these things, and they understand that this actually is okay. Like, you're just gonna, I can say, ever since gay marriage got legalized in America, it has been a lot better, and it's a lot easier just to be like, yeah, like, there's gay couples. But what happens is the super conservatives that do this shit where they're just like, they don't exist, and I can't teach my kids that they exist, and I don't want you teaching my kids that they exist, and then they conflate that with, you're teaching my kids that, yeah, about pedophilia. It's like, what? Bend the knee was a mistake? What do you mean? Never hateful, realistic? What do you mean realistic? What you think is realistic is some hateful shit to somebody else, because the thing is, it doesn't affect you. Do you have a son or daughter who is transitioning? Do you have do you know somebody that's transitioning? Because the thing is, usually if you do, you don't think like this. So, sounds like MAGA? What? What specifically sounds like MAGA in that thought process? Actually, this is nice little just chill debate. Experimenting on humans, I gotta say. You know what? Thank you for the engagement, and honestly, you're coming across in good faith, so I sounded like MAGA. Jesus Christ. What just happened there? Guys, I think the debate's over. My brain's just like, I had like two cars just go boom. And they were just poised to miss, and I thought they were just gonna give like a, and they just collided. I'm like, is that what a stroke feels like? I think that's what a stroke feels like. Education is the cure for bigotry. It is. I mean, education and just, I don't know, exposure. Like, dude, I didn't even, like, this is so lame to say, but it's true. Like, I legit didn't know my friend was a different color. I just thought he was tanner than me, like, for the longest time. I'm talking till, like, I was, like, 6 or 7. And then I found out that he was half Mexican, and I was like, you are? That was like, oh. Because he doesn't speak Spanish, so I was like, oh, I guess that makes sense. It's like, wait, you didn't notice my dad? I'm like, I thought your dad was just short. His dad looks like a real life version of if Robert De Niro was playing Mario with slick back hair. He was a good guy. Just saying, I have an outside perspective, and my world broke when 2024 happened. What happened in 2024? Wait, your world broke what world event happened in 2024? Can you just remind me? Because I'm not trying to actually be ignorant here. Like, I am asking. I may have sounded like a jerk there. So, oh God, Kaz, you and your enlightenment coming into the chat. That's always nice. I'm not being an asshole. Actually kind of nice. Especially on this subject, because dude, for some reason it's like the universe was just like, hey, you need to sign into Pep Talks because he's about to deal with something. You're just like, oh. You have a red and you have like one of those Inspector Gadget things that pops out of your head, but it flashes red and blue, or blue and yellow. It's like, I must go. I'm needed. Democrats lost everything, and I was in depression mode. I'm in a depression, man. I'm sorry. I mean, I surprisingly really wasn't. Like, I kind of saw it coming, man. Like, dude, that's kind of the weird thing. Centrism looks like that, yeah. I'm not, though. My people need me. I was about to say, I'm like, you do have that thing where you're just like, are you guys talking about Ukraine? You just pop up out of nowhere. It's like, whoa, Jesus. It's like the Office meme. Timothy Waterman, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Alan, dude, calm down. Like, you keep sending me paragraphs. I'm not going to read your shit, like, if it's paragraphs. You notice how every other chatter here pretty much is, like, good on that, except for the one that I'm having an active debate with. Yeah, I'm trying to keep you here, man. I thought, for sure, Harris would win. I didn't. I really didn't. I was one of the, like, only people, like, that was doing the leftist commentary where I was like, guys, I think that there's enough polls out here that are saying 50-50 that we really should worry about. And they did not want to, debate. What can I join? Hey, we are debating just in general why experimenting on humans over here. His take is that you should be able to say what you want to say and have no recourse, essentially, where it's just, I should be able to say that, I'm pretty sure that he wants to use trans as an argument, but hasn't yet. I have to give him credit on that one. He said understanding certain sexual orientations. So take that for what you will. I try not to, put words in his mouth that he didn't say, but also I'm not going to try and just ignore all the subtext. But yeah, we're just, and I'm a live and let, like, dude, number one, why can't you just live and let live? That's a big one. Like, I want to know, again, how this affects you. Because I've asked, like, now it has gotten to the point where I'm like, no, how has this affected you personally? What in your life is motivating this? So, oh, yes, how I am. I'm good. I'm actually doing okay for everything that I've been going through, so I think it's interesting. I mean, it's an interesting debate. That's why I am entertaining it. I'm just kind of like, what do you say? To a small degree, it's not hateful. Okay, so this is where I'm reading into the subtext. So I'm just saying, unbunch your panties. I'm just saying, hey, like, it's easy to just see where you're coming from with this. I'm not overly reading into this. I'm just, again, trying to be fair, not put these words in your mouth when you didn't actually say them. I'm on IMDb review. Got rejected 4 times. Your IMDb, why? Are you a robot? Is that why? Did you just give me a hint that you're a bot and you're just like, I'm trying to tell you I am having robot existential crisis. I tried to do IMDb meanies, but they would not let me meanies. They put up those funny captcha pictures and I went, I do not know what a bus is. Just start clicking all the pictures. Cannot compute. People's feelings get hurt as too easy. Well, toughen up. The world isn't lollipops and rainbows. It's not, dude. The thing is, it's also don't be a dick. Like, Jerry, like, why? Like, what is it in what? This is where I get a little therapeutic sometimes with people. Like, Jerry, why do you need to do that? Again, dude, I love roast comedy. Like, I love roast comedy. I love crowd work. You don't, especially in today's like day and age, you don't need to go to the lowest common denominator, and that's essentially what you're fighting for. You're like, why can't I just say the basic joke that makes people feel bad? It's like, honestly, you can. This goes back to like we have the right to have the reaction to just go, no, fuck you, dude. Like, you suck, and your view sucks. Like, we're partying over here. We're having a good time. And you're just like, I don't get the trans thing. Like, or I'm not saying you do, but that's where this usually goes. Yeah, like, say, if I say the NA word with my friend, if it's okay, it's okay. Again, if you have that understanding, that's fine. But if you are with a person who's not your friend and who is a person of color, and you are not a person of color, and you're using that, you know, the NA, like, you know, the rap version, the hip hop version is what I like to call it. Even though it's, come on, it's literally just their cultural thing too. It's also like, how lame is it though? Like, nothing's lamer than a white dude that's trying to just be like, what up, my N? What up? What up? Like, but yeah, whatever. Between two, it's like the consenting adults thing. Like, yeah, that's fine. It's just if you're being an overt, like, say you're out at a bar with your friends and you see somebody that had like that's trans, and you're just like, I'm gonna make this a big deal. I'm gonna say some hateful shit, and then everybody's like, bro, chill the fuck out. And you're like, yeah, can't say anything in America. You turn into Randy Marsh. I thought this was America. I thought this was America. Can't say anything anymore. America. Sounded funny about the bot guy, but now not that funny. Did it get? Oh, you didn't like Sad Robot? You didn't like the fact that I sent the bot into an existential crisis where it's just like, I am now lost. I do not exist. What is existence? The bus. Oh, damn, the bus. Dude. Every captcha I read, I'm gonna just be laughing my ass off, just like, these do actually work. The robot uprising, again, has been thwarted by CAPTCHA. Streetlight. It's always the corner one, too. It's like the one where we all sweat it, where you're just like, okay, it's got the corner of the streetlight in it. Do I technically hit that one? Yeah, well, do you hit it? Like, because I don't. I don't hit the one that just has the corner. I'm just like, let's see if it computes. You ever had the one that comes back and it's just like, you are a robot? You're like, I swear this is a bit, so I'm not trying to steal it. It is a thought that I'm having. But if I say it to a random guy, no. That's what I mean. That's what, yeah. I think you understand where I'm coming from. Yeah, if you're, like, again, dude, yucks between friends, and if you guys have an understanding, like, if you guys are telling old Dave Chappelle bits, and you have the understanding that you guys can just do that, that's fine. But if you're doing these Dave Chappelle bits in the grocery store and somebody walks up to you and is just like, not cool, bro, you might want to, you know, walk out of the grocery store, go home, and then continue to do the bit. So, probably you were right. I'm basing my point on IMDb scenario. They have those rules, their IMDb rules. They own the site. What are you trying to put on Wait. I just kind of blew past the part that you're just like, I'm trying to edit IMDb. Are you like, wait a minute, what are you doing? If you were saying that about Wikipedia, I would be just as curious, by the way. It's like, wait, what are you editing on Wiki? I love when people are just like, I'm a Wiki editor. It's just like, isn't that Everybody? I thought it was open source, so we all technically are wiki editors. Nice. Anna cannot be here with us right now. She is smoking in the woods like a good mystical being would. So I feel like that's what we all are here. We have upgraded from the stoner circle into mystical. It's a mystical being stoner circle. All of a sudden, it's just like, it starts looking like a wild ass D&D party. It's like, oh, this is kind of cool, but it's very intimidating. We don't want to be intimidating, guys. All right. Dang, Ben the knee really shot me in the knee. You did. I mean, you did kind of. You were essentially just like, well, I have to capitulate to the thought police. It's like, no. Again, nobody's reading your mind and just being like, dude, he's a piece of shit. And honestly, that's why I do speak out against like the searching for it. So like when people go to people's Twitters and they find like a 10-year-old tweet and they're like, we have to cancel this person. Going back to like the 2016 version of cancel culture, I was totally against that because I was just like, oh, you're stifling growth. I don't like that. And you're literally making it to where like there is no reform. No, I don't like that. And also just as somebody who grew up in an era where you don't like, I don't have a permanent, online fingerprint out there. So yeah. It's got to be wild to literally have been born in like 2000, like before 2005. Yeah, I'll be fair, like 2003. Because that's like, well, no. When was YouTube? Because the iPhone was 2007, so right around 2007. Okay, there we go. I'd say 2007 was like the big one. Although I was talking to my brother, he doesn't really remember phones that like you had to, key in texts. So that was a funny conversation I had where I was just like, he's like, yeah, I don't remember those. I'm like, I feel very old right now. Oh boy, in the woods as a hook. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's the hippie soul thing. I'm telling you guys, like, oh my god, I had a minor breakdown recently about my mom, and it was so funny because like what got me out of it was I just shouted, I'm just like, I just want to run away and buy a VW van and just go live on the beach without missing a beat. My wife she's just like, why does that track for you? I'm like, you're supposed to say no. I'm just like, wait a minute. T9 texting. Yeah, T9 text. T9. Yikes. Yeah. What up, Distracting? How you doing, man? Hope you're doing well. As I said, hope everybody's doing well. Real quick, I'm gonna put up the link for my mom's memorial fund because I'm trying to get that underway. Well, I mean, underway. Thank you. Actually, I should do this. A very special thank you to everybody who has contributed so far. It really means a lot to me. And it's also, yeah, it's definitely helping me feel better about what I have to go through here and deal with. So driving, just listening right now. Oh, nice. What did it? My dyslexia is just like, no, driving right now, just listening. There we go. Doing all right, working as always. Oh, well, hey man. Thank you for all the suggestions again. I saw your newest one here. The weekly weird news. You really love internet today, which is no problem. I just haven't watched internet today in quite some time, so. All right. Ready for some politics, guys? Because I think I am. Wait, what do you want? I would love for you to go over this on stream If me and Anna can debate paragraph by paragraph, I'll challenge her for mod privileges. No. No, she earned those mod privileges by earning my trust. What you're doing is no. And the thing is, dude, I'm not entertaining this debate. I'm not debating, like, no. Dude, just say you're sorry. Just say you're sorry and chill the fuck out and just kind of, like, stop. Like, fucking calm down, man. Can I ask you something weird, not for a debate? Yeah, fine. I mean, you might get debated on the topic. That's a weird way to preface it. Can you not debate this? It's like, no, say it first. Say it first and then we will decide. Jeez, well, an hour went by fast. Okay. Well, thank you for the debate, I guess. But no, you can totally ask away. Let's make it quick because I want to try and get the segments here at some point. I missed mountain time. Crap. I was too busy. I gotta. You know what? That's it. I gotta set this stupid alarm. Give me a second. Oh, really? Wait, so I already have... Why didn't it go off? Wait, it sounds on. Why is that not working? Hold on, guys. What the... Well, not important, but... Alright, I'll just use it on my phone. Wow. Why would I just spend money on a computer that frickin' supercomputer can super graphics card can't do the basic function of setting a frickin' timer? Alright, that's actually kind of making me laugh a little bit. Experimenting on humans. Come on, man. Type faster. I'm not trying to be a dick, but... Oh my god. It's literally the Holocaust Museum site. I'm not apologizing for something, basically saying what they said for the reason why. Why are you still arguing this? My god, there are so many more important things in life, bro. I don't want to say what I want to say right now because it's kind of mean, but kind of insinuating it here, right? Like right here, right now, there's more important things in life. Like, brother, it's awesome, man. Like, up until you got in your little fight with Alirda in chat there, I gotta say, man. But anyway, I can't really. I'm done interacting with you off here. 'Cause... Okay, here you go. I'm sorry. She does not know history. I don't care. I don't care. I've moved on. It's not changing who my mods are. I've given you the stipulations on what you need to do in order to get back here. And you keep going, man. So I'm just... As I said, man, and I don't want to I didn't want to even hard ban you from the chat, but man, making it seem like I did the right thing. So anyway, I'm gonna interact with the people in chat now. Not a good topic to debate about in terms of percentages. What do you think about the real life percentages of people who have real diagnosed ADHD and other stuff like that on Twitch, for example? I'll admit that I have a personal grievance with people who do online diagnoses without actually like speaking to a professional or like going through the DSM-9. Is it DMS? I can't remember if it's the 5 or the 9. I think it's 5 because it's always like that. Because I know that's Deep Space Nine, DSM 5. God. As I said, I hate acronyms. Here, my brain's not gonna let me stop on this one. Yeah, DSM-5. I knew that I put 9 in there. I was like, what? Nah, that sounds like Star Trek. Like, I've gone through it multiple times. I've had, you know, multiple diagnoses as far as that goes. Yeah, it's 5. I looked it up because I was just like, nah, really, I don't have faith in myself right here, and that just sounded like, yeah, no, as I said, Star Trek. DSM-5. What? No. What? Oh my god, are you a bot? Like, you heard a number and now you just repeated that number? I didn't say that number. Oh, man. Guys. I need somebody that's really good at asking vetting questions, because I know that you can break chat bots, but that's like right there. I'm just like, no, it's not 5%. We're not saying no. The DSM-5 is a test that you take when you are in America and you are going through getting a formal diagnosis of ADHD. So what I was saying is I would probably put it at somewhere between 17 and 25%. Man, I told you I'm Russian. I only hear clouds of thoughts. Fine. Chunky desktop. What did this alarm you speak of? For real, Miss Alice, the fact that I'm staring at my at this the way that it is, I'm like, this pisses me off. Set a alarm for 6:20. See, I mean, I should have been using that all along. Like, you know, a smart person. I like how you call me Mang. I'm like, Mang! But that's also, technically not cool, so. Anyway, no, realistically, I think I'm, no, I don't know why I said 17. Like, it's like, ooh, I said smart number because it's not the number you would think. No, it's like 15 to like 25%. That don't have it. Wait, did I stipulate that? Like, the ones that say that they have it that actually don't have it would be, I would say, 25% of those streamers. Some in the world, it was 4:20, 22 minutes ago. No, I know. Yeah, I'll use that excuse here in a minute, as I have every right to do. But no, oh, you know what, guys? I totally forgot about the Asmongold thing. Damn it, I wanted to cover that too. You know what? Maybe we'll cover that at the back end of stream here. Because, yeah, it's kind of interesting as far as like the Twitch space. It's like, oh, that's right. I still got my capture screen up. Give me 1 second. All right, let's check the news. We're in the second hour of the program. All right. Apple reportedly developing real-time translation for AirPods. Oh, that's dope. I've been wanting that forever. Okay. Cool. Chuck Schumer converts the well, yeah, I know he did that, but wait. Did they actually vote on it? Because I thought that they were still... Oh, wait. I forgot. Ditching his Tesla, build a... Okay. $17 minutes ago. Okay, there we go. Senate just voted to avoid the shutdown with a bill that cuts non-defense spending by $13 billion. So, cool. Who's going to be faster, Apple or OpenAI? Are you kidding me? Are you actually like, you're joking right now, right? What? Like, you actually think Apple, you mean Apple, who's now just getting on the foldable phone, Apple, you know, the 4 years Apple. Okay. Sorry. I tried to take that as seriously as Mark Carney sworn in as Canada's Prime Minister. Justin Trudeau steps down. Mark Carney has been sworn in as the 24th Prime Minister after Justin Trudeau resigned on January 6th. The swearing-in ceremony took place at Rideau Hall shortly after 11 a.m. Carney and his 24-member cabinet, including Francois Philippe Champagne, as Minister of Finance. It's a win. That's a win. I know somebody that's not happy about that lives in Canada, though. She is convinced that Justin Trudeau is literally the devil. Which, isn't it kind of weird that we all kind of do the same thing, though? We're just like, nah, this politician, he's bad, you know. And there's always like half that like are convinced that they kind of have, like, I don't know, man. I almost got pushed into like, you gotta defend Biden. And then I finally wised up. I'm like, no, I don't. No, I don't. God, that was such a like nice cathartic day for me too, where I was just like, nah. All right. Carney is sworn in. And will now try to steer his country through a trade war brought on by U.S. President Donald Trump, annexation threats, and an expected federal election. Okay, so the federal election is still happening. That was mostly what I was looking into. The governing Liberal Party had appeared poised for a historical election defeat this year until Trump declared economic war and repeatedly has said Canada should become the 51st state. Now the party and its leader could come out on top. Feel the burn. Yep. Yeah, no shit, dude. He really is he's crushing that shit. Carney has said he's ready to meet with Trump if he shows respect for Canadian sovereignty. He said he doesn't plan to visit Washington at the moment, but hopes to have a phone call with the president soon. That's gonna be a bit of a sting for Trump, where he's just like, wait a minute, you're telling me that I have to deal with another one of these guys who's better looking than me? I mean, this guy, I don't know, man. This guy looks like a Canadian version of Hunter Biden. So, I mean, hey, good for him if he's rocking the same kind of piece, though. Like, fuck. That was one of the funniest things to come out of that entire, like, debacle, was just, like, the fact that it's just like, dang. Carney navigated crises when he was the head of the Bank of Canada during 2008 financial crisis, and then in 2013 when he became the first non-citizen to run the Bank of England. Oh, no shit. Wow, they actually like, they like this guy. All right. Cool. Well, let's see what else we got. 6-month funding bill shut down. Funding bill hours before shutdown deadline. 6-month spending bill. Okay, so it's just a stopgap. Okay. Cool. We're not gonna go into that just yet. Let's see what's in the blind spot. Chinese nationals may be barred from student visas under new proposal. Wow. Why is that only being reported on by the right? Who's reporting on this? Newsweek? Breitbart, Entertainment. I keep saying Entertainment Tonight. It's Epoch Times. Epoch, not Epic. Yep. Republican legislation seeks to ban Chinese nationals from studying in the U.S. A group of House Republicans on Friday put forward legislation seeking to prevent Chinese students from studying in American schools, as some U.S. lawmakers are targeting China over national security concerns. consistency, I guess. Alabama to execute an inmate who dropped appeal and asked for death. As somebody who's actually for euthanasia, that one puts me in a bind. It's like, okay, so he's using capital punishment as euthanasia. NASA prioritized funds for diversity inclusion initiatives. Let's see. Ashley Moody, Rick Scott's push to move NASA HQ to Florida's Space Coast. What? Wait, what does this have to do with diversity and equity and inclusion? See, that's the thing. Like, dude, this is why I don't like how the right is reporting on this shit, because it... Go figure. It really doesn't have much to do with that. God. Nominee for White House briefing room, poll over cause of war stance? Wait, Tulsi? Tulsi, the director of national intelligence, withdrew her nomination of Daniel Davis for a key intelligence role after criticism from members of Trump's coalition regarding his stance on Gaza. Oh, this got buried. Newsmax agreed to pay $40 million in settlement with Smartmatic 2020 election defamation. $40 mil. Actually seems like a slap on the wrist, gotta say. Yeah, vote happened. They passed the spending bill. That's what I thought. That's what I was looking initially for. Okay, cool. Well, if you guys enjoyed the news segment, consider getting yourself a membership over at Ground News. It really helps out my channel. I am sponsored by them, but I sought them out because realistically, I was getting I keep saying this, but it's true. I was just sick of waking up every day and being like, all right, I'm getting fed USA Today, People Magazine, and just like so much news that I'm like, this doesn't matter, and it's being curated to literally make me either angry or just show me like, oh look, Donald Trump did something good. Like, I was getting so much of that shit where it's like, look how good Donald Trump did, and this was during the election. I was like, no, this doesn't. What the fuck is going on here? Saw the writing again. I saw the writing on the wall, man. Like every YouTuber, every leftist YouTuber was saying about like Kyle Kalinske was the one that I got to give the most credit to, where he kept saying, he's like, they keep handling Trump with kids' gloves. It's ridiculous. Okay, I'll read this one. Hold on. Okay, what exactly do I need to apologize for? And I'll see if I can do it sincerely, as is my principle to not just lie unless the other person obviously does not apologize sincerely. Then I follow their morality, because whatever, dude. The fact that you're even doing this thing where you're just like, it's the morality and it's a principle thing. It's a principle thing. It's not because the streamer asked you to just kind of and I just asked you to stop, and you couldn't stop. And it's just, again, man, I don't care about your damn argument. And the fact that you went on a vendetta against one of my mods, like, why the hell would I entertain that? So that's why I'm saying, like, apologize to me for going after one of my mods. Shorten up your frickin' your communiques, because holy shit, man. Like, I get it, man. You got a lot to say, but Jesus. Is that Talon? Yeah. Yeah, he's in the Whispers. And I haven't banned him from the Whispers yet because, as I said, man, it's been an emotional week. I am not questioning a leader's judgment either, because I read that comment, or like I read it, and that's why I'm just like, nah, dude. And honestly, the fact that you are kind of just like, You keep doubling down where you're just like, I'm right, I'm right, I'm right. You miss him? What in the parasocial did I miss? We have a chatter that got banned over on Twitch and YouTube. Talon of the Silverhawk. I'm sure you guys have seen him with his paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs. So anyway, Talon has been banned for is being tiresome about it. Sean, yeah, he's being completely tiresome about it, like legit. He keeps popping up in my my whispers, just like, well, yeah. Again, he just went on this long principled rant about just, well, it's principles. I don't care. The thing is, I don't have the patience for it. This is my fucking stream, and it's just like, dude, you want to converse with these people, and I was cool about the fact that you can have differences of opinion, but you're starting to get like beyond contrarian. So, and I'll just say I disagreed with you. So, now, being the center of attention is happy little critter. Yeah, feeding that troll. I fed him the peas though. Like, Allie, he thinks he got fed, but what I gave him was that, you know, that little spoon that like the dolls used to have, like that like the peas would like go into the spoon. It's like that. Yeah, go write a novel. You'll feel better. Probably loves you too much and can't let go. I mean, as somebody who has been banned from streamers' chats before, for, you know, just kind of popping off on somebody else, I get it. You feel bad, you know? Like, that's what happened when I got banned from the Majority Report Discord. Like, I felt like, hey, you know, but whatever. Very good. Very good. All right, guys, let's get to the Kyle Kalinske, because actually Kyle coming out from the different corner of his house. Like, check this out, guys. I gotta say, I actually like the fact that he went towards the window, and it's just like, ooh, look, more natural light. I think that somebody got a little dose of sun, and he's just like, ooh, nice day.
So this is some wild breaking.
Ooh, our boy's smoking. You can't start. I'm sorry. If our boy's smoking, then I can't just let a video start like that. I must join. One second. Stand. It's a little hazy, and I know. That's why I was like, oh, I want to join. Like, I seriously, I literally got so jealous. Oh, damn it. All right, I gotta go get my, stuff. Okay, here. You know what? I don't like doing this usually, but what is it? It's a 6-minute video? Shit. Here, give me 1 second. No, I wanted to watch all those. Okay, shit. Here. Watch the pup for a second, and we'll just go into the segment, because... yeah, I need my grinder! Grind. Druggies. Hey. Judgmental much, Kirk? I get it. I get it. Wait. Excuse me. I'm not looking forward to this long ass drive, I gotta say. It's gonna be a lot of reflection time. And what sucks is, like, I can't really do, like, my listening to politics like I used to. Like, I used to be able to listen to, like, Vosh or something like that for hours. Not anymore. Now it's mostly wrestling podcasts. Glue sniffers. I solemnly swear. Was that the Less Than Jake song? Drunken dope addicts and glue sniffers. Let's smoke with Kyle, because, I mean, the weird part is knowing that his is not. Need a good road trip mix for CD? Yeah, no shit. All right. Let's, or not. Or not. What the fuck?
News for you guys. We are seeing an absolute, utter poll implosion for Donald Trump.
Yeah, what is with this? Dude, man, it's smokier than usual.
Right now, and Elon Musk. And this is something that we haven't seen arguably ever. Arguably ever.
Right here.
Guys, this is still like month 2
cam.
of the Trump presidency. He should still be in his honeymoon phase, right? When you look at Joe Biden, in his honeymoon phase, in the polling, he was plus 17. Trump at his best was like plus 4. And then now, as you're about to see, he's already massively underwater. So let me walk you through this here. First of all, let's talk about the economy. This was the one bright spot in Trump's first term in office. The polling on his economic performance was always above water and always pretty good, right? Now, I would contend it shouldn't have been. I think he was horrible when it comes to the economy. We lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs under him in his first term. His biggest accomplishment was a massive tax cut for the wealthy and corporations. So I don't think he should have been viewed that way, but the polling showed he was viewed that way. Okay, well, what's it like this time around? You ready? Here's his approval number on the economy. 39%.
That wallpaper is hideous.
The disapproval is 51%. This is a new low for him. This is a new low. In other words, people are looking at the tariffs. They're looking at the indecisiveness. They're looking at what's happening with the market. They're looking at Elon Musk firing anywhere from 100,000 to 250,000 federal government workers. And they're going, holy shit, bro, this is chaos. We don't like this. What the fuck is going on? That is a catastrophically low number. Month 2. Month 2, we're in. He's supposed to be there for 4 years. All right, ready? I told you, it's going to be, when all said and done, it's going to be like George W. Bush or Dick Cheney numbers. He's going to be 20-something%. He's already getting close.
Yeah.
All right, more. Ready? Trump's approval on foreign policy. Well, you think, okay, he was bad on the economy, but...
I'll be fair, that's if it holds steady. If the shit does actually, like, turn around, then it'll turn around. We just have to be
better in some other area. He'll be okay on foreign policy, right? He's through strength. He's doing that whole bit, right? Ready for this? Approval rating.
And also agree.
37%.
My mom, what's funny though, my mom would be like, "It's not that bad."
Well, what do you know? It turns out Americans don't like it.
It's her old style, I should say.
With Canada and demand that they become the 51st state. You warmonger with Greenland and demand that they become part of the U.S. You warmonger with Panama and draft up literal invasion plans as they did last week. You say we're going to take Gaza and own Gaza and build hotels and casinos on the beaches and ethnically cleanse the area. You brag about bombing Somalia, as Trump did a couple weeks ago. You try to coup Venezuela, as he did in the first term, and Marco Rubio is planning again for the second term. You give yourself the ability to illegally invade Mexico by declaring that the drug cartels are terrorist organizations, which allows you to airstrike them or allows you to put boots on the ground. Turns out when Americans look at a warmonger, they go, we really don't fucking like warmongers. That's what happened with Dick Cheney. That's what happened with George W. Bush. Trump used to beat up on Dick Cheney and George W. Bush. He beat up on Liz Cheney and Kamala Harris and called them warmongers. And then he went on to be the biggest warmonger of all of them.
That was a global point of your previous discussion.
37% approval rating. His numbers are absolutely.
Not only Republicans need to find common ground, Dems too. That was the global point of my previous discussion. No, it really, I mean, if that was the global point of your previous discussion, then I think that that was kind of lost in the sauce, as how we say it here.
Absolutely collapsing, y'all. They're collapsing. All right, more. Ready? Trump's been talking about this nonstop. He's already said it like 8 times since he's been in office. Here's the poll question from Ipsos. The U.S. should make Canada the 51st state because the two countries are already so intertwined. So I need you to understand, they phrase that in a way to be kind to Trump.
Yeah.
They phrase that in a way to be like, to almost like prod people in the direction of agreeing with Trump.
Yeah.
Ready for this? Only 17% of Americans agree that Canada should be the 51st state. Only 17%. And again, he won't shut the fuck up about it. He won't shut the fuck up about it. Oh my God. And then, I mean, we're looking at numbers. The Republicans passed a bill that slashes Medicaid $880 billion. That got through the House. It didn't get through the Senate yet. That polls at 7%. And this is what Trump is doing. This is what Trump is doing. Okay. I'm telling you, total collapse. More. Ready? Net favorable numbers from Ipsos. Trump is now -9. -9 at a time when Joe Biden was like +15. Trump is -9. J.D. Vance -10. Elon Musk -21. 21 points underwater. Maybe he should stop Zig Heiling all over the place. How about that?
That's
Maybe he should
kind of
stop slashing pediatric cancer research. How about that?
Yeah.
All right, more. This one's from Quinnipiac and CNN. 60% of Americans disapprove of Musk and Doge and how they're handling federal workers. 54% say Musk and Doge are hurting the country. 62% say the cuts are going too far. And then finally, I'll give you this one. Axios reported on this. There's a new Michigan swing voter focus group, and they talked to people who voted for Trump. Ready? 10 of 13 participants who voted for Trump said what they're seeing isn't what they thought they were voting for, and they're worried Trump's approach may hurt their pocketbooks. 10 out of 13. Here's some words that these Trump voters in Michigan used to describe Trump today. Erratic, frightening, disruptive, dictator. We have never seen an implosion like this before. This is legendary.
That's a long road for me to learn how to relay my thoughts in such a conversation. My previous experience was on YouTube comment section, but that was a good experience. Thanks. Oh, hey.
This is a
glad you had fun.
Collapse of epic proportions. I don't know if we'll ever see any.
That was a good debate. Yeah. Well, come on back, and if you want to discuss more, I'm always open to it.
Anything like this again. And I also don't know if this presidency can last 4 years at the rate that it's going. You're talking about pitchforks in the street, man. You're talking about just widespread unrest. And then, of course, Trump would try to declare martial law, and this would be a constitutional crisis, yet another constitutional crisis. We are in uncharted territory. But what's for sure is... Oh,
my God, you got to fucking stop peaking your audio.
This guy is now despised. And actually, I should say these guys, because that includes Elon Musk as well.
That's a weird setup. I didn't think I would actually like miss his previous like setup, but I do. I don't know why I have a connection to that, but I was like, wait a minute, I don't like this new one. I was getting used to the other one. Maybe it's just me. Man, that was actually a pretty decent debate in like comments section over on Twitch for once. That's crazy. Sadly, YouTube is down in Russia. I miss Adam Mockler. Oh, really? Really? I didn't know that YouTube is down in... Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mockler's not on a... Oh, actually, you know what? If you miss Adam Mockler... Here. I think I got one thing from Adam Mockler that we can watch. It's not it. Give me 1 second. I'll find something from the mock. We can give our buddy from Russia here a Adam Mockler. It's cool that you actually enjoy Adam Mockler. heated 3v1 debate. I crashed a right-wing news show. Interesting. He hates MAGA. There we go. Where's my YouTube muting? Oh, look at him going with the Charlie White.
Begging. He said, to all the Republicans trying to make same-sex marriage illegal, I am a gay married man and a Republican. I am pro-life, pro-Second Amendment, and I voted for Trump. Oh, buddy, that's not going to save you, Jordan Ramsey. I'm sorry. All right, I've got some disturbing stories to report, and some of them do fall under the F around and find out category, but at the same time, the direction our country is heading, the direction that some of our institutions are heading is incredibly tragic and concerning. For example, conservative commentator and Trump voter Richard Hanania posted on Twitter that one of his conservative followers messaged him. He said, just got the following message from a scientist at a top 25 school. He was one of a handful of scientists at his university who voted for Trump, and reports they're all now completely ashamed of it. And I've talked to a lot of voters. You have to accept. Step one is accepting that many people voted for Trump due to economic concerns and due to not being convinced by Democrats that there was something worth voting for there. And we know that Democrats are weak messengers. Trump just had a solid, I mean, his campaign was terrible, but he did get some lucky events that lined up and he won. And we have to accept that. But this does say, this is a message from the scientist. It says, I am an NIH-funded biomedical scientist with conservative leanings. I know at least a dozen scientists, a small closeted minority, who voted for Trump largely because of frustrations with DEI and extreme wokeness that had permeated every aspect of university life. Each one of us deeply regrets their vote for Trump and are utterly ashamed of it. And I'm going to say something else that Democrats may not like. You can drop a dislike on this video or drop a like if you haven't already. But a lot of voters that I've talked to, people who aren't really bought into either party but voted for Trump, said they felt smothered by some of the more, I mean, when people use the word wokeness, that doesn't have any sort of meaning. But there was this pure detesting that certain Democrats did, where if you're not
Adam's warnings fell on deaf ears.
Not aligned.
Well, all of ours did. The thing is, they were so like invested in the anti-woke stuff, and the thing is, it was effective messaging. This is why I keep saying, like, we kept like falling back, going like, what? Like, no, like, why do we have to? You don't even know what woke is, but then they're just like, we know what woke is. Woke is what we don't like, and they keep telling us what we don't like is going to be here anymore. So we're going to go with the anti-woke.
100% on every issue, then you might as well get the hell out of here. I've had this happen to me as well. If you're a Democrat, you've likely experienced this as well. Yeah. Some Democrats can be very Puritan. They can be very finger waggy. And that's something that even our leaders are now admitting and saying we've got to drop that. But back to this. The scientist then writes, my
dad's a lifelong Republican, and when we were talking the other day, he said maybe I would have, it would have been better if the other guy had actually shot. And I was like, oh.
They're absolutely horrified at how mindlessly destructive this admin has
I managed to hide my pure glee and use the opportunity to push him even further. Nice.
been to scientific institutions.
Doing the
they are
Lord's work.
single-handedly
Right.
destroying the STEM dominance U.S. established over decades. I mean, we're destroying a lot of dominance that we've established over decades, whether it's soft power in foreign countries, whether it's alliances like NATO or just soft alliances like being good friends with Canada. It's just good to be on good terms with Canada, Denmark, Greenland, the Panama Canal, all of these countries. But for some reason, Trump is very insistent that we need to be on good terms with Russia. But this then says, average Americans simply do not realize that we are now on the verge of a precipitous decline in STEM. We all admit that the warnings about Trump/MAGA were on target, and the thing we argue about now is whether the damage is even reversible.
That's actually an interesting take. When I listen to Adam, I'm having a debate in my head, a debate where we agree and come to agreement.
Again, I told you, it's a disturbing message. All of the lefty overreach was annoying as hell, but MAGA disdain for science is 1,000 or 100 times worse. Either way, it's true. The MAGA disdain for science is way worse than any annoying finger-waggy Democratic stuff that even I did back in 2021. But then Richard Hanania, the original post, writes, MAGA was already anti-intellectual, but many educated conservatives still held their noses and voted for Trump. Doge just turned things up to 11, went beyond hostility to wokeness and turned into hostility for science and rational thought more generally. The way that fake news dominates this platform is simply another manifestation of this contempt for the mind. What a tragedy this has been. Tragic indeed. But if there's a silver lining, some people did F around and find out. It's not even funny. I know you guys all find it funny, but it's just tiring at this point. Travis Matthew did post,
it is tiring,
update.
but
My MAGA neighbor who worked for the USDA was fired 3 weeks ago by Trump. His Trump flag came down. His house is now for sale. Or what about this one from Steve Wozniak? Not the Steve Wozniak, just a random dude on Facebook who said, I tried not to be political anymore, but I voted for Trump. I like what he's doing, just not the way he's doing it. But I voted for, said, not the Steve Wozniak came down. His house is now for sale. His Trump flag came down.
He worked for the USDA and was fired three weeks ago by Trump. His Trump flag came down and his house was up for sale. Go around and find out.
House is now for sale. Or what about this one from Steve Wozniak?
He didn't read the full thing. I was like,
not the Steve Wozniak, just a random dude on Facebook who said, I tried not to be political anymore, but I voted for Trump. I like what he's doing.
I'm going to take whatever Schadenfreude we can get.
And just not the way he's doing it. And that's what I keep saying. Democrats can message that.
Yeah, enjoy the W's, guys. This is also kind of my problem, is that kind of attitude where it's like, guys, I don't want to take joy in these people's pain because I'm not that type of person, because I have to actually pretend that I'm not that type of like, because we know that he is. Like, the thing is, like, he's doing this video, like, with the clickbaity thing, like, he's already got that intent, guys.
Hey,
that is the definition of virtue signaling.
Hey, we want the government to be more efficient as well.
Dude, just admit that you're actually enjoying a little bit of the, all right, hey, well, shitty people are finding out how it sucks to be shitty.
We want what Trump says we want, number one, a safe border, a safe and secure border. We want a strong economy. We want peace in the Middle East and between Russia and Ukraine and Europe. Of course we want peace, but Trump's the way he's trying to do it is terrible. And most of all, we want an effective, efficient government. We need to be messaging on that, but not how they're doing it. Steve Wozniak then says, the Democrats
he left that in.
Are living up to their symbol and their actions.
He did all these other like edits, and I'm just like,
and rhetoric. I feel like I was lied to. All the Fix America talk was just to get in the door. I would like real proof, not made up numbers. Start naming names. Who benefited from this government waste? I was told Social Security and Medicare were safe. I love this. It's such an easy argument to make. If Elon Musk and the Doge people around him truly were finding all of this massive fraud, why would they not present their findings in front of Congress or in front of any sort of congressional body or in front of any court? They could take all of their findings and these billions of dollars they claim they found and be like, hey, look at this. We have the names. We have the receipts. We are airing this in public. But Elon Musk has refused to do that. So again, this says, I feel like I was lied to. All of that Fix America talk was just to get in the door. Elon says he's going after these two programs because they are nothing but entitlements. Well, I paid into my entitlements for 47 years. Finally, I can't wait for my electricity from Canada to
they made you like, that's the funniest part, is they made guys like this be like, entitlements. Yeah, you know what that means. And then they're like, we're taking away entitlements that you had. He's like, not that one.
Go up $100 a month. Yeah. Trump is screwing everybody over. My groceries to be unaffordable and my 401k to be tanking. Well, this was from a few days ago, and buddy, sorry to say it's happened. I'm a proud American, no longer proud, but glad not to be a self-serving, alienating Democrat. Okay, so he still has to rail against the Democrats at the end. Whatever. We'll take the wins where we can get them. Finally, Jordan Ramsey said,
self-serving Democrats. It's self-serving to have social programs, guys.
So all the Republicans try.
As this motherfucker's railing because his life sucks now. Self-serving.
And to make same-sex marriage illegal. I am a gay.
No, this is why we can take the Schadenfreude and also just treat them like the assholes they are, because that guy still sucks.
Man and a Republican. Sorry, gay married man. He's gay and married. I am pro-life, pro-Second Amendment, and I voted for Trump. Sorry, buddy. That's not going to save you. They don't care. They will turn on their own. Just because we are in charge right now doesn't make it okay to go back to the old Republican ways. That is going to ruin the momentum that Trump and us Republicans have and only boost the liberal momentum. It's not the same Republican Party it used to be. Get over it. He's pointing out there the changing demographics. I love being Republican and would never be Democrat. Oh, really, buddy? But reverting to the old ways will only ruin the party. I honestly can't believe I'm seeing the news of several states trying to get the Supreme Court to overturn
$20, he's a Catholic.
Same-sex marriage. I'm a Republican through and through and always will be, but doing this will only push me and other people like it out. And you know, he's referring to this article. Republican lawmakers have been pushing to overturn the Supreme Court's same-sex marriage ruling. And number one,
how could Democrats lose? Sophisticated, you know, going around making sure that I'm not even gonna do that. No, fuck it. They didn't work for it, and they didn't they didn't go for the working class. Sorry, man. Sorry,
that's
my
terrible.
timer literally
That's
just
awful.
went
Why
off.
would
I'm
you
like,
do that? Why? Who cares if gay people can get married? It's insane. But secondly, we said the Republicans would very quickly overstep, and this is a prime example of them overstepping. I mean, the entire Doge thing is another good example, but this says Republican lawmakers in Idaho, Michigan, Montana, North Dakota, and South Dakota have introduced resolutions urging the Supreme Court to overturn the same-sex marriage ruling from the Supreme Court, which established these rights nationwide. Republican lawmakers are trying hard, but in 2015, after the Supreme Court passed this ruling saying that same-sex couples had a right to marry, Republicans kind of dropped the battle and they moved to trans people, and that battle turned out to be fruitful. Of course, Democrats should continue protecting the rights of trans people and any minority, any person that's LGBTQ+. But Republicans did use that as a wedge issue. It's just a fact. That's a wedge issue that they always try to blow up when it's a very small fraction of the population. So if we can push back, so after they kind of took this win on trans rights and they won the election solely based on that and the economy, they're now trying to go back a decade.
Washington,
decades. And it's very, very disturbing. I'll leave it at that.
Luckies.
Drop a like, subscribe, have a great rest of your day. And if you made it this far, here's a quick bonus one.
I've been to Seattle. I feel like Seattle's, it could be just like an extension of Chicago. It's very, except with the mountains.
Carrie Lambert posted
Very, very pretty though.
on Facebook, WTF, I voted for Trump. This is not okay. You said you would support the VA and help all veterans. And the article
I probably deleted over 10 messages because texting won't lead it anywhere but to me losing a
that
debate.
she linked says, Trump administration plans to fire.
Hey, that's kind of funny. You shower argumented your way into not typing out stuff in chat. That's very mature of you.
Over 70,000 employees at the Department of Veterans Affairs or the VA. And we've seen these stories coming out. I talked to a lot of congressmen and
where somebody's just like, guys, I was going to type out this long diatribe, but I realized that I was going to lose this argument.
in DC last week about this.
When's that happen?
It's going to backfire dramatically. Just stay on track. Keep our foot on their neck, metaphorically, of course, and have a great rest of your day.
Metaphorically, of course. We don't. All right, let's hang out for a minute. I'm a little buzzed, but what's going on? Sometimes I realize I'm wrong as I'm typing. Oh, isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? One of my favorite moments that I've had on stream here was when we were talking about Doge, right? And I had to actually admit where I was just like, yeah, they should do like a government department, and then somebody pointed out, they're like, that's what Doge was before Elon took it over. It's like, technically what you have a problem with is the privatization of Doge. And I was like, and the change of the name from the Department of Government Efficiency or that's what it is now, Department of something. It was totally just more not memey. And yeah, I think that's actually what it was. And honestly, there's a part of me that wants to just be like, okay, that would be funny, I guess, if it was not actually upending people's lives. And at the same time, you know, Doge not funny since what, 2003 or 2023? I keep doing that. Every time I want to say 2023, I always say 2003. Government about, yeah, that's what it was. Government, the GAO, Government Accountability Office. That's what it was. Hopefully Americans get a vaccine called. Yeah. Hey, I mean, Adam Mockler made 1 million, dude. Like, he made 1 million followers. He's with the Midas Touch, who is they actually are the largest podcast right now, which is nuts. That's freaking nuts to me. Just gonna say. But at the same time, it's cool. Aw. Puppy. Sorry, somebody just sent me a picture of a dog. That's one way to get me to completely just go off of, like, whatever I was talking about. It's just like, I sent you a picture of a dog. It's like, oh, I'll be right back. Like, sorry, guys, this is more important. Oh, hey, yeah, shout out to Smoke with Tide Pod. Thank you for giving that. My partner is in Salem, Massachusetts. I asked her to stop by the Satanic Temple HQ. I got a few photos of the Bama Fett statue inside from the place from her. Nice. Nice. Experimenting on humans. True, and sometimes it's hard to catch the ball in a text form, especially on these problematic topics that America cannot solve. It's not about what are you talking about solving? This is my problem with your... What problems? List the problems, because honestly, that's... I hate this. I'm not trying to get mean, man, but that might be a problem for me. Because I have a pretty strict rule on this, so I'm just kind of like... I don't know what you mean. Oh, trust me, Tragic Mammal, I think you missed the front end of the conversation where, or like we already had a debate on, like, you know, problematic issues, and he's just like, oh, well, like, I just can't say what I want to say anymore, and it's the same thing as just being as dumb as, like, no, you can, you just don't understand the difference between, like, you're conflating what you can say and then, like, get in federal trouble for, and, like, your freedom of speech, and then what you can say, and then also have people go, what did you just say? Like, I always like to say this to, like, I'll ask first, I'll just be like, do you have children? And if they say yes, then I'll just be like, oh, so you're okay with somebody just coming up and saying some just violent shit to your kid because it's freedom of speech. Like, no, because, like, there's always the line. Everybody has the line and everybody understands. It's just like, oh, right. Like, now I'm just arguing to be like, it always comes down to, like, well, how come I can't just be a not decent human being and you guys can't just deal with me at, like, God, because, like, I hear these arguments and I always picture it, like, maybe it's because I spent too much time there, but, like, I used to spend a lot of time in Daytona, Florida, right? And there were always these, like, guys on the boardwalk that I would call them bums, but I don't like that term, number one. But the thing is, they were also just, they were problematic. And, like, they would kind of say stuff like that. So I'm just saying, kind of remind me of that just a little. I'm not saying, again, not trying to, I could have gotten mixed up. I just realized that, like, with our language barrier here, it's like, oh, wait. I hope that you don't take offense to that. Huh, funny enough. See what I did there? Where it's like, I actually just care. Where I'm like, oh, I that's not my intention. I know my intentions, and my intention is not to hurt anybody's feelings and not to be a fucking asshole unless, like, you asked for it. No worries. This is a stimulating but not effective form of communication. It's all fast. We only get so many characters. We're communicating with each other. Oh my god. Stop. Oh my god. Okay, so here. Kirk, if you're still here, I'm going to read this one specifically for you, okay? This comes from Talon of the Silverhawk. I'm not trying to feed him, but I'm feeding Kirk here, okay? This is just, here are the scraps. Okay, I'm sorry that I'm not respecting the property owner's wishes for me to drop this argument. I missed what you wanted me to not be annoying and not disprove my... the accusations that I got banned for originally, which I assume was what I needed to do in order to be unbanned. I was not continuing on the topic. I was just trying to chill. I mean, dude, just right here. This is like, okay, I get it, man. Treating them like an asshole, and I will just ignore them. They trigger me. I'm sorry I shit on your judgment on who you picked as a mod. Trust is a good reason to make someone a mod, and I will refrain from treating them. Okay. Alright. Alright. Give me 1 second. Yeah, damn it. I don't know how to do it. Alright. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to run this. Oh, jeez. Give me 1 second. All right, cool. Sorry about that. It was a family thing that needed to be taken care of. Usually I would never take a phone call on stream. But that was one that I unfortunately was waiting on. And I'm glad I got it. Okay, so no worries, this is stimulating. Pep, I'm talking to experimenting on humans, not you. Forgot to add. I'm just assuring him that I understand it's difficult for people to get one's point across in this fast form of communication. I'm not criticizing the show. If I did not like the show, I would not tune in. Oh, no. Oh, hey. Thanks. No, cool. Sorry, I kind of forgot what I was even saying. Yeah, probably not the best way to have a debate. It's better to listen to two people talking. At Pep Talks brings people to Discord. I just want to hear two people speaking thoughts. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I bring people to Discord. Like, it's just, I'll just say right now, I'm not exactly in a debatey mood as far as, like, having one-on-one. Maybe. I don't know. You know what? Maybe now. Sorry. I'm all over the place, but for good reason. I'm just kind of like, I'm not sure. It's just I'm trying to be as healthy to my brain as possible, guys, because got a lot going on. I don't want to overwhelm myself. It's just one of those things. So, you got to be kind to yourself, remember. We got a little bit of news to get to before we go into the, what I consider just the bullshit, little drama segment that we have about Asmongold and Hassan, because it is interesting. It's interesting that Hassan's finally calling out Asmongold as just being a political hack, and it needed to happen this way a lot sooner, because, man, after in my life, somebody that I know watches Asmongold, and they were just like, yeah, Asmongold said this. I was like, wait, back up. I was like, no. That was disappointing. It reminds me of when I was playing D&D with this guy, and he like said something about Tim Pool, and he said it like in a way where he's like, yeah, when I was listening to Tim Pool, I was like, wait, are you like a fan? He's like, yeah, I love Tim Cass. I'm like, oh, ooh, okay. All I know is I made spaghetti for breakfast. My girl is at the Satanic Temple. Things are weird. What did I have for breakfast? Oh yeah, Chipotle. I had Chipotle for fucking breakfast because I had it for dinner last night and I barely ate. I almost accidentally spit on my monitor laughing at the 420 state of your... Hey. Weird is good. Weird is good. Weird's awesome. Fuck normal. Normal's boring. Like, I'm gonna be real. Who wants to be normal? Like, I had this conversation with my family because they were talking about like how my brother he's odd because he's like very well adjusted and he's just not funny. Like, he does not have the telltale pepper humor. And me and my sister, meanwhile, it's because we had, obviously we grew up together, so we grew up in similar situations where it was just like, it made us develop just being funny, I guess. And we, this was back when I smoked cigarettes, I'll never forget. I'm standing out there, and I just remember going, at least we're, of all the things, I almost hate to say, I'm glad that we had an interesting life, because it could have turned out like him, and we just both bust out laughing. Jesus Christ. What's your opinion on abortion? I don't know. You could have said hello. You could. Here, Age Gouda. I'm not going to give you my opinion until you introduce yourself. I appreciate you seeing politics and wanting to just go for it, but welcome to the stream. Hello. I'm Pep. It's nice to meet you. Is this how you interact with people in real life, where you're just like, hey, what's your take on abortion? Hi. I hope you're good. Where are you from? Or Age Gouda, if you don't mind saying. Are you from the States? Are you from abroad? Everybody in chat's just like, he's taking way more interest than he usually does in a chatter. It's just like, there's no reason. Let's see. Because again, whenever these like topics all of a sudden start popping up, I'm just like, okay, well, I'd rather just get to know the person first, and then I will engage. You're from Alberta. Oh shit. What are your opinions on your new prime minister? Are you a fan of Trudeau stepping down, and are you kind of excited to see what the Liberal Party could possibly do without Trudeau, and see if it was actually Trudeau who was corrupt, or if it was the actual system? Gouda. Ooh, yeah, dude, I got some Gouda upstairs. That I'm going to put into some eggs. I just realized I'm not going to have time to make that tomorrow. You know what? I might have to wake up earlier. Shit. Yeah. I might have to end stream a little earlier than usual tonight. What are we at? Oh, yeah. 6:30? Holy shit, it feels like it's way later. I don't know why. Cheap viewers, go away! Don't care. How do you do? Shake hands, that's manners. One of my favorite things that ever happened was my buddy, he worked at GameStop, and just next to the GameStop that he worked at, there was a Panda Express. He went to Panda Express, and oh shit, hold on. Damn it. Okay. Gotta take the. All right. Yeah, usually, again, would never do this, but it's extenuating circumstances because when you're planning a memorial, nowhere. Oh, allow that. Bragging about having eggs. Actually, guys, I used like a good portion of my my grocery budget to buy those. I mean, good portion. It was though. Yeah. So they were still, I mean, $8. That was, yeah. And oh, I also got they, for some reason, on sale. Nobody was buying them, which I was like, ooh, score. They had like these pre-wrapped hard-boiled eggs, which I'm just like, dude, if I can like get hard-boiled eggs, like just to have a hard-boiled egg for breakfast, that's perfect. And I don't have to shuck it. Hell yeah. I'm also one of those guys. Yeah, egg salad's not out of my diet. I know. We were talking about sandwiches not too long ago, so. Are you a millionaire with your... Guys, egg prices are coming down. Didn't you see the news? Oh, wait. I covered the news. It's on ground news. Come on, guys. I already did it. All right. Sorry. I'm stomaching. All right. Here, let's see what people have to say over on the mainstream media. It's not going to be fun. Let's see.
It is day 53. That's not what it feels like, though, in this whirlwind of President Trump's
Why would you say it
second
like
term.
that?
And now some of his swing state supporters are expressing some buyer's remorse. They're sounding off in a focus group co-conducted by Axios.
Sandwiches not invented until the 1800s? Really?
It consisted of 13 voters from battleground
Hard-boiled mail.
Michigan who voted for Joe Biden in 2020, but then for Donald Trump last year.
Axios reported that
I put a little bit of Old Bays on there.
most expressed frustration and worry using words like erratic, frightening, disruptive,
Happy
and
Pie Day. Hell yeah. Happy Pie Day.
to describe their concerns.
It's getting to the point where I'm almost scared to watch the news.
A lot of his actions have just been disruptive and creating chaos.
I don't think anyone would have voted for him if they expected to see what we're seeing now.
I was voting for him based off of the economy the first time around, and
oh my God, this entire generation raised on vocal fry.
I'm seeing a significant decline.
It's very scary.
Only one voter in that focus group, though, said that she would pick Kamala Harris if she were to do it all over again. Let's talk about this with veteran pollster and communication.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Strategist Frank Luntz. Frank,
can you just buy some better suits, my boy?
You said a moment ago as we were
and dye your fucking beard if you're gonna dye your hair.
Watching that,
or just shave the beard. You gotta figure this out, Frank.
Soundbite. That focus group was too small. They need a larger sample to get a range of opinions. I do wonder from folks that you've heard from.
It's our boy Frank, guys.
Are they expressing a similar?
I feel like he is. I feel like there's enough lore with this stream and us and Frank Lutz where I'm just like, Frank!
Remorse, folks that supported President Trump.
It's more like disappointment. And they love his agenda.
It's more like disappointment. He said that like Trump. What do you mean you're disappointed in me? I'm disappointed in you. Look at your fashion choices.
And they
at least my hair looks cool.
Really love his action.
Doesn't even try to put bronzer on. Look at this loser.
Want stuff to change here. And by the way, I know that you don't want me to use a 4-letter word, so I'm going to be careful. But they are determined to see action. And so they appreciate that. But they don't like the language. They don't like the approach. The execution is what's failing him. And in the end, the public will respond to what they see as the actual change.
I am only literally so critical about Frank Luntz is because if you guys don't, again, there's a little lore here. I listened to his poll analysis, which is actually fair. To be fair, he was one of the guys that was just like, I was right. It's just like, yes, you were. And then it was so funny to see him then all of a sudden, like, as it's like, you were right though at a certain time, because right at the end of the election you went, oh, I think Kamal's is gonna win.
But over the next few months, if his language continues to be off, and that of Elon Musk as well, it's gonna.
And then yeah, it's just also, come on,
hurt him in the polls.
When you say their language is off, what do you mean?
If you are taking down the size of government, you do so out of disappointment, out of regret, that it's not delivering the accountability, the responsibility. We're trying to make government more efficient.
I hate to be pedantic, but I imagine sandwiches have existed for longer than what the name.
More effective. Yeah. That's not the language he's using.
Cruelty is what we're hearing in some cases.
That's how the voters are responding to it. And it's because it looks like he's doing so out of glee, out of excitement, rather than out of a solemn sense that we have to do better. I want to emphasize, because I'm going to get this right, they support the agenda. They support the effort. They don't like how
the contrast between his hair and his beard is so distracting. Thank you.
It's being done.
See,
I do wonder. There's a new CNN poll released today. It shows a majority.
I mean, Just for Men, like, they are getting a free advertisement with this.
59% do not approve of how the president is handling U.S.-Russia
maybe with him too
relations. This was before Vladimir Putin's lukewarm response to the proposed ceasefire with Ukraine. This was
man, where's that look good though?
This was also before he essentially rejected that plan altogether. When you break it down by party, does it go as you expect with Republicans supporting the president? What does it tell you?
So
now it's a real thing.
Again, it's all about nuance. The public support for military action in Ukraine, where the tax dollars are going towards it, has dropped considerably since Trump turned against Ukraine. That said, they still see Vladimir Putin as the enemy. They see him as the reason why this is happening. They don't want pressure put on Ukraine. They want to put on Putin. But they don't want American dollars being spent. And this is why this is such a hard administration to analyze, because you can take both sides of the case. You can say that he's succeeding, you can say that he's failing, and you're going to be correct. But you have to.
I mean, to be fair, oh my God. Smoke. I feel like you just like reverse the mirror on me where you're just like, hold on, brother. Because I'm just like, wait a minute. Yeah. I'm getting a little salt and pepper. But yeah, I'm maintaining my
do both sides. It's the only way that you're being honest with the American people.
That's why we have you here, because you can sort of parse that. I do want
We're gonna find a way to blame
talk
Ukraine.
about something. This is something that Vice President J.D. Vance said in an interview last night. Let's listen.
Posture's making me.
Rome wasn't built in a day, of course. This is not going to happen overnight. But I think that both businesses and workers are ultimately going to benefit from President Trump's policies.
Can you rule out a recession, even a temporary one?
Well, look, I think you never can predict the future, but I think the economy, the fundamentals of the economy are actually quite strong right now.
Here's the issue.
Well, wait, can I play one thing?
Yes.
Because we were both around in 2008, and we remember someone talking about the fundamentals of the economy being strong. It was a different economy, but let's listen to John McCain saying this in September of 2008.
Our economy, I think, still, the fundamentals of our economy are strong, but these are very, very difficult times.
Infamous words. I do want to be very clear. Like I said, it's a different economy. That was just days after the collapse of Lehman Brothers. This is a different economy, to be clear. But messaging is so important, and those are words generally you want to stay away from. I don't know. What do you think?
I'm looking at this, and all I can think of is one word: tariff. And this administration has been all into applying them, or maybe not, or maybe so. So you've got this going back and forth. He's using it as a negotiating tool.
Yeah, but it's bad negotiation. Like, at what point do you take the L? Because with Canada, for instance, he like flip-flopped like 5 times. And then you got that one economist that said it best, where he was just like, we don't even know what the stipulation is anymore, because he has flip-flopped so many times, and then he just changes the reason. Before it was the fentanyl. Now it's like, oh, well, he didn't get the steel tariffs or whatever, or like they pushed back on this one, so he got mad. Like, at what point does he just go, you know what, my bad?
And for that, it's okay. Here's the problem. The public does not fully understand why tariffs are used, does not fully understand the impact of them. He's trying to explain that there's a long-term and a short-term difference, and that you have to go through a little bit of pain to get a lot of benefit. The public does not understand that. They cannot take this whiplash. They're watching the markets, which the president did define.
Yeah, because nobody was sold on that during the election. We were sold on having the economy continuing to go up. Nobody said, oh, hold on, you're going to have a bad year. So you know what? Everybody prepare. Take out everything that you need. We're going to cut back on this. Like, if they truly gave a shit about this, they would have been very open with it from literally from the get-go, from the second he was in office, and he would have been like, all right, guys, it's going to be a bumpy ride. I need you to buckle up. We're going to be doing these things. Make sure that you stock up on these things, and you might have to cut back on these things.
As a good
I mean, they love telling us on what we need to cut back on the left. I mean, how many times have they told us to, just stop eating avocado toast, and then our basic home economics would fucking improve.
Economy back 5 years ago, and the markets hate this.
For real.
Look, he's going to be unsuccessful on the economy.
Because the average American can't even afford a $500 emergency, let alone much less macroeconomic whiplash.
The prices of food and fuel don't come down. Housing and healthcare, and now because of tariffs, the automobile. These are the 5 areas that he needs to be tracking every single day.
Well, yeah. Now you even have Tesla. Like, the funniest part is, like, Teslas, for instance, you were trying to cut down on energy costs. Now one of my buddies has a Tesla, right? And he was telling me how his energy bill is essentially more than what it was, or for him to just have a gas-powered vehicle. He's like, because I don't necessarily drive that much, but this thing's always required, like, it's always taking charge, and it's just like,
he's not explaining it.
It costs so much to have this fucking thing.
This is not a given. The public does not understand it. They hear the arguments against it. And one more point. Harris figured out to call it a tax increase. But the problem is she wasn't talking about this enough during her campaign, that all she was doing is beating up on Trump. If she had started the campaign about 2 weeks earlier, saying this is not a tariff.
Okay, well,
this is a tax. She would have done better than what she did.
Oh, wait, if he's saying from the point that she started saying it, fine. But if he's literally saying that she should have been, like, on the campaign trail 2 weeks before she was, it's like, well,
the president has a responsibility.
As much as I'm not happy with this, there was an extenuating circumstance there. He was, who kind of talk like this, and what's up, Jack?
American people, why we need this.
Why's everybody talking about me like that?
Why we need this strategy. If he does, his numbers will hold. If
You
he
have to have
doesn't,
a
it
swivel
will
chair to do
continue
a Joe Biden
deteriorate.
impression.
We are set to hear from President Trump in just a few hours. We'll see if perhaps there's a shift. Maybe, maybe not. Frank Luntz, always appreciate your analysis. Thanks for joining us.
So on social.
Frank Luntz. Frank. Our favorite pollster. This is gonna suck, guys. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. I'm a Joe Biden fan to the core. Why? Were you a union guy? I mean, dude, like, whatever. Dark Brandon rises, America, yeah. Dark Brandon was funny. I gotta admit that. Like, that worked. You just have to admit that it worked. They were just like, don't make him cool. They were so mad. They're just like, yeah, look, I have sunglasses. I like my ice cream. What's up? Chuck Schumer's a punk. Yeah, I have a feeling he's gone. You got a lot of pissed off New Yorkers right now, bro. Yeah, I don't know, man. You got a movement this time, too. Yeah, Chuck Schumer. It's just... you gotta love that he's also related to Amy Schumer, so that's fun. Oh, shit. Give me 1 second. Alright, there we go. What the fuck is that? Got split. Thanks for this. Hey, man. Thanks for hanging. I appreciate you. Oh, there it is. Dude, it was right in front of my face. I already had it pulled up and everything. It's happening a lot more with me, too. Haven't heard from Dark Pence in a minute. Yeah. All right, let's watch this quick Pac-Man vid.
Panic is growing amongst the average American, both
smart
rich
sweater.
and poor, interestingly enough, about the economy.
I feel like if I wore that sweater specifically, all you guys would just be like, oh, he cleans up nice.
Different situations, different levels of risk, of course.
Maybe put my hair into like a fashionable like man bun.
If you are in a situation
straight
where
up
you either
stuttered there, that
feel
was
like
wild.
your wallet is getting thinner, or that it's going to, or you're worried and you're starting to adjust spending habits, you are very much not alone. This is what is happening in the economy of the United States today. We are not in a recession. Recessions have specific definitions. We have not.
Oh my God. Wow. That just took me back to 2008 when they were just like, this isn't a recession yet. This isn't a recession yet. Then do you remember like the day they were like, we're in a recession?
We're not even close to reaching that yet because it requires GDP numbers, and we don't even have GDP numbers from Q4 yet, or do we? We're not going to have Q1 numbers. No, I think Q4 GDP comes out soon. We're not going to have Q1.
Hey man, is the box that behind you that says Leviathan a film or of the 80s or something? Anyhow, if it's not a movie, you should see that movie. Leviathan.
Numbers for some time. So we are not in
Wait, is that the cruise ship one?
a recession. But
No,
there is a decline in
that's 10th edition? Yeah.
consumer confidence. Consumer spending has collapsed across all income levels.
It's Warhammer.
And Donald Trump is not even denying that his policies might tank the economy. He says it'll be for the greater good.
It's a miniature game.
His advisors say it will be only a transition. Peter Navarro said it's sometimes the pain you have to endure to go from failing Bidenomics to successful Trumponomics or Trumponomics or whatever.
Oh my God. No, I remember Leviathan from the 90s.
So let's look at what we know,
Yeah,
what's true and what is sort of like a maybe. It is true
Baldwin brothers
that
was in
Americans
that,
are cutting back on everything. Americans are being more careful on groceries, gas, and fast food. Wealthier individuals are being careful with luxury goods because people either don't have the money or are worried that they soon will not. We saw consumer spending drop by the largest single month margin between January and February.
Oh no, it was Weller.
Big box retailers,
That's
Walmart,
Peter Weller, RoboCop.
Costco, Target, have seen customers tighten
shit, you know,
spending,
watch this.
average ticket values, and different metrics that they track. Fast food sales are down, much to Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s chagrin. Luxury spending also down almost 10% in February alone. And it's not about boo-hoo, people can't get their Rolex watches. It's that 10% is a significant chunk to see a decline in a single month. And again,
for every Republican out there that says that there's gonna be this instant bounce back on the stock market that's gonna help boost the economy, they don't know what they're talking about because of how much was lost. They lost all the gains that Trump had, so they haven't even gotten back to that portion yet, let alone getting back to what they,
this is affecting people across income ranges. Everybody's pulling back, and it's not about
glad that I have ignored a lot of bad advice to put more money into the stock market because I'm watching some people lose their ass right now.
Feel bad for the people who
in
might
my
only be
personal
able
life,
to
where I'm
afford
just like, ooh.
one yacht instead of two. No, it's simply when spending goes down at the broadest economic level, you lose demand side stimulus. The people who work at the companies at which less money is being spent now have jobs that they themselves have to worry about.
Yeah.
And it does trickle down. The tax cuts for the rich don't seem to trickle down.
No.
When spending.
No, you know what? I know multiple people in my life that are they are specifically like getting ready just in case they get laid off.
Decline.
They're anticipating it.
That does trickle down.
My friend is down 40.
We then look at
that's actually funny.
Tariffs. Trump's trade war is back in full
to the numbers
force.
that
Businesses are warning things are going to start.
The thing is, he was one of those guys that is also just like, yeah, but also like my crypto ass. He just kept explaining to me, he's like, it's all going down, and he's more apolitical. The only reason he's one of those guys that only pays attention to politics because of his portfolio, where he's like, I need to see like what the market's going to do based on who. And that's also where he actually admitted to me, he was just like, I didn't even vote, but he's like, I was hoping that Trump would win because he's like, I thought my portfolio would be like bustling right now. He's just like, honestly, I did not see this coming.
Costing more. We are seeing some early indicators of stalling wages. Low-income workers had that temporary boost after COVID, but earnings have now fallen behind the rich again in terms of change to wages. Yeah. Savings is starting.
Yeah, it's only going to get worse because they're buy up all the stocks now.
To dry up. Bank balances are shrinking. Debt is climbing to pre-pandemic.
Somebody, I forgot who said it, but somebody in my chat had said like, oh, I'm going to buy on the low. And I don't think they did.
Pandemic levels and beyond.
Unless you
and
did,
as we've
sound
talked
off.
about,
I forgot who it was.
We already talked about Delta.
Damn it.
Already seeing JetBlue and American Airlines seeing fewer people booking flights in a forward-looking manner, which means people expect at some point in the future to be in a tougher economic situation. And then, of course, the big one, Trump has now been asked multiple times, are you ruling out a recession? And he doesn't rule it out. He says...
Oh, guys, I just realized something. I have a special guest star coming onto the show tonight.
I don't know that it's something I like to...
Oh, yeah, you guys got to stick around for the back half of the show tonight.
Predict, even though
I
he
totally
did
forgot
when
about
Biden
that.
was running, you're going to have a recession. Using different words, kind of like figuring out semantic arguments. And then he's out there bragging about the low egg prices. Now, you all know me, okay? Egg futures are down, and that is great to see. It is objectively a good thing because it was becoming a real problem in terms of what it suggested about broader grocery prices and inflation. But consumers aren't just being cautious because of egg prices. Consumers are worried they are going to run out of money. So when Donald Trump tells you, we're going to win on everything eventually, you might just need to suffer a little bit, but it'll be patriotic and it's going to be really great. Who really is winning? It is not American consumers. We already are seeing, if you put the picture together, increased debt.
I like that.
Fewer flight bookings, which
together.
Flight bookings because people tend.
Hey Pep, just lurking, but want to turn you into Lee Camp. You bought back a Daily Show-esque show on his YouTube. You may dig. He's funny.
To book
Yeah, thanks for the
months in
thanks for-
advance. Some people book a
the
trip a
suggestion.
year almost in advance. I think you
We
can't book flights more than 330 days in advance, but people sometimes will book 10 months in advance. Some people will book 2 days before. On average, I think it's like between 2 to 3 months early that people book flights. When you stop booking flights, which on average are for 2 to 3 months from now, it is a sort of futures market in that it is people acting today based on what they expect there to be in the future. When Trump announces a tariff and the stock market goes down, it's not because the tariff had that effect today. It's because it's a futures market about what the tariffs are expected to do. And similarly, when people say, I am not going to take the trip 3 months from now.
Also, what up, TK? Hope you're doing well.
That I wanted to take. It is a futures market of the sort that people are saying, based on where I think I will be economically in 3 months, I'm not going to book the trip right now. So the winners are the people that always are the winners. It's the billionaire robber baron types who get to come in and buy assets cheaply, sometimes privatize stuff, get in early, get in low, and then benefit
if
and when
at work.
things ultimately do recover. And we don't know if that will be because of a 180 that Trump does on tariffs or whatever the case may be. But the
hand gestures make you look unconfident.
Numbers aren't good.
Really?
And there are people
Somebody who talks with his
calling
hands.
in tears about it. That's what I want to talk about next.
The only reason you don't see a lot of
The
that is
David
because I have
Pakman
my hands
showed-
on my keyboard and my my stuff, my junk, my mouse down here. Awesome, much of no, okay. The Orange Man. Figured he was in a gang. He's doing hands. He's signaling to it. What up, fam? Dude. That'd be crazy. It's like, yeah, man, did you hear that Pac-Man's a Crip? It's like, I always knew just based on the, his background. Pac-Man OG. He just comes out with a bandana one day. I don't know. It's so funny, but it is. It's because you just know. You're like, oh my god. What was that movie? Oh, what was that movie? Was it called White Boy? I forgot. Oh my god. It had that really scrawny kid from like everything from like the late or mid 2000s. Pac-Man is a vice lord. I mean, with that mustache that he was rocking, honestly, I could see it. Pac-Man moves to Miami. It's just like, oh, all right. Well, we called it. We all called it. If you don't use my hands when I talk, I can't focus on my words when I'm in my brain collapse. I'm kind of emotive. You would have not liked talking to my mom then, because my mom was like literally talk with her hands to the point where she would do it like while driving, where you're just like, can you please pay attention to the road? And like, why are you're not even touching the steering wheel. You're not even touching the steering wheel. Why are you so much like Jesus? I don't know. He was cool. He was cool. I don't know about that whole pressing the belief system on other people and then using it to oppose other people's belief system or other people's belief systems and lifestyles. I think that's kind of bogus. But I guess thanks for the comparison. That was a shepherd in his off time. Carpenter too, did you know? Actually, he was a carpenter. The shepherd thing is, it's more of a metaphor, but yes, no. God, that would be like actually kind of funny if I just started like, guys, I got really into woodworking. It's like, we knew it. We knew it. We knew it. We knew it. I mean, you look like Jesus. Oh. Assuming Jesus was white. Why? Okay, from the pop version of Jesus. If you're talking about, what is his actual name? Yahshua Bar Yusuf. I'm pretty sure that guy is not. Oh, it's the weekend.
$5. It's the weekend.
Ooh, we got one more. Oh yeah. we go. Oh, hey, watch that. You almost got that one. Here he goes. Wait. Ah, there he is. White Jesus. I mean, one of my favorite things that I've seen on the internet is the person that took the picture of Obi-Wan, put it in, like, replaced their mom's picture of Jesus, and they're like, it has been 7 years and she still has yet to notice. Like, that is incredible, and I love the commitment to the bit. By the way, I just put together a Rubik's Cube. Oh, cool. I love Rubik's. Have you guys seen the new Rubik's Cubes that are, like, they're wacky shapes and, like, they have magnets in it, and, like, they can, like, turn into, like, pretty much, like, bracelets and shit like that, but, like, at the same time, like, they form perfect squares, but, like, once you break the square, it is just as hard, if not harder, to put it back together as that. I thought it was pretty cool. My nephew had one, and I was just like, I want one of these. I think I'm actually going to get one. Because, yeah, that would actually kind of help, like, my little fidget moments. Like, dude, fidget spinners, I got to say, I was one of those guys that, like, I got into those because I was like, oh, hell yeah. I thought Jesus was a carpenter and Jesus was a shepherd. No, Jesus is also a carpenter. On, like, his dad taught him the trade of carpentry. No, he was the Lord's shepherd, where he was leading his flock. That was the whole thing. Decepticon Rubik's Cubes. I mean, I love it. I love me a good Transformer toy. It's actually my favorite one right there. It's that it's not even the original Optimus Prime. It's the, like, 2006. Dude took it literally. I mean, if you're talking about me, yeah. Here we go. We got an AOC story. I need to piss real quick. We're gonna do that, and then we're gonna get to Mark Lamont Hill versus Anna Kasparian, because that is what I really want to get to. I love Mark Lamont Hill, so I want to see him finally put her in her place. I thought he had one of those hook staffs and herd sheep and herded sheep. Well, if you can call chat sheep. Yeah. Sorry. I feel bad for even saying that. You guys are sheep. You guys are all very, very free thinkers. I'm pretty sure, like, that's my one thing where I'm like, nah, if I fuck up once, you guys are pretty much just gonna be like, hey, fuck this guy. Yeah. It's fine. Nah. Aw. Thanks. So I get more than one? Alright, cool. I just love how, like, my controversies are essentially just having, like, ideological, differences with certain people, and then I may have gotten, like, a little passionate here or there where I'm just like, no, this is why we need to do better. Like, most of my passion just comes from the fact I'm like, no, the Democrats aren't doing enough. No, the left isn't doing enough. Why can't we win? Why do we suck? Like, why do we always suck? Because when we lose, you have to just acknowledge it. Because, like, dude, do you know how many times I lost a hockey game and I just had to sit there just like, guys, we suck. Like, we need to figure this out. And dude, nothing was worse than when you had a coach that just, he had no idea what he was doing. Like, I had that a few times. I'm like a bird Republican from Family Guy. You see, I totally missed 90% of what you said, and I am not stoned or drunk. Oh, it's all right. Yo! Muzava. Because you never put Bernie Sanders or someone like him in power and make him run for the presidency. We made him run for the presidency twice. I voted for him twice in the primaries, man. What are you talking about? No, the thing is, they run obstructionist campaigns, and it's not even obstructionist campaigns. Like, they literally do, like, the stuff where they're just like, nope, we're doing corporatist stuff. The lobbyists always win. He's the key. He is the key right now. He's the only one, like, actually, like, doing anything that is building momentum as a leader in the party. We can all thank God that Gavin Newsom has literally shot himself in the dick with his podcast. That was kind of funny by bringing on, Charlie Kirk and fucking few other people that from the right, or Steve Bannon. That was a big one. That was funny to watch. So, what makes the W so much sweeter? It does. No, it does. I'm a Dax Kings fan. Yeah. I'm a Chicago sports fan. I can just say that now because none of our teams are good. Bernie's old. I would vote for him tomorrow. Yeah, no, I would vote for him tomorrow. But the thing is, in 2028, we have to really realistically look at his age and his, health, and just. I would like Bernie to start putting somebody over. If I was Bernie, I'd be treating this like I was a wrestling promoter and I had this great candidate just in the back where it's just like, listen, you guys think that I'm great. Trust me. I appreciate it. I've always appreciated it, but I never really wanted to do this in the first place. Yeah, it was because no one else would fucking do it. God, I wish he would just say it. But, you know what? Because you guys want somebody just like me, I've been training the perfect candidate to come out and blow up the political scene. You have no idea. He's gonna unite the left. He's gonna unite all the parties. He's one of the best candidates I've ever seen. One of the best speakers. He's gonna do so much for the American people. And he's also going to be able to placate to some of the corporate interests, even though we don't want to. Matthew McConaughey for president, and then it's just like, all right, America, you want it, that you're gonna get it. What's going on, America? That'd be fucking wild. That would be funny though. Also not funny because it's just like, oh, not him. Nice Bernie impression, thank you. I appreciate that. AOC is the person Bernie has been doing that with. I know. I think that, AOC, the thing is, it's going to be awesome when he does it. And it's just like, I hope he has like Guns N' Roses, or it's just like, freaking, ow! She just drops out. I mean, that's how we have to do this, guys. I'm telling you, it's all about presentation. There's a reason that every time we think about, like, when did the political landscape change? We think of that day on the escalator. It's presentation. We have to be good about this. We have to make this fucking awesome. Because I have to say, the DNC was the first time that I saw it where I was like, they get it. Because that was presentation. That felt like a wrestling event, just from the stage even. They literally used like the WWE presentation of the stage. Far back, you have a wide shot, you get the arena in on it, and then on top of it, you also have a small stage, and I would have actually even set it up as a wrestling stage where you have them come out of like the tunnels, and then for any of like the rhinos or the Republicans like Adam Kinzinger, you have them come out of like the heel zone, and people be boo, but yay, we kind of like you because you're technically here. What's up? Boo. No, I guys, I actually have like a good feeling about this. I'm not as doomer as yes, I'm doomer about like the position that we're in with the economy and like what Trump is doing, and we kind of saw this coming. Like, I don't know why I'm condescendingly doing that voice to you guys. I mean that to where it's like, I almost wish the algorithm would push me to more right-wingers that would just be like, oh, this guy's kind of cool. Well, it's kind of a, it's like that one guy said the other day, he's like, look, one look at you and I knew you were a liberal. I was just like, oh, is it that easy? Pep just wants to see Schumer go through this. It's Pep. Yes. Oh my God. Coming in with the steel chair. I'm done with you, Schumer. Woo! Oh, you start doing woo chops to him, just woo! Woo! Dude, dude, yes. Oh my God, I would watch the shit out of. I mean, I already watched the shit out of politics, but I'd forever watch the shit out of politics for that. Ooh, I just slapped my microphone. I give her my vote just for that, but on the other hand, some of have a kink for Orange as well, which are now in office. Well, again, unless he invokes the Insurrection Act and does start a war, he's not going to be able to run again. And I don't think the Supreme Court, like Amy Coney Barrett has shown that she is not playing the games that Donald Trump expected her to, because she is actually a constitutional lawyer. Like, you know, put all her religious differences aside. Like, realistically, guys, this is why I was always like, okay, like these appointees, yes, they are ideologically in tune with certain things, but when it comes down to it, they are at the end of the day, they are going to make decisions based in law most of the time. It's the fact that they have been kind of inconsistent. Then you have like the kind of internal battle between John Roberts and Barrett. But yeah, we'll see. I hope that, you know, again, although it would be interesting to also see like new faces in the party, because they're like, let's put it this way, we shouldn't just be focusing on AOC. Like, as much as I have said, like, we need to consolidate and make sure that we do put all our support towards a candidate. Okay, maybe this might fly in the face, because I was about to say, well, no. It doesn't, because what I'm talking about is more broad. Not just like the presidency. Because like what we can do is we can use the primaries to get some more superstars who can come out of the primaries and then get more positions in government. They can start, you know, running their campaign on the presidential stage. I gotta say, some people actually did that really effectively, like Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz essentially used that as his like, well, I didn't win, but you know what I'm still doing? I'm still in the Senate, Sanders kind of reminds me of Mothra. He is such a softie, but never quits. Yeah, actually, that's a really good analogy. Damn. All right. As far as kaiju analogies go, solid. Oh, cheers. Come on. This might be a 421. Oh, this is a 421 moment. Sorry. I was about to say my grinder was not cooperating with me. Give me 1 second. I'll read your comment. I gotta run upstairs, guys, after I do this. So here, chill with the dog. Yeah, I'm just gonna take a real quick whiz or smoke. All right. Ryan, did I just join as took a pee? Yeah, you did. You did. Buffering. Sorry, guys. I had to go. I think the only way Trump could postpone the election is if there was a congressional declaration of war. Mugs and hugs. Oh, mugs and nugs. Oh. I only saw half your name there for a second. Hey, nice meeting you. How are you? And also, hi. Yeah, you actually just missed it. Right before I ran upstairs, I had my moment where I step off camera because I am also broadcasting on YouTube, so YouTube has different TOS. So anytime you see me step off camera, but you can still hear me, that's what I'm doing stuff. Not my tablet this time. Oh, shit. Hit rate is off. Hold on. Oh, shit. Okay. You need a Paul Bearer? Yeah, that's what I mean. Well, no, I mean, Bernie is Paul Bearer, is what I'm saying. Bernie would be there. Well, Papaya Kush is on the menu tonight. Ooh, that's a good one. God, I left it upstairs. I forgot what it is. Really wish I could see it. This is my frickin' receipt got... Here, hold on. Maybe. Just maybe. You gotta love it. But either way, I got my Zonger. I was gonna call it my Binger, but it's technically mine. They're all just siblings of the OG Green Goddess. I mean, yeah, that is true. But let's be real. We like to know what is going on out there. We like to know who's smoking what's good. I like to know the good strains going around. Shaking? Am I shaking? No. I felt like I was shaking for a second. I was like, that's how you know I smoke too much. The good ones. I love Gorilla Glue. Gorilla Glue is a good one. Yeah. Next time I go upstairs, I'll remember to take a look. All right, guys. So let's take a look at AOC on Jake Tapper.
Social media, you've been urging people to call their senators, tell them to vote no on cloture, which allows the bill to go forward for a vote of just a simple majority, and to vote no on the vote for a simple majority on the Republican bill. What do you say to the counter argument of a government shutdown hurts the country, hurts the people you represent from Queens and the Bronx?
Absolutely, and that is why House Democrats have laid out a plan, as well as several Senate Democrats laid out a plan to keep government open for another 30 days as Republicans negotiate a deal with Democrats in order to have an extended government funding bill.
But the House would have to come back into session, right?
But House Democrats are in town. We're afraid of working? Is that the problem here? That the idea that, God forbid, members of Congress have to fly back and do their jobs?
Oh my God.
Okay. Genuinely.
Wow, Jake Tapper even had to go yeah.
Come on.
So Chuck Schumer, I guess the Senate Democratic leader, your senator, said at this meeting that he is going to vote for cloture. He is going to vote to allow there to be a simple majority vote. You think that's wrong?
I got to find out the straight.
I believe that's a tremendous mistake. Yes.
Why?
I think, well, first and foremost, the American people, if anyone has held a town hall or has seen what has been happening in town halls, American people, whether they are Republicans, independents, Democrats, are up in arms about Elon Musk and the actual gutting of federal agencies across the board. This continuing resolution codifies much of this chaos that Elon Musk is wreaking havoc on the federal government. It codifies many of those changes. It sacrifices.
It's lavender gelinade.
And completely eliminates congressional authority in order to review these impulsive Trump tariffs that he's switching
This was our last chance to stand strong and use our leverage.
on
Yeah.
and off. And on top of that, for folks who are concerned about effectiveness in government, this Republican.
Also, Mugs and Nugs, if you have not followed already, please do. I think that you are in a good place.
Republican extreme spending bill removes all of the guard
Also, I think you'll appreciate my my little follow ping.
rails and all of the accountability measures to ensure that money is being spent in the way that Congress has directed for it to be spent. This turns the federal government into a slush fund for Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It sacrifices congressional authority, and it is deeply partisan. And so to me, it is almost unthinkable why Senate Democrats would vote to hand the few pieces of leverage that we have away for free when we've been sent here to protect Social Security, protect Medicaid, and protect Medicare.
You have expressed opposition to government shutdowns in the past. Here's your very first speech on the House floor.
It is not normal to shut down the government when we don't get what we want. It
Oh,
is
you're
not
already following?
normal
Oh, okay.
for public servants to run away and hide from the public that they serve. And it is certainly not normal to starve the people we serve for a proposal that
Appreciate
is
it.
wildly unpopular among the American people.
Now, I get that you hate this continuing resolution. You don't think it's a good bill, but the alternative is likely a government shutdown.
Well, the alternative is to agree on a 30-day stopgap to keep government open as negotiated. The proposal is in front of the House. The proposal is on the Senate. Republicans had time to seek Democratic votes, and we can extend that time for them to seek that vote. Once again, we can come back. We can fly back. We can vote on this. We can get a stopgap measure, extend the amount of time to negotiate while we figure out a solution here for the American people. And I also agree, again, I maintain that position that government shutdowns, we can keep the government open with a 30-day clean CR. And on top of that, I also maintain the position that government officials and public servants should not be hiding from the public the way that
Amen.
Republicans are hiding and being instructed to not host town halls right now because of the outrage among the American public around their attempts to cut Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare.
I'm glad that she's going out there and
My
saying
understanding
this.
is that your other senator, another Democrat, Kirsten Gillibrand, also thinks that the Democrats should vote to go forward with the spending bill, unlike Senator Tim Kaine that we just heard from. And my guess is, I don't speak for either Schumer or Gillibrand, but my guess would be if they were here, they'd say, you're being naive. It's really just a choice between voting for a government shutdown or voting not for a government shutdown. People aren't going to come back. It just doesn't happen that way. Again, that's not me. I imagine that that's what they would say to you.
I mean, I understand that Senate Democrats think that it is beyond wildest convention for us to come back, but House Democrats have done that before. The House has reconvened in emergency sessions before. I've certainly.
Why is this such a foreign concept to him? Why is he doing? Why? Wait. Why is he running roughshod for Congress to get more time off? Ooh, you expect them to come off when they're going to be on their golf vacations? Please.
On the floor of Congress they've even
Natasha says Scorpio
called us back from August recess before. This idea that it is beyond the scope of imagination for us to come back from vacation is just not an acceptable answer for the American public.
I want to play something that President Trump said earlier today. Take a listen.
If it's shut down, it's only going to be, if there's a shutdown, it's
he looks
only because of the Democrats, and they would really be taking away a lot from our country and from the people of our country.
Your colleagues, House Republicans, are already using the term Schumer shutdown, which has that nice alliterative style. Are you not worried at all about Democrats taking the heat for the shutdown?
We know, and the American people are are not going to have the wool pulled over their eyes. Everybody knows that Donald Trump is president, that Republicans have the Senate, and Republicans have the House. They have
He has a new makeup artist to actually know how to blend that shit in.
the keys to the entire United States government. And if Republicans wanted to avert a shutdown, they can. They can. They can, if they need Democratic votes, then they can negotiate with Democrats to get those votes. It is simple. They have two options, to pass it with their votes or to pass it with Democratic votes. And we also see the data bearing this out. When you look at public polling from very reputable firms, we see that the American people understand that, and they know that the party in charge of government is the party that's in charge of keeping government open.
That's true.
What do you think of the?
That is true. It's because like as much as they want to use this as like a, well, we're going to blame the Democrats and we're going to make you feel this pain. It's like, nah, because again, they're going to keep, at some point they are going to ask the right question of, well, aren't you guys in charge? What the fuck are you doing? And then, as I said, it puts them in the tough bind where it's like, well, do we get rid of the filibuster?
The job Democratic leaders are doing, not just Senate Democratic leaders, but also Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, your fellow New Yorker, in terms of standing up to Trump?
Well, when we look at this vote around this government funding bill that we saw this week, Leader Hakeem Jeffries was able to keep the entire House Democratic caucus united and together.
Except for Jared Golden.
Right.
Except for
Every
one.
single House Democrat, including every single House Democrat who won a Trump district, except for one out of over 200, voted against this deeply partisan, extreme Republican spending bill. Not just because they're Democrats, but because they know it's bad for the country. This bill is bad for the country. And so I think that in terms of Democratic leadership,
7% of Americans polled on this bill were like, yeah.
leadership in the House, we've seen that result in the House. I think it's time that we see similar results in the Senate.
Would you, what do you think of the job that Chuck Schumer is doing? Would you ever challenge him, do you think?
I think that what we need right now is a united Senate Democratic caucus that can stand up for this country and not vote for cloture and not vote for this bill. And I think that the strength that we have is in this moment. Reconciliation and all of these, Republicans do not need Democratic votes for that. They need it for this. And so the strength of our leadership in this moment is going to demonstrate the strength of our caucus. And I cannot urge enough how bad of an idea it is to empower and enable.
It's not that they forgot that it's the working people's 401k. It's the fact that they don't care and they don't want to remind people of that. They want to. This is where they literally do speak around us, where it's like they're using the news just as like a code. I mean, they can't just call these people being like, hey, your 401, we're going to tackle the 401ks, but make sure you invest like the insider trading that we know they do.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk in this moment. It is dangerous and it is reckless.
Well, you just talked about the strength of your leadership. Chuck Schumer just said that he's going to vote for cloture. Not only the Democrats can do it, but he's going to participate in it. Does that mean that you think he's a weak Senate leader?
I think that would be a mistake. But we have.
You don't know.
We have time between now and tomorrow, and I hope that individuals that are considering that reconsider it. I genuinely do. I don't think it's what New Yorkers want. I don't think it's what the country wants. This is genuinely not about Democrats or Republicans. This is about deep cuts to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. This is about the evisceration of the federal government. This is about codifying the looting that is happening at the behest of Elon Musk in order to pay for his tax breaks for billionaires. And we have a responsibility to stand up for it. That is why people elected us, and that is our responsibility to them right now.
True. I think you were right there, buddy. I think that Duke of Bread, he's got it. AOC is definitely future of the party. It's been staring us in the face, and we are like collectively, we're all shocked that Kamala lost. So we're all just like, yeah, but we're doing the chauvinisty. Like, can a woman of color win? It's like, yeah, come on, let's admit that she has the ability to be a good communicator. She can put Trump in his place, man. So. That is definitely worth a couple of puffs. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, guys, I gotta let my dog out because. Oh yeah, you definitely. Okay, he's doing the stance. I gotta go. I have nothing. I'll just be right back. Yeah, I know. Cheers, stream. Let's go. Come on, gotta go potty. I know.
You're watching the Weather Channel, your most accurate and dependable source of weather information 24 hours a day.
Hey, good evening. You're watching the Weather Channel here on a Friday evening. Keep Westward's Jeanette Jones, and as we look out there, Jeanette, look for our
Stan. He was literally doing his like, I'm gonna pee right here if we don't go. I was like, oh. There we go. Let's see. I'm not familiar with Libras. I am a Sagittarius, so if you guys haven't figured that one out. Not usually into the sign stuff, but some of it I'm like, I would love a follow. Oh, here. That is such an awesome name. Cause like, I don't know. I got like cool cups, so yeah, mugs and nugs. Fuck yeah. Oh, this one's got like a little defect in it. That's fine. I think I came up with it because of coffee and the magical juice. Nice. DEI talking point they use. Oh, stop. Stop it, chat. Why is it doing this? No. Go back. She successfully worked in every branch of government and elected. I don't think there has ever been a better candidate, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know. Obama, the president, not great. Obama, the candidate, was, I'm sorry. No, the momentum behind him, like, at that time, that was crazy. I have to, like, we can't ignore that. Like, that was cool. Because it was like, oh, that felt like a true movement. And when he won, it was like, holy shit. Everybody kind of did the collective, like, oh, he won? Like, and then we all saw it was coming. We're all like, uh-oh. Oh, no, they're going to make this about being black, isn't it? It's like, well, it's because we got a black president. See? It's like, oh, God. That's exactly what they did. Let's see. Follow. There we go. I followed you. I cried the same way. I cried the first time he won. I was at since Atlantic City. Yeah. It was cool. Like, when he was a senator, like, he was really popular, man. Like, I think I've told the story before where, like, I would just be seeing signs randomly where I'm like, who's this Obama guy? Like, so many people like him, and it was in a specific, part of the city. And then all of a sudden, like, it blew up. You started seeing him by Wrigley, and you're like, whoa, whoa. And then he started running for president, and like the entire, literally, like this entire like area was just, oh, Obama. Like, I mean, come on. That was kind of cool. I mean, I got a Chicago in office, so that was cool. Just don't expect them to keep another person front and center. It's not the way that they work. I don't know. I just feel like there's something to figuring out like the Trump aspect of things where it's like, no, you do have to kind of like cater to like the entertainment aspect. Like, politics is entertainment now, so like you can't just keep having Jamie Raskins come out and just chastise you like with fucking, you know, dad energy. We all know what Obama did. What Obama did. I really enjoyed seeing my siblings in their eyes, seeing themselves represented in the highest office, and now we're dealing with the white whiplash. Yeah. Telling Trump you're breaking the laws, like telling him that you're doing a good job. You know what? You're telling me that I broke another one? Okay, that means I'm doing my job. That is kind of funny. Son of a bitch. All right, I'll be right back. Your people await. It's like, I am back. I am back from running circles in my yard and annoying the noise. Obama himself peed and put a dump in all apartment buildings staircase. What? What is with the Russians and pee? Oh, you know, American politician. He come to Russia and he make pee-pee. He make pee-pee and we record. It's not weird at all, you know. It's like, wait, guys, why are you recording the? What are you saying? What are you saying? Sorry. We don't record. We're not the weird ones here. Come on, come on. This is. Uh-oh. Ammunition reload.
Mitesh $10. Ammunition reload :_stan :_stan.
Dude, the fuck? Okay, I get it. You're excited. Nice catch. Damn. God. Okay, this is empty. This is empty. You see? You see? There's nothing in here. There's nothing in here. That goes in the trash. No, don't be obsessed with the trash. All right. I'll leave the video running. BRB, dog needs to be let out. Yeah, I know how that goes. Don't you just love that? These ones take him a second. Honestly, if Biden went out there and started trolling Putin with, "Oh, how cute, gloomy shithole Russia teams up with starving North Korea, victory inevitable," I would have loved him more. Yeah. Well. Aw, he is the sweetest boy. He really is. Dude, he's so happy. That is a happy-ass dog right there. Ooh. Need to update the tip goal. Thank you for the contributions. Everything goes to making sure that my mom is sent off in the best way possible. Man, this has been a long week, guys. Long week, but thank you for helping me get through it. Every single one of you, I appreciate you. Oh, by the way, if you're over on YouTube and you haven't already hit the like button, please do. It really helps me out in the algorithm, especially as a smaller YouTuber. And yeah, also subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I really appreciate it. Dems have to get performative if they ever want to win again. That's what I've been saying. I mean, I know that I've been kind of almost hammering it a little too much to the point where I don't want to. Oh, have a good night. I'm not leaving. Like, guys, I'm not leaving. Sorry, I didn't mean to say like that was a goodbye. I was like, no, I'm not leaving. I'm saying thank you for contributing, and I'm a little, if I come off a little sad, I'm a little sad. Definitely am. There's no lie there. Here, let's get to this video though that I have saved up specifically for this because, oh man, I've been wanting to get to this. Oh wait, I do need to update this for this crap. Give me 1 second. Need happy poppy content, Ryan? Oh yeah. I mean, that is... He just laid down with like a... Oh, yeah. I wish you could hear him. Sounds like an old dad. And I'm only saying that just because I've had a long few days that have literally made it feel like a year has passed. So I'm back. My dog can't be trusted at night. He finds skunks and gets sprayed. That guy. That guy right there. That guy. That guy. Yeah. I got very lucky that he did not get sprayed. He missed it just like by a little bit. But man, I was just like, oh no, he's got him. He's got him. Because like I saw him grab him by the neck and start shaking. I'm like, oh God, that's a skunk. And I was just like, no. I got very, very, very lucky on that one. Figured I would give the advice I would give a few weeks ago. My apology did not seem to be enough, as I'm not the type of person. Actually, Talon, hold on, man. Actually, I was trying to take your ban off, but I can't find you here. You did the thing I said. Only allow me back on Twitch chat. Don't cause problems. All right. I love them. Mine 3 times in 1 month. Oh, that's not good. Damn. Yeah, that one. Oh, okay, so do you have that situation? Like, okay, like I'm lucky enough to have a fenced-in yard, which is, trust me, that was like the main selling point. I was just like, I need that fenced-in yard. And it's both a curse and a gift, because it's like when that shit happens and I start noticing that he's like way too like riled up, I'll take him out on a leash, and it's kind of annoying when you have to take your dog out on a leash in your own yard. So it's just like skunks and dogs, not a good mix. Never a good mix. All right. And a KASPARIAN. Let's go for it. Here we go. Pause this music. All right. Well, Mark Lamont Hill apparently debated with one Anna KASPARIAN on Piers Morgan, and I don't know how it just did not catch my attention. So let's take a look at that. Oh, why is that? That's not good. That's YouTube.
Executive producer and host of The Young Turks, Anna Kasparian. The former White House press secretary and host of the Sean Spicer Show, Sean Spicer. The host of Bet News, Mark Lamont Hill. And from Fearless with Jason Whitlock, Jason Whitlock. Well, welcome to all of you. Let me start. I'm sorry, I've missed one. But at last, and by no means as unimportant as I may have just made you seem, Natalie, the co-host and White House correspondent for Steve Bannon's War Room, Natalie Winters. Unusually, there are 5 of you because we just knew you'd all be brilliant, so we're having you all today. So, Natalie, welcome to you as well. OK, let's get into this. Jason Whitlock, it seemed to me, watching MSNBC rarely, because I found it bad for my blood pressure, that Joy Reid was just about the single biggest, worst race baiter in the history of America.
Yeah, man, he Homer Simpson into the bushes and just popped out with his own show, eh?
Cable news. And it's not even close. Your thoughts?
Why is this resolution awful?
Totally agree with you, Piers. Joy Reid's job, as a lot of black women on MSNBC or CNN, it's their job to define everything along racial lines and to continue to explain to the American public that if you disagree with the Democratic Party, you're racist.
Hey,
and it doesn't matter what position you take. If you're anti-abortion and pro-life, well, you must be racist because you want to stop Planned Parenthood from killing black babies at an incredible rate. So it was Joy Reid's job to paint everything that Republicans or conservatives or evangelicals do as racist, and people happen to fall for that trap. She's lost some credibility, I think, on the other side of November 5th, and they're going to replace her with people that will do the exact same job, but they'll be less expensive. But yeah, I think Joy Reid is one of the biggest race baiters in the history of American television, but that's really the only skill she had to offer, and so she offered it up.
And what is utterly ironic is that following her departure, her ratings sucked, by the way. They were terrible. Following her departure, Rachel Maddow, the biggest star at MSNBC, then accused her own bosses, NBC, of racism. Let's take a look.
I love everything about her. I have learned so much from her. I have so much more to learn from her. I do not want to lose her as a colleague here at MSNBC. And personally, I think it is a bad mistake to let her walk out the door. It is not my call, and I understand that, but that's what I think. I will tell you, it is also unnerving to see that on a network where we've got two non-white hosts in primetime, both of our non-white hosts in primetime are losing their shows, as is Katie Fang on the weekend. And that feels worse than bad.
So, Mark Lamont Hill, what's utterly bizarre about that rant from Rachel Maddow is that Joy Reid is being replaced on her show by not one person of color, but 3. 2 African Americans and a Latino. Isn't that a good thing? Isn't it the complete opposite of what she just told her viewers?
What a condescending dick. Come on.
In Rachel's monologue, which I'm not sure why you called it a rant, but in her monologue, she said that it was a mistake to lose Joy. And prior to the part that you cut from, she explained Joy's talent. She explained why it was a loss. She never called the network racist. I mean, I understand that that's your interpretation, and
well,
I do think it's a
she
mistake
said that the two
hosts...
people of colour in prime time were going, but she didn't point out that one of them is being replaced by 3 people of colour.
Right.
So the whole statement, the whole attack on her network was predicated on an absolute falsehood, which is that somehow they're taking the black people away, and this is awful. It's racist, was the clear insinuation.
Right, and I was trying to make a nuanced point, and if you allow me to finish the point uninterrupted as you allow Jason to, you'll hear it. I promise I won't go on a rant.
Okay.
What I'm saying is you can have a critique of someone making a mistake along the lines of race without them being racist. For example, saying, hey, we need racial representation on the show is to say that, hey, this is a network that has a huge black base, a huge black woman base. Hey, maybe it makes sense to have a popular black woman host stay on the show. That's her argument. There's an argument against it for ratings. I'm not making a case right now one way or the other on that point. My point more precisely is it's not necessarily racist, or you're not necessarily accusing someone of racism to say that they made a mistake along the lines of race. That's all I'm saying. And no, black people are not interchangeable. So even if I were to replace you, Piers, with another British white male host, not everybody has your talent. Not everybody has your knack for deep listening and careful listening. And so I can't say, well, I got rid of Piers, but here's another one. So, and I like the replacements, but I don't think that they're the same. And then finally here, Joy Ann Reid, just to kind of what Jason said, to say she doesn't have any other talent, I think is just untrue. She has the fancy Harvard degree. She's an experienced journalist, and she has deep insights that she offers. Her show isn't about being a race baiter. This is the problem that I see that's the biggest. And that is that when someone responds to a race-based conversation, somehow they become the racist. She's responding to the cutting of DEI. She's responding to people saying DEI stands for didn't earn it. She's responding to people cutting affirmative action. All of that is race talk and race-based policy. She's critiquing the Republican response to race policy, and they're saying, look, she brought up race. No, she's pointing out the problem with how they're dealing with race.
Okay, let me bring in Sean Spicer, who's been smirking throughout your commentary there. Sean, your thoughts on this?
Well, first of all, it's awful rich that Rachel Maddow, who works 1 day a week and makes $25 million, has some huge concern for Joy Reid. If you care about your friend that much and her well-being, offer one of the $25 million that you're getting to work 1 day a week to her. Second, I mean, with all due respect, if she were that popular, the ratings would reflect it. Her show was not being watched. People were tuning it out, and it was for a reason. They didn't like the topics, they didn't like her, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's a business, and the business is to attract advertisers that make the network money. Clearly, that was not the case. If people really think you're that good at what you do, then they tune in. The audience grows or it stays stagnant. But in her case, it was on a massive decline. And that says that they didn't like her. They didn't like her topics. They didn't like what she was talking about. And it's pretty obvious that there's only so many times you can, play that shtick over and over again without people getting tired of it. I think that the ratings reflected that.
Yeah, I mean, Natalie Winters, there's no doubt. I mean, Fox has been absolutely crushing everyone in cable news now. They average 3 million viewers in prime time in the latest numbers, up 50% from the same month last year.
Oh my God, Hassan averages what 5 million per stream or whatever.
NBC averaged 1.1 million, down 16%. CNN 500,000 pretty much, down 3%. And in Joy Reid's case, apparently the ratings on Tuesday without
these
her
MFers always color the person with disparaging remarks and then start to answer. It's weird.
Just by not having her sitting there. Which doesn't entirely surprise me, because whenever I had the misfortune to catch her, she was incredibly incendiary in her race baiting. There was just no other way to describe it. I mean, Mark's being very charitable in trying to defend her only ever responding to what you think were race issues, and therefore, if you criticise her, you yourself are being racist. But come on. She looked for every opportunity she could possibly find to accuse everybody.
Talented, regular, everyday journalists are replacing the media, TV news. The problem with that is a lot of us, so I'm lucky. I actually had some journalistic training, even though that's not what I went in for. I wanted to do dick and fart jokes in morning radio, like morning zoo kind of stuff. But I probably should have paid more attention to that.
It wasn't her skin color of racism.
But yeah, not enough people have media training right now.
Piers, can you name?
That's my one gripe, I would say, with online content creators.
One topic that where she invoked race.
And I would just add,
it's not crazy that she has a black perspective. How the F did that happen?
Even though MSNBC, I think they are overdosing on critical race theory. They find racism in every single corner.
Have you seen Ethan's latest video, by the way, concerning stuff? No. Can you post that in the Discord?
In every single story.
Post
and
it in
frankly, if Joy
suggestions.
Reid were white and the tables were flipped and she was saying these things about people of color, I'm sure she would last about all of one show on cable.
No, do standard rating? No, they're still using Nielsen ratings from the fucking 90s.
News, but I think, frankly, this discussion, I think it sort of misses the mark. I think the reason why a lot of the MSNBC viewership has been absolutely cratering, in part, people don't buy into the ad hominem attacks. Just look at the election
only difference
results.
is you don't have a little box. Now they have it they have these deals with Comcast and these other cable companies where in your DVR, if you have a DVR, or even if you don't, if you have a cable box in general, they are clocking what you're watching for how long and then turning it over to Nielsen.
But this is a network that has lied to their audience day after day, show after show, not only about how President Trump is a threat to democracy, how he's an autocrat, an authoritarian, and we're witnessing a takeover, a hostile takeover of this country, but they're sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place, because in the same breath, right, where they preach the idea of democratically elected representatives and they're the staunch defenders of democracy, they're now actively opposing and try to use sort of outside of the system tactics to oppose and essentially take down a democratically elected president. So their sort of grassroots, really hardcore base viewership, they feel lied to. That's why they're abandoning. And your average American viewer doesn't want to partake in the sort of color revolution tactics and propaganda that they're pushing to smear President Trump with.
Yeah, and also I think, when Mika and Joe went down to see Trump at Mar-a-Lago, I think that was seen by a lot of MSNBC viewers as a real betrayal. For whatever good intentions they did it. I just think if you call someone a fascist for year after year after year, and then you go and have tea with them, it's not an easy thing to explain to your viewers. Anna, I want to play you a clip. This is where Megyn Kelly says her commentary about this, and then Don Lemon responded.
The big news tonight will be Joy Reid's final show on MSNBC. Single tear, white woman tears happening right here, Joy. She was officially fired over the weekend because she's a racist, horrible news anchor with no ratings.
The worst person on television was fired from NBC in the Today Show a few years ago, and that's Megyn Kelly. So let me just say to Megyn Kelly, in my 30-some years as a journalist and my 50-some years as a person of color, go fuck yourself.
Oh, based.
Okay?
All right, Don Lemon.
Well, I do love the way that Don positions himself.
I get to say that as a pepper, okay?
As the antidote to toxicity.
Spicy pepper, sour
and then tells
lemon.
people to go fuck themselves. But Anna, look, it's all blowing up this. I do think it's interesting that MSNBC, having gone all in on Kamala Harris and all out on Trump because of the election result, now seem to be in some kind of crisis of confidence about what they should be. What do you think of it?
Well, I actually think that, the obsession over the conversation on race and race baiting kind of misses the mark on what I think MSNBC is really vulnerable on, and that's the issue of trust and credibility among audience members or anyone who might be considering MSNBC as a news source. So, for instance, Kamala Harris did not run a flawless campaign. Not by a long shot. Okay, her campaign was very flawed. It did not have a focused message. She was taking advice from, corporate executives within her family, and she moved off of the economic issues that obviously voters consistently communicated through polling they cared the most about. And so when she goes on camera and says that Kamala Harris ran a flawless campaign after the election, in which Donald Trump wins all the swing states in the popular vote, I think audiences start to become more cynical
about... The cadence of Anna's voice is annoying. Yeah, especially now.
Where they're getting their
It
information.
used to be endearing because you were like, cook, mama, salty, cook. And now you're just like, ugh, stop it.
And so a lot of lies were kind of debunked in the aftermath of the election. And when I say lies, I'm
Trump had 4 years, Kamala had 101 days,
specifically
and it was still that close. Yeah.
referring to how fantastic the Democratic Party is, how they really have a vision for the future, how flawless Kamala Harris is. Even though the aggregate of polls showed that she was trailing Donald Trump, we kept hearing all of these rosy news reports about how she was doing fantastic. And so I think the Democratic Party and the left in general really
It's because she's not white or a man.
needs to have a moment of
saying that.
self-reflection instead of seeking out news content that validates everything that they believe and want to hear. And that's honestly
But then
the biggest
all of a sudden, when they start polling people, that's what the main issue was outside of Gaza.
flaw and downside of the Democratic Party at the moment.
People are sick of old white men as president in the country. Yeah, dude, the thing is, when people are just like, are we ready for a woman president? I'm like, dude, we've been ready for a long time.
And people like Joy Reid, unfortunately...
That needs to stop. The fact that they can still run that in mainstream media circles is fucking insane.
You know, foster that kind of environment that made them think, no, we're
I can't listen to Jenks speak either.
killing it. We're doing great.
I mean,
now, I don't think that MSNBC...
I can listen to both of them speak because, I mean, number one, if I couldn't, then I would not be able to do this content. But, yeah, I mean, they annoy me. But I also like to formulate my disagreements. So
NBC has learned the right lessons
though,
because
it might be annoying.
they're basically replacing
people might think I have an annoying voice, so I gotta be fair.
Joy Reid's hour with other individuals who are, you know, never Trump Democrats, although Michael Steele used to be the head of the Republican National Committee, but nonetheless, he hates Trump. And so they're going to keep focusing on uplifting
And we forgive
Democrats
you
that
for it,
I
Kirk.
think really need to get back in touch with
voted
the
for Trump
American
in the
people
first term.
and understand what their genuine concerns are. They're not doing that right now. I think they're looking for other mouthpieces that are willing to just tell them what they want to hear.
Mark, you're shaking your head. Why?
They're also hiring Eugene Daniels, who was a Kamala fanboy from Politico, to go over there and do this. So they're doubling down on stupid. They just, I mean, I think it was said earlier.
Doubling down on stupid coming from you?
They're just getting cheaper versions, right? So
rich.
Joy Reid probably signed her contract when MSNBC was Ascent. It's now flailing and falling apart financially and otherwise. So they're going in and getting cheaper versions of stupid.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting to watch CNN where Scott Jennings appears as the Republican voice and basically takes on sometimes 3-4 liberals at the same time, and often eats them all for breakfast. But it's very entertaining to watch. And Mark, you know, you're shaking your head, but the problem I have with MSNBC, it's all completely one-way traffic. They're just not interested in having anybody on there who differs from the view that Trump's the devil, and that's the end of it. Whereas I think what's happening at CNN with Scott Jennings is quite interesting. It's more interesting to watch. You know, I like on this show, for example, as we're seeing right now, to have people with all different voices. The idea you only have one type of voice, particularly when you've just taken a massive beating with that voice in the election, it seems to me just bad business, isn't it?
No. To answer your question, the reason I was shaking my head,
I mean,
the
if
reason
it's
I was
Kamala.
shaking my head was because it's simply not accurate what the person before me said. This idea that Joy Ann Reid was saying that, you know, the Democratic Party is perfect and that they made no mistakes,
based on
and that all the campaigns were flawless. That's simply not factual. Now, I happen to believe that the Democratic Party made tons of mistakes, and I think
that Kamala Harris's campaign was flawless.
Right. So just again, hear me out, and then you can disagree, or we can agree. Who knows? Maybe if you hear me, you may find out you agree with me. Kamala Harris is one of the few people who was critical of the Biden administration's position on Gaza. She was one of the few people, along with Ayman Mohyeldin and Mehdi Hassan last year before he was fired.
Kamala made me cringe. Made me cringe too. Her voice changing with her audiences was weird.
Who spoke out against what the Biden/Harris
that.
administration did. She also spoke out against Kamala's response to it. I agree
Could you
with
imagine
you
Trump
that they
doing
were
that? Yeehaw! Listen, I'm so happy to be here in Tejas.
Laudatory of the Kamala Harris campaign, and I agree with you that in general, they haven't done a sufficient autopsy of the Democratic Party, much less the Harris campaign, which I think...
Oh, no, he already did that. They're bad hombres.
Could not have won anyway. I don't think she was a strong candidate, and I don't think she had a strong message to the American people. I suspect we agree on that. Where I disagree with you is that Kamala Harris was not unwilling to be critical. Joy Ann Reid was not unwilling to be critical of the party. I think the problem is that MSNBC in general is a left-wing/liberal, really, organ or political organ. Piers, no, I don't think that is inherently problematic. Donald Trump lost big the last election, and Fox News didn't hire me. You know, they didn't double down and hire more.
Yeah, but Fox News have people like Jessica Tarlov on the 5 and stuff that they will regularly have people on the left to give the other side, and actually it's just more interesting. And that's fine. You're entitled to find Fox News more interesting. I happen to not find MSNBC interesting at all, so I'm not caping for MSNBC here. What I'm saying is that news outlets in general have a point of view, even ones that pretend that they don't. And I don't want to single MSNBC out as if they're the outlier ideological channel and the other ones are straight news. Nobody is straight news anymore. You That's
look at
true,
News
but I
Nation,
think they're
you look at
that's
Fox, you
true.
look
But I
at
think
MSNBC.
but they're the only ones.
MSNBC just isn't
Honestly,
doing it well.
They're the only ones who pretty much never have a conservative alternative, in other words, an opposite voice.
Well, and also their business model sucks. I mean, they're failing. That's
what are
the
you
point.
talking about? What? That's like almost every model on CNN and MSNBC, and has been on MSNBC for a while now.
Yeah,
Fox, you can't. I
What are
mean,
you
if you don't
talking
like
about?
Fox,
Yeah,
that's fine. But at the end of the day, it's growing. So they're doing something right as a business. MSNBC, even if you ideologically, I agree with Mark on that. But if it worked for them, then go for it. Make money. It's not. And
I
that's
agree.
the point. At some point, the executives have to say, hey, you're not doing your job, which is we're supposed to make money as a company, as a business.
Yeah.
So do something
It's clearly
different.
not. Wait, listen. It's
Yeah,
clearly
but
not
Sean,
working, or there wouldn't be
with all
firing.
due respect, Sean, with all due respect, Sean,
I
your
gotta
argument,
jump back
with all due
in,
respect, Sean,
please.
that's a straw man. That's a straw man, Sean. I'm not disputing that companies make money. I'm not disputing that MSNBC is doing a sucky job. I'm not disputing that MSNBC's ratings are bad and that they have to make a different decision when the ratings are bad. I agree with all of those things, despite your arguments here. I'm saying that one, Joy Ann Reid is not singular in that way. Everybody on MSNBC, this side of Rachel Maddow, sucks. So when you fire somebody at Rachel Maddow for sucking, when you fire somebody at MSNBC for sucking, it's somewhat of an arbitrary choice. I'm saying who are we choosing and why, and when we replace them.
Financial decision.
What do we replace them with?
Okay, listen. I
Because
want to move.
just
I
one
want
thing,
to
Pierce.
move on. I want to move on.
Go
Look, the only thing I would dispute, Mark, that you've said is when you claim that Rachel wasn't playing the race card was when she attacked the network. She clearly was and was trying to make out that somehow.
I didn't say that. I said she didn't call them racist.
Hang on.
I said she didn't call them racist.
Well,
I said she didn't call them racist. I'm not going to allow you to misrepresent what I said. I said she didn't call the neighborhood racist.
Why else would she invoke? Why else would she invoke Joy Reid's skin colour if she, having been removed effectively because she was black, she was saying, when she's been replaced by 3 people of colour? It was preposterous. Anyway, look, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on.
No, and you're gonna walk over the 2 black guys that you literally have and like that can speak to this, and you're just like, nope, we gotta go.
We've done 20 minutes on this. It's more than I want to spend on MSNBC because they're getting the biggest audience right now they've ever had. So let's move on to the press pool purge. So let's take a shot here of the announcement.
As you all know, for decades, a group of DC-based journalists, the White House Correspondents Association, has long dictated which journalists get to ask questions of the President of the United States in these most intimate spaces. Not anymore. I am proud to announce that we are going to give the power back to the people who read your papers, who watch your television shows, and who listen to your radio stations. Moving forward, the White House press pool will be determined by the White House press team. Legacy outlets who have participated in the press pool for decades will still be allowed to join, fear not, but we will also be offering the privilege to well-deserving outlets who have never been allowed to share in this awesome responsibility.
Sean Spicer, what's your honest reaction to this? Because I gotta say,
I think it's
you do? Go on, yeah.
Fantastic.
Hold on, guys.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. But just so audience understands, there's 2 things to know.
Hold on. Hold on. How the hell did I not even see this? Shit. Okay.
Number 1, the White House Correspondents Association has a set of criteria who can join it. And if you can't join it, they limit that by what you do for a living, whether your financial interests, your transparency with your company. There's a set of criteria. You can go on their website and read it. So, for example, I tried to join when I went to Newsmax. They rejected my application. So they get to determine who's in it. And then what happens is there's a list with what Caroline's referring to there is the pool. So there's, in smaller instances, not in the briefing room, obviously, the Oval Office, Air Force One, there is a pool. What is that? 1 or 2 print, wire reporters, cameras, photographers, and they among themselves, the White House Correspondents Association will rotate NBC, ABC News, Fox, whatever. And so every day they take a different turn. Then they disseminate that information to the rest of the media outlets. So the White House Correspondents restricts who can be part of that, thereby limiting who can go to the Oval Office or Air Force One. What Caroline announced there was they get to stay part of it, right? So you're still going to have NBC and ABC, but it's going to be augmented. They're going to allow a new media seat. They're going to add additional cameramen. This is actually more transparency.
That's fun. They're calling for tornadoes near my area.
More media access, more appreciation for the White House correspondents. Under the Biden administration, they cut 440 press passes from independent journalism, and the White House Correspondents Association said nothing. These people don't care about press access. They don't care about the First Amendment. They care about controlling what the American people see, read, and hear by limiting who has access. And they're pissed that somebody now actually outside of them can go into the Oval Office or on Air Force One and actually disseminate information that's not the left-wing bias.
Yeah, listen.
So making it more free speech by taking away free speech and guaranteeing the freedom of press.
I don't actually have any
what?
objection to that for the reasons you've articulated very well. But the problem I do have is with the Associated Press getting barred from entering the Oval Office or traveling on Air Force One because they refuse to use the new terminology Gulf of America for the Gulf of Mexico, as it was known before Donald Trump renamed it. And their position is they're an international organization, which they clearly indisputably are, and that many places outside of America continue to call it Gulf of Mexico, as it's been known historically. Why should they be barred for that?
Yeah. Well, it's actually much broader. It has to do with their whole style book, how they mandate what people, what other news organizations use. So they would start saying, we're going to capitalize the word black but not white. We're going to use gender-affirming care. We're going to use pronouns. Oh. They actually dictate everything that a lot of media associations and, frankly, even U.S. government outlets use based on the style book. So here's the thing that people have to remember. The Associated Press still has their press passes. They're still in the White House briefing room. But the invitation to go into the president's office, they've restricted. That's not freedom of the press is allowing them to write what they want, to say what they want, and they still enjoy all of that. They enjoy full access to the White House briefing room. All their correspondents have their pass. The president has a right to decide who goes into his office. I can't walk into the Associated Press's office just because I have a First Amendment right to say things. This is ridiculous. They get to decide who goes into his office.
Okay.
That's his prerogative.
Okay, Mark, it's ridiculous apparently, but you're not having it.
The president's office isn't like walking into my office or Sean's office. That's sort of a dishonest comparison. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that Sure. The White House, Trump's office, and more broadly the White House, is not just a space. It's a signpost of access to democracy, access to the political process, and that's what we're concerned about. I agree with you that press freedom is about being able to write what you want without pressure, without any type of punishment. I think the issue here is if different people have different levels of access based on their style guide, based on what their political persuasion is, it encourages or incentivizes people to make certain choices versus others. At the end of the day here, I'm not even concerned about Trump. I'll be honest with you. I mean, I am concerned about Trump, but that's not my biggest concern. My concern here is I don't want particular political administrations, whether they're Democrat or Republican, making decisions about who comprises the press corps, who gets into certain rooms and who doesn't, because even if you trust Trump completely, or even if you trust the next president completely, there will be political organizations and political administrations who we cannot trust.
Okay.
And when that happens, I don't want them to be the deciders.
All right, let me bring in
But
Jason.
here's the point.
Hang on, Sean.
If you agree with everything that Mark said, which is, I think, very fair points, then where was this concern when the last administration cut 440 passes of journalists? Where was the concern when the White House correspondents restricted anyone else from joining
you made
the
that
pool?
point. It's a good point.
I love this, but these are not. Then where was all of those?
I understand. I think there is a double
now?
standard. I agree with you. And actually, the biggest.
I don't think it's a double standard, but we should have been concerned.
All right, the biggest attacker on journalism and journalistic rights actually was Barack Obama. Historically, he did more to erode the rights of journalists than anyone, never mind Trump. Let me bring in Anna here. I mean, it's a tricky area, this. What was clear is this extraordinary stat onto the National Journal. President Trump has taken over 1,000 questions from reporters in his first month of a second term, compared to Biden 141 and Obama 161. So this idea that he's not the most transparent president in modern times is for the birds. He clearly is. People may not like what he's saying, but he's taking questions from pretty much anyone all the time.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm about to say things that will upset everyone on each side of the political aisle because
Actually, Kamala has a much bigger claim to Ebonics than Trump has to French Creole. Oh my God, Trump speaking French Creole. And
Honestly,
hold on.
I think that
I need to
there
go
are
and order some crayfish, baby. And then, hey, like he
actors
starts
on both
just going
sides. So,
into
for
like
instance,
hey boy,
was-
you're going to go and I can't even do it. We're going to go down and get
the
some
lack
poor
of
boys.
transparency under the
just like,
Biden administration, and that lack of transparency had to do with the fact that he was suffering
damn
from
it.
mental
I
decline.
can't do
and
Trump doing accents. Damn.
everyone around him was hiding him from the public, so he didn't have nearly enough press briefings. They were kind of evasive with important questions, and that cover-up ultimately destroyed
wait a minute, the word salad game. Did you guys know about the Trump word salad game where you could just put like random words together in Trump's accent and it will eventually like
Democratic Party,
formulate a
certainly in
sense?
the last
Donald
election cycle.
Boomhauer.
Now, in regard to Donald Trump, I agree that it is a good thing to include members of independent media, new media. I think that's generally speaking a great thing. I would be far more celebratory if Donald Trump wasn't so devastatingly petty and also retaliatory against media that doesn't, serve his interests or do exactly what he wants. So, the AP is a good example. I think another example is this lawsuit against 60 Minutes. Obviously, when you're airing an interview on television, you have time constraints. You have to cut down on some of the content or the interview answers so it fits in so you can go to break. And I hate that model. I think live linear has a lot of downfalls, and that's one of them. But the idea that they intentionally edited her to make Kamala Harris sound better is laughable to me, because whether it's the word salad answer on what's happening in Israel and Gaza or the shortened answer, I don't think she really particularly had a great answer. It didn't make her look good. And Trump won the election. What are you doing suing 60 Minutes over this? That's insanity.
Well, I think you do. I think if you face,
I
if you
agree
faced as he did,
100%.
if you faced 2 years of relentless bullshit about Russia collusion, you've probably got a very, very cynical view of the way the very liberal skewed mainstream media has behaved towards you. And Trump, he's got I always say he has the thinnest skin I've ever met and the thickest. He can take stuff that would destroy anybody else, but he's going to react to absolutely every slight that anyone imposes on him. It's just his nature. He ain't going to change at 78, I can tell you.
I understand what you're saying, Pierce. I understand what you're saying, but
13 minutes until fun time.
understand that, do we value our Constitution or not? Do we value freedom of the press or not? Do we value the idea that the government cannot retaliate against you over your speech in America?
Yeah.
I value those things.
Yeah.
And it's really important for the president, through his actions, to prove that he also values those
Okay,
things.
Jason, you've been waiting patiently. What's your view of this?
He's proven a million times that he values the freedom of the press. The man went to the NABJ convention, sat down in front of 2 black women and probably a gay black man, I can't remember, went into the den of the people that hate him the most and took all their questions. They were late getting him on stage, late showing up. He took all their questions. The man is fearless, and he has every right to punch back. The Associated Press is Associated propaganda. It is the enemy of America. Donald Trump's not lying there. The Associated Press is part of this global establishment that wants to destroy American freedoms, and this man has every right to punch back. They need to be hit in the mouth. They lie every day. They distort every day. They're part of, again, I've heard you all say, hey, this isn't about race. Yes, it is. The Associated Press and all the American media have been pulling a racial hoax on voters and the American citizens for 60 straight years. If you don't support these left-wing propaganda deals, all of it, hook, line, and sinker, you're a racist. And there's no greater smear. Nothing can hurt your economic viability, opportunities in the media, opportunities just to be seen as a normal citizen than these leftists calling you a racist for supporting the Constitution and just common sense.
Okay. I've got to say, I don't.
Beating up the Associated propaganda.
I don't think the Associated Press is the biggest threat America faces right now. Having run a national newspaper in the UK for 10 years, honestly, the AP it has its issues like all these agencies, but actually they do a pretty good, pretty impartial job most of the time. I think it's been wildly exaggerated that they're some kind of media version of ISIS. But let me bring in Natalie here, because I want to talk to Natalie about the other thing that's come out, which is Jeff Bezos of the Washington Post, who emailed all employees to say that we're going to be writing every day in support and defense of two pillars: personal liberties and free markets. We'll cover other topics too, of course, but viewpoints opposing those pillars will be left to be published by others. They said, I'm of America and for America and proud to be so. Our country didn't get here by being typical. And a big part of America's success has been freedom in the economic realm and everywhere else. Freedom is ethical. It minimizes coercion and practical. It drives creativity, invention, and prosperity. Now, critics have said this is another example of a tech oligarch, bending the knee to Trump, smothering press freedom and so on. I just wonder why he would want to do this. If you're owning a national newspaper in America, why would you publicly announce that you're going to actively not have views contrary to the view that you hold?
You gotta
Piers,
go.
as a newly minted member of this whole new
right,
media
Kirk. I'll see you
initiative
later,
that
buddy.
the White House is rolling out, I would like to just real quickly
I think I'll see.
say
Yeah, I think I'll see you Tuesday. I think I have to take Monday off. But yeah.
one thing, and that is that this whole narrative that it's the White House Correspondents Association that is the victim in all of this, it's the American people. And what you're hearing is continued victim blaming coming out of these legacy media outlets who, not just for the last 4 years of Joe Biden, totally did not cover anything to do with his mental cognitive capacities and capabilities being absolutely zero, but they colluded with the Biden White House, with big tech, to censor Americans who dared to speak out about COVID, about vaccines, about election fraud, about every single issue. So spare me the performative activism that these people care about free speech or freedom of the press. And frankly, I find it quite ironic, if not hypocritical, that Mark Lamont Hill, who I believe is on the payroll of Al Jazeera, so the Qatari government, wants to sit there and say that free speech and freedom of the press is so important. I'd suggest that you look up that country's rules when it comes to freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of religion. It's not that great. I'd invite you to criticize Qatar on air, but you probably won't, because you lose your paycheck.
Give me an example. Give me an example of that. Give me an example of that. You just said, what is your issue with Qatar's stance on free speech? Since you're criticizing the Qatari government's position on free press, what is it?
I dare you to criticize the migrant workers that they used to build the stadium.
No. We're talking about free speech.
No, not what Mark was saying. Okay, Muggs. Yeah, you definitely got to stop using your little text, talk to text, because it seems like you're.
Well, I'll tell you what. Hang on.
No. Because you suggested that I haven't done that.
I've got an answer for you.
Not only have I publicly criticized the guest worker program of Qatar, and I specifically interviewed a Kenyan worker who had been exploited by the Qatari government, and I have publicly been critical of the Qatari government. So let's not say, I dare you do that. I've done that. But the question here was about press freedom. You said that there's a specific issue you have with Qatari press freedom that I somehow won't speak out again. What is your issue with Qatari press freedom? I suspect you don't actually understand Qatari press freedom, but you're making a talking point that you can't unpack. So please, instead of pivoting to migrant workers, please tell me what is your issue
when it comes to press freedom in the entire world.
I can tell you, Natalie, hang on, time out. Natalie, just for what it's worth, I actually criticized high-level Qatari officials on this show in Qatar during the World Cup about the migrant worker issue at the World Cup. And nobody in Qatar had any problem with it. So this idea that they suppress that kind of criticism, they don't even suppress it when you're there, doing it on air from Qatar. So I think that is a misunderstanding.
I'm not exactly sure that you guys want to be dying on the hill of Qatari press freedom. I'm pretty sure, what was it, the latest rankings, they rank about 130 out of 170 countries when it comes to press freedom. You can look I mean, it's an autocratic regime.
All right, let me ask you. I want to move on to this, which is, I want to move on to the Washington Post. Sean Spicer, the Washington Post. Yeah. I'm uncomfortable about this, I'll be honest with you. I don't think Jeff Bezos should have done this. I think it's one thing to have subliminal influence or your editor to do it quietly and you do it like fine. But to actually publicly announce the Washington Post, one of the great papers in America, is no longer going to run contrary views on its opinion pages against the views or positions that the owner's taken, I think that's a very slippery road. What do you think?
Well, this goes back to the conversation we're having with MSNBC, where it's a business decision. The Washington Post is flailing. Basically, if it wasn't for a billionaire like Jeff Bezos propping them up, they would go out of business. What I think he's trying to do is recognize that this is kind of the old Michael Jordan philosophy on sneakers. Republicans buy sneakers, Democrats buy sneakers. They've realized that the Post has moved so far to the left that they've lost people. They've gaslit readers and people who used to think that the Washington Post was actually fact-based. So he's taking the opinion page, which has always been something that owners have had a hand in, and saying, hey, I'm going to just make it straight now. I'm just going to talk about free markets, principles that are important to us, but I'm not going to get into the gaslighting of the right that I have seen this page do. This is a smart business move. The paper is unsustainable right now, and that's why they're doing it. But he needs to get people back into the fold, because the Washington Post has drifted so far.
I may not agree with it, but he's actually making a good point.
I get that.
And
I may not agree with the tactic, but he's making a good point about what they're doing.
Why is it supporting free speech to ban a certain amount of speech? I mean,
no, Piers Morgan's literally got the worst English accent, where it's just like there's something about it that just makes you. It's very, very insufferable.
But Piers, here's the point. Well, first of all, it was banned in the past. You can call what you want, but at the end of the day, think about what happened to the New York Times, right? Where
I get why they're doing it. I just don't.
They used to. They just banned the right and didn't tell us. Now what they're saying is we're just going to.
I get that, but they didn't make an announcement about it. And I think Mark Lamont Hill,
it just sits for decades.
As a journalist, it just sits uncomfortably with me that an opinion page where you would imagine there would be a lot of disparate opinions encouraged and to have open, free debate.
But no one, again, this gets back to what I said earlier about the Correspondents Association. For decades, right-leaning voices were shut out of the discussion, shut out. So now that he wants to be straight, everybody goes, wow.
I get it, but he's not. But the point is, Sean, he's not being straight. He's going the other way.
Sean, Sean, I was with Sean until the very last second. Sean, I was
about to say, me too.
About to give you a hug virtually, and we were about to agree totally.
You can still do it.
They're not going straight. When you say. Yeah, when you say we're only going to basically support free.
YouTube, can you do me a favor? One, in chat, if you are experiencing any latency problems, like if it's starting to skip on you or if you're getting buffering, and two, for if it's fine.
Market fundamentalism, libertarianism.
I'm getting two different reports right now.
And that's the only position we're offering. That's not doing it straight. That's going from hard left to hard right. And look, I agree with you. It is a business decision. They have a right to make that business decision. I don't think it's good for the American democracy. I don't think it's good for the American media landscape. Just like I wish the New York Times had more right-leaning voices. I think we need diversity everywhere.
YouTube chat.
I wish MSNBC had more
Twitch is fine.
Diverse voices. I wish Fox News had more diverse voices. I wish everybody actually had real conversations with people who disagreed with them, and not just on issues of race. Not just get the woman to talk about gender and the black guy to talk about race, but to have real, substantive, diverse conversations around a range of issues. I'd love that. Okay. I think this is not going to work.
I mean, look,
that's why I disagree with you. Finally, I don't think it's going to work.
All right, it's
the
okay.
outrage only comes for decades on end. No one was concerned about the left-leaning editorial page of the Washington Post. The second that Bezos says, and maybe he goes hard right. But why is it suddenly a problem? We've been shut out of the discussion for so long on the right that the second that someone comes along and says, hey, this is a bad business model, I don't think Jeff Bezos actually believes this crap. Same the way I don't believe Zuckerberg believes any of this. They're just making smart business decisions. But at the end of the day, I'm with you, Mark. I wish that you could have gotten an op-ed from someone on the right and someone on the left and actually been informed. But the Washington Post, the New York Times have shut out voices on the right for decades.
Okay.
And now everybody's up in arms because, maybe Jeff Bezos is making
I want to move on. I want to move on. We've got other topics.
On the Wall Street Journal.
All right, guys, we're moving on to other topics. Jake Tapper has a new book out.
Oh, thank you, Piers.
Jake Tapper has a new book out.
Not yet.
Not
yet.
What's that?
It's not yet. I will predict here, I don't think this book, I'm glad you're covering this, but I will bet you today it doesn't get published.
Okay, well, let's explain what it is to viewers who don't know. It's called Original Sin, President Biden's Decline, His Cover-Up, and His Disastrous Choice to Run Again. Now, the reason it's blown up...
He's one of those guys.
...from being so kind of tricky is that Jake gave an interview, or was interviewing Laura Trump when she let's play the clip. You work it out for yourselves what happened.
Yeah, YouTube is mellow, but at the same time, I was having, I'm having these frame rate issues.
What we see on
that
stage
keep,
with Joe
it goes
Biden,
into
Jake,
buffering on
is
my
very
end.
clearly a cognitive decline.
Okay.
That's what I'm referring to. It makes me uncomfortable
You have
to
no
watch somebody on stage search for
It's so amazing.
questions
It's so amazing to me that
and try and figure out an answer.
a cognitive decline.
Well, when you're trying to tell me that what I was suggesting was
I think that you were mocking his stutter. Yeah, I think you were mocking his stutter, and I think you have absolutely no standing to diagnose somebody's cognitive decline. I would think that somebody in the Trump family would be more sensitive to people who do not have medical licenses, diagnosing politicians from afar.
The criticism, Anna, here is that in the blurb for the book, it goes on to say what you will learn makes President Biden's decision to run for re-election seem shockingly narcissistic, self-delusional and reckless, a desperate bet that went bust, and part of a larger act of extended public deception that has few precedents. And people are saying, well, hang on, that decision was taken literally around the time that interview took place with Lara Trump, when you were enraged, Jake. Now, I like Jake, and I think he's a very good broadcaster, but he's going to face a lot of criticism, I think, about this apparent double standard here. What do you think, Anna?
I mean, I agree, and he should face some backlash for the fact that he skewered anyone who was concerned about Biden's age during the 2020 election cycle and after the election cycle. But you know, he couldn't really pretend as though Biden still had perfect mental health after that disastrous debate for the 2024 election cycle. I would have maybe sat this one out, maybe don't publish that book, maybe find a different topic. And look, I want to make a broader point about, you know, Democrats in general. And I say this out of kindness because I think this is what's leading to them making poor decisions. If the right claims something, I get the temptation to automatically assume it's bad faith, there's no truth to it, no credibility, no merit. I get that temptation to think that. And you know what? In a lot of cases, that might even be true. But sometimes they make good points, and you should, as someone who purports to be a journalist, just investigate it. You don't have to believe what anyone says at face value, but just investigate it a little bit. Because they might be telling the truth. They might be, you know, lifting the veil on some big issue that the left is blind to. So please don't automatically assume that if someone on the right says something, it's automatically wrong. They might have a good point. Just look into it. That's
I actually agree. I also think, actually,
That's why I salute
actually
Jake's
think, well, hang on. I actually think to broaden that when I look at people who come from left or right, the real ultimate litmus test for me is, are they prepared to criticize their own side about anything? Because if they're not being honest brokers. Every side has its problems. Everyone on that side should be open and honest enough to say this is wrong when their side drops the ball or does something wrong.
Look, after Jake left his job as the spokesman for Hooters, he went on to be the spokesman for a Democratic Congresswoman, Hillary Clinton's mother-in-law, as a matter of fact. And now he's writing a book called President Biden's Decline, Its Cover-Up. I think it should be my cover-up of his decline. But he's facing backlash both from people who see that interview with Laura Trump that you just played and getting whacked for it, rightly so. But secondly, the publisher is facing a ton of criticism for actually allowing this book to come out and exposing Joe Biden to something that we didn't need a medical degree to see. Anyone with eyes and ears saw his cognitive and physical decline. And for Jake Tapper to deny it now and try to profit it off it is ridiculous and absurd and hypocritical.
Okay, Natalie, your thoughts?
Well, look, this is industrial grade projection. The only sin is what the media did for the last 4 years in terms of lying about Joe Biden. I think this book would probably be better published as an autobiography because Jake Tapper played an instrumental role. And frankly, I would start the tape not just on the interview that you played, but go back to President Trump's first term where Jake Tapper would interview these radical Democrat members of Congress who would go on and say things like Jamie Raskin saying that President Trump should be impeached under the 25th Amendment because he's mentally unwell or mentally unfit to be president. of the United States. And Jake Tapper, during that interview, sat there, did not push back one bit. It's a double standard, but frankly, you come to expect it. And I think to link it back to, frankly, all the stories that we've been discussing, there's this weird, to sort of use an intel community term, limited hangout, I think, that we're seeing come from people who have really, I think, made their careers off of opposing President Trump, the populist kind of MAGA movement, whether it's the Zuckerbergs of the world, the sort of tech oligarchs. But now even here you have figures in media trying to act like they were really heavy-handed or even fair-handed and tough in their approach to Joe Biden, to Democrats. And I'm sorry, but it's just not true. So I don't really know what audience he's trying to court
I'm actually going to bring out
book, because MAGA does not have a short
I'm
memory.
going to bring out a rival book called I Told You, which will be all my columns for the New York Post. I mean, a lot that I wrote about Joe Biden's cognitive problems and why he wasn't fit to be president of the United States. And I'm not even American. And I could tell he wasn't fit to be your president. So I'm afraid it was there in plain. Everyone could see it. He kept falling over. He kept saying stupid stuff. He kept, everything about his behavior screamed cognitive problems and rapid
really should have been the end of it.
And the people who tried to pretend otherwise, when we had that debate last summer, there it was. Suddenly the great lie about Biden's cognitive ability was laid bare. And what happened? Total mayhem for the Democrats. He had to go. They parachute in Kamala Harris. She's no good. They get a whacking. Trump's president again. And it all came down to the fact they all conspired to lie to the American people about the state of Biden's health.
No.
No?
No, I think that 75%, which for you is great, Pierce. 75% of what you just said is true, but I think there's some pieces here that I think we have to consider.
That's a good percentage.
First of all, that clip you showed. Yeah. Hey, for you, man, this is like records and stuff. You are, first of all, the clip we showed was from October of 2020, right? That's before a re-election decision. That's before President Biden becomes President Biden. And I think at that moment it was premature.
Hang on. Let me just repeat what they say in the blurb for the book. What you will learn makes President Biden's decision to run for re-election seems shockingly narcissistic, self-delusional, and reckless. That decision was taken long before that interview took place.
That interview was from October of 2020. It showed on the screen. Did I misread it?
Yeah.
October of 2020 is when Biden defeated Trump.
Well, okay, but he ran for election as well in 2020.
Okay.
All right.
You're saying that clip is around the time he ran for real.
Let me
You're wrong. You can just concede the point.
Hang on. I'm going to give you a win. I misread it. I thought they were talking about his decision to run originally.
Okay.
So you're right.
Thank you.
You're right.
Thank you.
No, it's an important clarification.
I won one.
You won. I'm giving you that.
I'm
giving you that. I misread it.
That's kind of funny. That's how you feel when you do these things.
Let me get back to my more important point.
Yeah. So your point is not an unfair one. Because actually, I guess Jake Tapper would say, well, it wasn't as obvious in October 2020 as it is now.
That's all I'm trying to say.
And Joe Biden did win the election the month after that interview. So clearly the American people did not think it was that obvious, even though he was hiding in a bunker at the time.
And Pierce, that's exactly where I'm going. I'm saying at the time of the interview you just showed, Biden was aging, and personally, I didn't think he was as strong as he should have been to be president. I don't think anybody, or almost anybody at that age, is strong enough to be president. And
he's actually the reason that I'm watching this. This is his channel here. I'm going to link it.
All the ways. But at that point, he wasn't at the decline. Awesome. And I think it was reasonable for journalists, I don't care what political persuasion you have, for journalists to say, hey, until we have a medical certainty here, or at least a medical insight here, let's not essentially claim that he's senile.
Okay, well, you know what,
Jake, by the time you get from 2020 to 2022,
man's hiding in his basement.
By the time you get to 2022, now you do
need
know.
to be an expert.
I'm not saying
here's the bottom line. The bottom line is
Jake
is going to get asked these questions. He'll be able to answer. I'll be interested in what he has to say about it, because he's a smart guy, and it'll be, I'm sure, a very readable book. But the bigger picture is really how the mainstream media collectively, I think, deliberately went out of their way to mask it as that second the 4 years of his tenure as president, how that unraveled, it was very quickly obvious to a lot of people, including me with the columns I wrote.
But some of us were lied to too, Piers. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my God, does anybody on the internet blow himself more than Piers Morgan?
No, I get it.
It wasn't all a conspiracy. Some of us didn't know either.
I get it.
Some of us had our suspicions.
I get it, I hear you.
That's all I'm saying.
I've given you one win, you're not getting another one. Let's turn to Alec Baldwin.
I'll take it.
Let's turn to Alec Baldwin. Because he's got this new show out, reality show on Discovery Plus, The Baldwins, just had its season premiere. Let's take a look at the clip.
Let's not, because I don't want to get copywritten. He's getting a weird haircut. Don't care.
You can't actually endure much more of that. That's pretty much the highlight of the whole thing. What's extraordinary, only 10 minutes or so of that episode are given over to his shooting of the Rust cinematographer Helena Hutchins. But most of that is in relation to Alec Baldwin suffering PTSD from shooting that woman and how he needs to be able to move on. Jason, I mean,
This motherfucker, dude, okay, we get it. He did a really, really good Trump impression. Oh my God. You clutch your pearls any fucking harder because you know how Hollywood works, dude. Like, you worked on America's Got Talent. I actually know for a fact that he worked with a safety coordinator. So he knows exactly what the fuck happened there. I hate this disingenuous story and the way that he's covering it. And I'm not even an Alec Baldwin fan, except for the fact that he does do that really good impression.
I've been very critical of Baldwin from when that happened onwards because he's constantly positioned himself.
The Shadow. He was also all right in The Shadow and Clear.
Was the real victim here.
Clear and Present Danger.
And obviously the victim is the woman he shot.
Oh, The Hunt for Red October.
Alec Baldwin is suffering the same thing a lot of leftists are suffering. The world has dramatically changed. They're not as in control of the matrix as they used to be. Elon.
This guy's coded language. This guy's a conspiracy theorist that like he thinks along the lines of like Andrew Tate and just like the far left.
Must take over from Twitter, turning it into X, has changed the way conversations unfold in public. The marketplace of ideas has been expanded, the Overton window, and so he's doing this
real quick. I
whatever
got a surprise
series
for you
with
guys.
Netflix or whatever to
Stick
try
around.
to portray
Seriously, guys,
himself
stick around. I got a surprise. Like oh man, I'm very excited about this.
Average, normal. Hey, have sympathy for me. The American public is not going to fall for it anymore. There's going to be a real discussion about how phony and fake this guy is and how this whole thing is manufactured. And he's going to have a difficult time rehabilitating his image because now we're all free to have legitimate discussions over social media and analyze these people, not against these algorithms that were so big to favor the left. And if you criticize their sacred cows, you were shouted down, you were framed as outside the norm.
Yeah.
He's going to have to deal with the new reality. People aren't going to fall for this.
Okay, we're running out of time. Sean, I know you have to go, so just leave me with your thoughts. I'll just read you some of the reviews, which have been some of the worst reviews I've ever seen for any television ever produced in the history of the medium. Vulture said the Baldwin president has responded by saying to Florida,
Stay around I don't care long. About it's that. It's unwatchable. She's ridiculous. The whole thing, the idea that anybody thinks giving them a deal, because it's not just him, it's her as well, is insane.
Anna, I just want to talk to you very, very quickly about something completely different, which is breaking as we're doing this, which is these two brothers, Andrew and Tristan Tate, who were facing serious charges of sex trafficking, rape and other things, have been allowed to fly from Romania to Florida today. They've just landed. Andrew Tate has said, my brother and I are largely misunderstood. Now, the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, has responded by saying the reality is Florida is not a place where you are welcome, talking about the Tates, with that type of conduct. I don't know how it came to this. I found out through the media this was happening, and he's now looking into it. This is an ongoing, pretty movable feast. I talked to Alina Habba, the counselor to President Donald Trump, who was being very flattering to Andrew Tate on Benny Johnson's show only last month. And many people think the White House has somehow engineered this freedom flight, if you like, because he'll now escape justice in Romania with his brother, or whatever justice may have been. We don't know. They protested their innocence, but they now won't have to face any criminal proceeding there if they stay in America. What do you think of this?
Yeah, Elin.
Look, I think a lot of people who are public figures end up being misunderstood to some extent. The Tate brothers, not an example of that, because Andrew Tate has streamed so many episodes of his show, if you can call it that, where he literally brags about manipulating women, tricking women into essentially being part of his, like, you know, harem of women that he... anyway, makes money off of. Let's just put it that way. I don't want to get too crude here. But he brags about it. I mean, he himself, there's endless evidence to prove it. And honestly, I don't know what Donald Trump is doing here. Like, why would you associate yourself with these people? It's like he needlessly brings on criticism, right? You don't need to
Are we ignoring the fact that this was a Barron Trump ask?
associate yourself with
Like,
the
seriously?
Tates. And you don't need to bring them here to the United States from Romania, where they're facing serious charges.
Okay,
It's
Natalie,
needless.
Natalie,
It's
quick
ridiculous.
response. We've run out of time, but this just dropped. So, Natalie, your response to that?
Look, I think if the Trump administration had been intimately involved with bringing him over here, you know, every civil servant, bureaucrat there, they would be leaking profusely. It would be the lead story on every mainstream media outlet. I don't speak for the White House. I don't know. I don't think that
They said it themselves.
they were involved in this. Like,
he even came out. He's like, I
Lena Hobbs said,
whatever.
it's the
They're
Romanian
great. They're
Justice
great guys.
Department that allowed them to fly here.
whatever.
I think when President Trump has a strong opinion on something, he lets it be heard. I have not heard him speak on this, so I think we should wait to hear from him directly before we let the media do what they do best, which is lie.
Okay, we've got to leave it there, but that's just happening. It's developing as we're talking. Thank you all.
Cool. All right, we got through it, guys. We got through it. All right, so I have a surprise for everybody that it's going to take me just it's going to take me about 10 minutes to get everything cleared up. It's a really fun surprise. You're gonna love it, guys. You really are. Seriously, I'm very excited. Here, let's see if I can just put my video up. Shit. Okay. There we go. All right, guys. So I'm gonna put this up, and then where the fuck is my camera? I will be right back. Let me go take care of this, and I will. We will resume the show. Oh boy. Come here. All right. All right. Thank you for bearing with me, guys. Because we have a special guest. Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. This is Pax. Come here. Pax-Man. Pax-Man. Look at him. Look at him. Oh. Jealousy. No jealousy. No jealousies. No jealousies. No jealousies. No. Yeah. You're the Pax-Man. I'm watching my buddy's dog. So I was just like, this is important. I need my audience to be here for this. This is he's just gonna chill here. He's just gonna chill here for the entire floofy puppy. I can't talk. He's so good. He's good. Yeah, him and Stan are best buds. Look at him. I know. Why is he here? Why is he in my spot? This isn't your spot, though. I was wrong, not your sister. Oh, you guys thought it was my sister. Oh, that's funny. No, not the sister. Although that would be cool. I would love to have brought my sister on. I mean, come on. You don't like the little mister back? That? Oh, come on. He's so good. Sorry, he really is, he's a good boy. Lay down, buddy. Get your bone. You gotta show off. You gotta show off to the Pax-Man. Alright. Pax, you mind if I, scooch? Here we go. Yep. It's a he. It is named after Pax something from one of the Brandon Sanderson books. I don't actually read those. I need to. Everybody always says that. You gotta read these. They're so great. It's like, oh, okay. I totally will. Yo, baby. I almost feel like here. Oh my god. I feel so bad. Now I feel like this is the ultimate betrayal, but dog cam. Now we got the double dog cam. Mr. Floof, he is such a good boy. He is all I actually talked it over with his papa. He is totally in on the treat game, so if you guys donate for Stan, he will also be getting some treats. If I like them enough to say she, that is my prerogative, yes. It is, okay. But I just know this little booger, he, he's in a really, he's like, why did my daddy leave? Dude, he was mad. My buddy was leaving. He's just like, where are you going? Where are you going? They looked at me. He's just like, where are you going? Because I'm going with you. He had like a little existential crisis. He's like, I don't know where I'm going. Ah, look at him. Look at him. Oh my God. Yeah. It's so cool to have a nephew that is also a floof. Yeah. A good floof, too. Look at him. Jacob Bands, hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. You, I think you actually just hit 259 or 260. I think you might have been 260 there. He's mad because I'm not home to cuddle him. Oh, Unimoogle caught it. Unimoogle's just like, wait a minute. Pax. I know a guy, leave it at that. He stole a pitbull. Was chained up. Oh. Wait, did you know John Wick guessing Republican? Wait, based on me? Like based on my look and what's going on here? I mean, I don't know. No. No, I'm not. No, I lean left. Lean left, but I will totally have open discussions, man. Just, you know, my big thing is just don't do that troll bullshit. Like, this is about like having actual political discussions, and I mean, I'm one of the leftists that can admit, you know, when Trump is funny, he's funny. I could also admit when he's done, you know, if he does good things, then I will admit it. Like, I'm not rooting for the death of this country. Rest in peace, Mom. Thank you. Yeah, I'm thank you. I appreciate that, Brandon. Really looking forward to tomorrow. 3 first-time chatters. Why would a man with that hair be a Republican? Hey! I mean, I don't know. There are, like, bikers and rockers, and, I mean, plenty of dudes that have long hair. Hey, man, that's kind of ignorant. That's ignorant. That's ignorant. Why would you be so ignorant like that, huh? All right, well, Stan does not want to be on camera right now, so what's going to happen is Maxman is going to be on camera. How do you feel about those duck eating what? What? It's a wild question. Bobby, I mean, look at him. Look at him. He's just staring at me, like, with like the little longing eyes, like, he's so cute. I love you so much. So yes, this was the surprise. This is Pax, and he is going to be with us for the stream tonight. I hope everybody was on the edge of their seat. They're like, the foreseeable future. No, but I will. He will be a guest star. You know, he's legit like my nephew. So if you guys also, I could probably just show you guys before I end stream on Wednesdays. What I could do is just work it out beforehand, where it's just like, oh, boop snoot, yeah, boop snoot, boop, yeah, boop snoot, yeah. You got him. He also he has this like little belly, right? His little belly. It's so cute. It like pops out like because he's so small. He's just got like good God smell. He smells not bad. Is it your baby? No, he's not my baby. He's my best friend's dog. He's well, hey, you know, there's a reason that God and dog have the same 3 letters. Just know this. Just know this. Okay, I'll make a stereotype observation. All white guys with dreads smoke weed. That's actually no. I had a youth leader, youth pastor that did not, although he was reformed. So, all right. You know what? No, because when I say reformed, I think it was like that. So, yeah. Calling me on my own bullshit. Dude, he is. I wish I could do this every stream. He's making my lap fucking fall asleep though. Look at the snoot. Look at Live and Evil are also palindromes. Your room has so many interesting items. Oh, thank you. I'm like a I Spy on Twitch. I hope you guys, I mean, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Youth leaders. Yeah. What is that? What is that? Oh. We just got these in Illinois, so we're lucky. The guy. What guy? This guy? This guy? He not the logger. Yes, Jeff, it is. This guy? This guy, wait, what are you talking, like, which, when you say that, I'm holding a dog, so I'm assuming the dog. So the dog, he is a, not a Labradoodle? Labradoodle, I think. Yeah, Labradoodle. Right? I think you're a Labradoodle. I know that he's got a terrier in him, so. No, he's not a Labradoodle. Fuck. Oh, no. He is a, I remember now because it's a ridiculous name. It's a Shiapoo. A Shiapoo. Oh, that's John Cena. Or, it's John Cena! Wait, have you guys ever heard that? Here. Let's see. I hope that's not copywritten. I really hope that's not copywritten. God, the fact that I used to be one of those guys that, like, anytime I heard that, I'm like, John Cena sucks! John Cena sucks! Although none of them. No, I know that's 100% copywritten. I'm talking about, the... I can always edit it out. Fuck it. Let's go for it. Oh, how do you guys like the new BRB screen, by the way? I hope you guys enjoy it. I felt like it was simple but effective. It's like most of my stuff. Simple yet effective. Is that the Mary Jane? It is. Yes, it is. That it is.
Here's this week's phone scam. Check it out.
Hello?
I have just one question for you. Are you ready?
Am I ready for what? Who's this?
Are you ready for this Sunday night when WWE champ John Cena defends his title in the WWE Super Slam?
Oh, I got it. Hell yeah, right before 30.
Chance in hell that we're ever going to have wrestling in this house again, but thank you. But no. Have a good day. Hello?
And goodbye to anyone standing in John Cena's way.
Goodbye.
Takes on 6 men in a steel cage, shoots and ladders. Slam. Order now and save $10 with a low price of just $49.99.
Sir, you guys just called me, and as I mentioned before, we're not ordering this, so please stop calling my house. Thank you and goodbye.
This poor woman.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, can I speak to Champ?
Who?
Champ? Is Champ there?
Who is
Good
Champ?
old radio bit.
That question will be answered this Sunday.
That question will be answered this Sunday. Dude, I love it. That's WWE Super Slam. Okay, I don't want to play too much because I'll probably get in trouble because they literally, I thought that they had a different theme playing throughout the whole thing. I didn't know that they actually used his theme song. Dude, that's so funny. Why the far right is always worse than the far left. Now we know. Do we care? Do we care? I don't know. I think I care. Super Slayer. God, that's funny. You baby. Hi, Paxi. Say hi to everybody out on the internet. You don't even know. You don't even know. You're so cute, Mr. Paxman. Dude, he is literally making my arm fall asleep. Yeah. Oh my God, I love you. You're such a good boy. What do you guys think? Do I need my own packs? I had an opportunity to buy, to get one from, same place that he came from, so. It's definitely something I was toying with.
From Troy Bond making a heckler cry.
There we go. This is what I wanted to watch. Oh! I know what I wanted to watch with you guys. It is just as good as this.
This heckler threw glass at the comedian on stage.
I'm gonna go fuck.
Damn it.
Oh, yeah! Luke, how are you so awesome? With it, shit like that. How about you put some cream cheese on that banana bread? That's how I feel about you. Oh!
Oh man, does she have to do that? Wow.
What the fuck was that?
Wow. That's a set Rona right there. Sorry, that was not what I thought it was, but it also was like, oh, that was
You know, folks, sometimes comics have to go on the road and perform for monkeys, right? Moose Jaw, 2001. End of joke. I don't think you've watched the show so far. This is no choose your own adventure story. If you can turn to page 85, it turns out I fucked your mother. And you don't want to know what she whispered in my ear.
sorry. The noise the guy makes when he gets hit. Come on!
She whispered in my ear.
Come on! Come on! It sounds like he says, come on! Sorry, we're gonna watch it one more time. One more time. Sorry. Not sorry. Gotta
And
see
you don't
it.
want to know what she whispered in my ear.
Mother's dead. Whoa. Money ready to die.
Shut the hell up next time.
Friends. Hey, man. Friends.
Shut the hell up next time.
Whoa. Money ready to die. His mother's dead, bud. Whoa.
His mother's dead, bud.
Shut the hell up next time.
I hope that I have a friend in my life that would throw a glass at a comedian at this moment in my in my grief, because that would tell me that my friend loves me that much. His mom's dead, bud. I do not condone throwing anything at stand-up comedians or anybody that works on stage. Please don't do that.
That guy better get the fuck out of here right now, or I will call the police, because that's assault, cunt. Pardon me? That is assault.
Damn, I just realized I have more subscribers than this guy. Oh, well, I guess I'm done. Well, I enjoyed him getting hit in the tum-tum with a with a water glass. His mom's dead, bud. Stan is super jealous. Oh boy. Oh boy. Look. Here it comes. Here it comes. Oh boy, he's mad. Oh, chat. You just can't fit on my lap, dude. Okay, this is this feels right. I might need another dog.
I think it's time that we get you a little brother.
I think it's time. You don't like that? You don't like that? He's like, he took my camera. He's not happy. I'm sorry. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Your camera's back. Your camera's back. Your camera's back. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, it's okay. He's just staying here for a little bit. Okay? Hey, no, you don't get him. You don't do that. No. Guys, you are watching a real-time fight happen. Yeah, the tornado sirens have sounded twice. Yeah, we're actually getting a little bit of that going on here. We're getting some high wind warnings. Whoa. Hey. Ooh, that's not. Hey, that's not. You got a small one. Yeah, your daddy said small treats. No, you stay away from his treat. No. You good? Okay. Those quiet barks are great. Yeah, the quiet barks. You have one too, Dad. I mean, this is cute. Oh. Go lay down, buddy. Come on. Go lay down. All right, we got a few more things to get to today. Let's see. That was just a fun little segment I wanted to do. He debated with Brian Kalin? No. Not interested. Okay. Proud family. Oh. Okay. Look at him. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm done doing that. I can't stop looking at him because I'm just like, look. This is what I'd be doing if I was watching a stream. It's just like, the puppies, though. They're so important. I don't want to necessarily do this Asmongold thing because this is going to take way too long. Here we go.
No, that was the most racist joke ever.
To Joe Rogan humiliating another one in front of 2,000 people.
Did no one hug you when you were little?
Here are 10 times comedians made hecklers cry, starting off with Matt Rife, who in 2023 was greeted by an obnoxious heckler. Being a Virgo himself, Matt snapped back immediately.
All right, let's talk to somebody who spent Valentine's Day alone. You know what's funny about this? Before I even defend myself, I don't even care. I don't even believe in this shit, but I can't let it slide. You're Aquarius? Oh, I thought you were annoying.
While Matt reduced the savageness of his jokes, Troy Bond had no problem destroying his heckler until she left the show. The heckler first got angry when Troy started with his usual political jokes.
I voted for Joe Biden, but that shit didn't feel great. Felt like I was giving Grandpa the keys to the Oldsmobile and telling him to drive to California. I'm probably the most pro-anti-Trump comic out there. That
You're not.
Shut the up!
As a white guy trying to talk to black people.
I'm not.
No, you're not.
The situation forced Troy to point out the absurdity of the anger.
What are you upset about? It's not me.
No, and shut up. Any black person ever tried to laugh at his fucking jokes, no.
Stop having fun!
And when the heckler didn't back down, Troy decided to put the woman in her place.
I don't know who the fuck you're mad at, but it's not me.
No, a white person trying to make fun of black people.
See, now you're crying, and I was just trying to make you laugh.
No, don't do that.
Okay, I'm sorry. Now I'm gonna make fun. I was trying to be empathetic.
And from that point on, whatever the heckler said was just ammunition for Troy's routine.
You a
Why do you think I'm doing this for a living? You think I was a football player? I'm a bitch, God damn it.
He's got almost like a Bobcat Goldthwait fucking cadence to him. I like it.
There's nothing you can say to me I haven't said 6 inches from the mirror. You're the first name going in my suicide note tonight.
And right after, Troy delivered the final blow.
Have a good night, Kamala Harris. Now's the time I need you on my side.
No, that was the most racist joke ever.
No, I got like 4 more in the chamber. Wait, don't drop the scarf, man. That was $3 at Dollar Tree, man.
And just like Troy, Bill Burr also had no problem annihilating hecklers, even if they were literally blind. Bill was doing a stand-up routine when he was interrupted by a heckler with his wedding plans, to which he quickly fired back.
Are you gonna have a 41? Are you still gonna have the bachelor party? Do you really need to, man? I mean, you're 41. You just lived the bachelor party for 20 years, right?
And he would get a shocking revelation soon after. But instead of backing off like most comedians, Bill still went in and dunked on the guy.
Jeez, well, thank you for bringing it all the way down to I didn't ask you about your eyesight. Jesus Christ, you got problems with your kidneys too? We can just turn this into a benefit?
And the heckler's humiliation wouldn't stop there.
Can't see. It's flip-flopping the words. Who is this poor woman who's marrying you on Saturday?
Bill just kept tearing into him until the guy wished he hadn't come to the show.
Well, first of all, you're not blind. You know what? You're looking around too much. You're not doing this shit. You're like, first of all, you were blind. What the f are you looking back at him for? You need to work on your fake blind shit.
And as Bill started to get suspicious, the blind guy tried to make Bill eat his words.
I appreciate a good scam, man. That's not better than that. You know what I mean? There's no scam, dude. It's for real, man. What? There's no scam. There's no scam? You guys are all blind.
But instead, Bill wiped the floor with him.
I mean, you want me to bump into some I don't know
Bill didn't tolerate heckling at all. Heckle him once, and you'd regret it. Unlike Andrew Schultz, who was heckled thrice before finally losing his cool.
God, I'm over this motherfucker.
You're not smart. I don't think you're smart.
But after the heckler's last offense, Andrew was ready to take the heckler to the cleaners.
If you were smart, you would know that's what's funny about the joke. That's the exact thing that's funny about the joke. And I think your math brain isn't creative enough to understand humor.
And Andrew only became more savage as the show went on.
I'll give you a chance for the rest of the show to try to laugh, but if you find yourself not laughing, just know I'm not smart enough. That's what you have to remind. Your brain doesn't work for it.
As Andrew kept calling the heckler out, though, even the crowd became more enthusiastic.
I'm sure you're really good at engineering.
That's always nice when like the crowd starts actually doing the work for you.
You're really good at engineering.
I mean, I've seen it happen in my chat where like I get a troll, I'll go at him for a little bit, but the second that like my other chatters start going, I'm like, all right,
ruining other people's nights.
We got this. We got this. Oh, baby.
Being selfish. You got all those down, but humor's not for you.
But when the heckler tried to avoid Andrew's gunfire by playing the victim, Andrew made sure she didn't leave the show without bullet holes.
And look, there is a place to go if you don't like humor. No, you shouldn't go to hell. Why would you go to hell? That's for funny people. You're not gonna ruin our time in hell too? How dare you? You don't follow me to f***ing hell?
Andrew's heckler only got embarrassed in front of a club, unlike this next one, who was destroyed in front of 2,000 people by Joe Rogan in his 2017 show.
Hold on, wait, what's the people stop cheering? Tell me what you just said. I said he's paying attention to you.
Why are you yelling out like that? Did no one hug you when you were little?
And Joe wasn't going to easily back off now that he had the spotlight.
I tried to sort through this because you're the show. You understand that, right? Then once you turn around and look, there's 2,000 other people besides you. You know that, right?
Joe's constant berating made the heckler give up.
I'm just curious, why do you think it's a good idea to just yell out?
This is exactly how I go at fucking chatter.
You better talk to me now.
Don't
be a coward.
As the heckler turned into the crowd's laughingstock, Joe decided to be more creative with his roasts, with lines like this.
You are a factor of us removing the word retard from the vernacular. They think it's okay to do retarded shit because there's no real word to describe people like that anymore.
And this.
When you nerf the world, motherfuckers like you think you can come to a show and just yell out stupid shit and piss off 2,000 other people.
But despite ruining his show, Joe still gave the guy one last chance to redeem himself.
Now I'm gonna give you one last chance to shut the fuck up or they're gonna force
Friday night snacks.
So what's it gonna be?
However, Joe would soon regret being so nice and making that offer.
What's that? Did you say Donald Trump? All right, kick this dummy out, please.
And as security finally took the heckler away, Joe had some more choice words for him.
Oh, look.
Thank you, Mattel.
This is what's supposed to happen to you all throughout your life.
Joe let it all out on his heckler, unlike Sammy Obeid, who silenced this irritating crowd member in the most polite way possible.
When you come to a live show, people here paid for tickets to watch me talk, and I did not ask you for all that feedback that you gave me.
It all started when Sammy was making a joke about his snack bag.
So yeah, my snack bag's like 300 pounds. Because I add a lot of stuff to it, and I don't subtract, so the math ain't mathin', you know.
But just before his joke could land, someone in his front row got offended over the petty.
Who's the new guy girl? This is Paxman. This is my best friend's dog, who I'm watching for just a little bit here. So yeah, he made his streaming debut today, and he is being so good right now. It's actually kind of freaking me out. I'm like, oh my god, like he's just been laying on my lap for almost like an hour.
Thing.
I have a hard time throwing away things if they're not like done. I think that's like the trauma of brown parents. You know what I mean? Like you can't throw something away if there's like a little bit of crumbs in it. You know what I mean? So. I keep looking at you. I looked at you once for the brown parents part. I only did one brown parents reference.
Sammy wasted no time turning the tables on her.
And you look back at me as if you don't have brown parents. You liar, okay? Pull up a picture on your phone of your white parents and show me that I'm racist, okay?
But after dropping one final joke to completely invalidate her claims about racism,
I totally should have looked at it, because brown parents. Like I should have looked at this guy. Here I was, being discriminatory and not giving this guy a chance of connecting on brown parents.
The heckler's narcissistic urge to interrupt the show only got worse.
It's okay because
I bought your hat.
I might buy it back from you, actually.
Making Sammy finally reach his breaking point.
No. Let me give you a piece of advice. Okay. Yeah, let me give you a piece of advice.
No.
People in this room are very not happy with what's going on right now. And you didn't know that until they clapped.
But even after his show was almost ruined, Sammy stayed quiet and made a fool out of the heckler in the most polite way possible.
You also do have to understand at the live show, there's like a little bit of a barrier that needs to happen. You can't interrupt the jokes with your commentary. You know what I'm saying? Because how would I do a show if that was...
Hell yeah!
You didn't say any commentary until you said commentary.
Instead of improving, however, the heckler chose to play the victim card.
What's that? I'm an asshole. Don't turn into a 40-year-old asshole. I've been an asshole my whole life, okay?
The heckler was eventually forced to leave, but she couldn't help pollute the show one last time.
I'm gonna get a really bad Yelp.
Yeah, she's the worst. No, she was the type of, she was the worst type of heckler. Those, I hate to say, those are the ones that would shut me down because there was nothing you could say that could get them to stop interacting. So you would get a few digs in, but then you would just get annoyed, and then it would kill the momentum of the show. And it I think that's maybe why I do have this thing where if I'm talking about something and I see my viewer count dwindle even by one, I'm just like, oh, well, that's like somebody walking out of a comedy show.
She was already starting to write it. She pulled out her phone. She's like, how can I let the world...
Yeah, she's trying to be the center of attention.
You don't stop! The persistence.
Sammy tried his best to stay polite with his heckler, but Jimmy Carr didn't bother holding back when he roasted not one, but 4 hecklers in a single routine in his 2020 show.
Why don't we have a proper heckle amnesty? If you would like to have a heckle, this would be the ideal time. Not... I look like I pig. Do I still owe your mum money? Is she annoyed, is she?
Another guy would soon try his luck against Jimmy and suffer the same sorry fate.
Your partner thinks I'm too crude. So she's been brought along to the show and it's not for her. Are you going to make it up to her somehow later on? Maybe pop a thumb in her ass while you're f***ing her?
But that wouldn't be the last of Jimmy's hecklers.
When does the comedy start? It's a classic.
And in order to make a proper comeback, Jimmy decided to extract some more information.
What's your name, sir? Like shoe rack, you're called Rack.
And Jimmy soon started preparing Rack.
But I suppose, Rack, you have learned a valuable lesson. You've learned life's not fair. You pays your money, you takes your chance. Sometimes it's a good show, sometimes it's not for you.
For the slaughter he was about to commit.
Another example of how unfair, Rack, our society is. Let's say if a man, you're right, sir, let's say if a man sleeps with loads and loads of women, what is he? He's a stud, he's a player, he's admired in our society. That isn't an opinion, that's fact. If a guy sleeps with loads of women, he's a player, he's a stud, he's admired. But if a woman sleeps with loads and loads of men, she's called Rack's mum.
And as if that devastating line wasn't enough, Jimmy soon started putting nails in Rack's coffin.
It's all right for me to say that because Rack's mum's not going to be here, is she? Saturday night, you're having a laugh. It's her busiest evening.
The heckler, however, decided to fight back with a very immature jab.
Your face is like a 42-inch widescreen TV. My face is like a 42-inch widescreen TV.
But he would soon realize how futile it is trying to outwit a professional comedian.
Okay. I've just said that your mum's a prostitute. and you just said your face is wide.
And while Jimmy thought that would be the last heckle, someone else would soon prove him wrong. But Jimmy instantly showed them who's the real boss of the show.
Or fun fact for you, your girlfriend's got 2 She's sat next to one of them, isn't she? I'm sorry, I called you a there. I'm terribly sorry. I'm sure you don't have the depth or the capacity to give pleasure.
And another comedian who proved that he's the real deal on stage is Drew Lynch, who in his 2019 show utterly demolished a heckler in front of his own girlfriend.
Go to North Maryland and figure out manners, asshole.
Drew started his routine talking about how absurd the venue looks.
A lot of people said I couldn't sell tickets in a loft, and I proved them wrong because this room seats 8. So love that we maximize the capacity, and then the stage is the only.
Like people go to comedy shows to heckle. They don't usually go to heckle. What ends up happening is they get a few drinks in them, and the social barrier breaks because. Especially lately, like with having their phones, like people just will react immediately and they don't have the brain to mouth filter. Like there's always been hecklers, but there's way more now. And most of them, I'm just going to go out on a limb and say are usually outraged middle-aged women.
And just in the start of his show, he got a very bizarre suggestion.
You what? You said I can hang from. I'm hanging no one from the ceiling. Why was that a suggestion that entered?
And while he had a great show, someone decided to ruin the vibe at that.
I want to open mic a comedy club called Stop Laughing at Me.
Last moment.
This is the part of the show where I get to be done. So that you said about time. Then why the tits are you here? Go to North Maryland and figure out manners, asshole.
It was obvious that even the heckler's partner was embarrassed of him.
You're saying about time that I'm done? Is that what you're saying?
We don't know.
He don't know.
This gave Drew just what he needed to continue the heckler's humiliation ritual.
Well, that was a fun heckle. That's my favorite. Is when I get done doing the show. And someone's like, Jesus, finally. We can do this escape room up here. Meanwhile, your girlfriend's trying to escape your relationship. And then when she leaves your rude ass, we'll all be like, about time.
And just like how Drew roasted the heckler in front of his girlfriend, Patrice O'Neal roasted a female heckler using her boyfriend as ammunition.
You need to stop being so wrapped up, but that's like he's seeing you're auditioning for him to be your man at some point. This guy is a nice guy.
It all started when the woman heckled Patrice during his routine, and he did not let it slide.
I think he wants to see you every day. This face. Just look at her face. It's just like a stroke victim.
But when Patrice kept throwing punches, the heckler decided to fight back.
I'm sorry, say that again? Go ahead.
You're making me laugh.
But Patrice soon handed her a much-needed check back to reality.
No, don't even go, that's what I knew she was gonna say. That's the face she has. And that's what you deal with. That's what she has to add. You have to make me laugh. Who's gonna make your miserableness?
And deconstructed the woman's entire persona to roast her.
You have movies in your head that only star you, directed by you. Everybody else is laughing and she goes, you have to make me laugh. The fact that laughter's contagious should help you dead on the inside. That's you.
Patrice didn't let the heckler's comment slide, just like Bo Burnham, who got so annoyed by an audience member that he put his heckle in a song.
This song is the shit.
Bo Burnham was performing a new song and was just getting in his zone.
I feel like hip-hop is voiceless.
But even before Bo could get the song going, he was loudly interrupted by a drunk heckler.
Hey, girl! What? This song is the shit. This stop was worth it.
But instead of getting swayed, Bo used the heckler to improve his performance instead.
I appreciate it, man. All right. These are the weirdest heckler interactions that I've had. You're doing a really good job, in my opinion. Eat it.
But he did make sure to express his true feelings before continuing on with the song.
Thank you very much. All right, it's over now, man. Your 15 minutes ended 15 minutes ago.
And ensured the heckler was parodied in his performance.
Make a fella say, oh, 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 oh,
Man, Bo Burnham, that's another, like, master. Totally, I'm glad that he had his his huge moment during COVID, but it sucks because, like, you know, he covered it, or it was just, he was supposed to make his comeback, and then it was just, okay. Alright. She's laughing right now. Thanks.
It used to be the people to.
What up, Distracting? Say hello to Pax. He's the Pax man. It is my friend's dog that I am watching. But for now, he is part of stream, so say hello to Pax. Ah, that sucks.
Bring their kids to these things. Now they're having drag shows for children, which is a sex show, and all of these things has made people basically.
I mean, come on, you gotta go classic. You gotta go classic.
Say whatever it is, LGBT.
If you think anyone doing drag again is inherently sexual, I think that says more about you than the drag show.
Very illegal actions, facing at least 11 cases and 10 arrest warrants since Duterte came into office. And the thing is,
Jane Grace sang. Right-wingers.
I'm picking. So there you have it.
And right-wingers are infuriated. This time because trans punk rock star Laura Jane Grace sang at Bernie Sanders' rally on Friday. And why are they outraged by this? Because Laura Jane Grace's song, this is the singer from the band Against Me, was extremely graphic. I got to be honest, it's so vulgar that I can't actually say it on YouTube. Isn't it funny when they do things like this? They claim there's nothing wrong with the books they put out to children. Or right now they're saying right-wingers are just infuriated by the song for no reason. And I literally cannot show you the lyrics on YouTube. Rose came out, which is the big album. I don't know that they've actually had as much success Against Me since then. I think technically they did when Laura Jane Grace, who used to go by the name Tom Gable, I'm pretty sure that's right, changed his name and transitioned, and then they saw a big...
Oh, gross. I was like, oh, this is actually kind of wild. Tim isn't being an asshole. He's not misgendering her. He's not dead-naming her. But we were only a minute into the video. So was that a minute and 47 seconds? This non-controversy apparently surrounds the fact that she performed at the Bernie Sanders stop in Kenosha. I'd like to remind everybody that Bernie Sanders right now is in a lot of deep red states and is holding rallies that are just breaking records across the board. Shame on you, Democrats. Shame on you, DNC. Shame on you for not recognizing what could have been a much nicer timeline for the world. I wouldn't have to be sitting here right now worried about if I'm going to see tanks rolling into the city under the entire auspices of Donald Trump wanting to turn us into his cherished 51st state and is invading with troops on the ground and reluctant Americans who probably don't want to be shooting their neighbors in the face. But hey, at the end of the day, Donald Trump commands and Donald Trump desires, because it seems like a lot more Americans are in tune with what Bernie Sanders puts out there, which is pretty wild. Check out Anna is a Stool Pigeon, an amazing song, both musically and left-wing politics. Hell yeah, I will. I'm going to become much more familiar with her work.
I, as well as many others, pro-gay marriage. Saying, yeah, I literally don't care if like two dudes or two chicks are minding their own business in their house. The problem was...
No, you can't be like, oh, I don't care about this, but I am going to do videos where I try to fearmonger and get people to believe that support has been dropping. So, more than 2 in 3 Americans continue to believe that marriage between same-sex couples should be legal. 69%. Oops. Nice. Nearly as many say gay or lesbian relations are more acceptable. 64%. Both readings have been consistent, above the 50% mark since the early 2010s, and above 60% since 2017. The recent halt and a long-term upward trend are both indicators of public support for the LGBTQ+ community, reflect Democrats and independent support leveling off, while Republicans have dipped. The latest 69% of Americans who support same-sex marriage from Gallup's May 1st, 2023 beliefs poll, similarly to the record high of 71% according in 2022 and 2023. Let's see if we can find aggregate polling with 2025 put in, because as much as I want the Poll Tracker 2024 politics and poll tracker, steady here, I'm going to assume that it's not 52%.
The narrative always in the beginning was, it's in the privacy of your own house. Where are we today? At Pride events across the country, there's
a new survey as of 2025, published March 4th. New survey shows 67% of Americans support same-sex marriage. Nearly 40% of white evangelical Protestants now support same-sex marriage rights. That's one of the findings of a new survey from the Public Religious Research Institute. NPR religious correspondent says, according to the PRRI American Values Atlas, more than 2/3 of Americans now favor the right for same-sex couples to marry. The survey found an increase in the share of people from more conservative religious backgrounds who favor marriage equality. 38%, while white evangelical Protestants now support same-sex marriage, up from 28% a decade ago. All right.
Always been gratuitous sex. That's a fact. As far as I can remember, my family owned a business on North Halsted in Chicago, which they call Boys Town. I wasn't allowed to go outside during Pride events because it was gratuitous sex, like literally men doing things to each other in the streets. We know.
Okay, Ralph. I just feel like this is a story you heard. And then they were having sex and fisting, and then I saw the fisting, and then the fisting looked at me.
Oh, videos of it in San Francisco. It is more rampant than ever. You have videos of nude men, one viral video of a guy wearing a Bugs Bunny mask, hopping around naked in front of children. Yeah, it used to be the people that bring their kids to these things. Now they're having drag shows for children, which is a sex show. And all of these things has made people basically say, whatever it is, LGBT.
If you think anyone doing drag, again, is inherently sexual, I think that says more about you than the drag show. Because, again, there's tons of drag performances by right-wingers. Crowder, Rudy Giuliani. You can go down the list where I don't think that those are in any way, shape, or form sexual. They're not sexual to me. If that was the author's intent, that's gross. Are you telling me that Rudy Giuliani was really trying to get Donald Trump to motorboat him so they could both get off? That's, again, wow, that's the president of the United States, you know? I don't think Michael Knowles is dressing up as Elizabeth Warren because Michael Knowles, again, is doing it so he can attract a whole bunch of people. I think he's a racist who wants to just do a racist bit and thinks it's extra funny if he does drag and racism at the same time. But yeah.
I am out. It's not just plummeting among Republicans. It's plummeting among everybody, particularly young people.
So every poll I can see, including 2024 aggregate polling, 2024 Gallup polling, shows that at least 69% of Americans continue to believe that marriage between same-sex couples should be legal. 64% say gay or lesbian relationships are morally acceptable. I mean, it's not like the overwhelming majority of the population, but it still is, nearly 70% of most of the polls that I can see here. And yeah, I wish it was 100%.
Young people are more likely to say it's gone too far, even Democrats. Let me show you what we got so far. In this post from Politics and Poll Tracker, Democrats, 77% support, 12% oppose. Independents, 45% support, 35 oppose. Oh, actually, wait. Yeah, oppose. And among Republicans, 65% oppose. Now, that's pretty obvious. This is an Economist YouGov poll, the latest data. We have this from Politics.
I think things are either reversed or they just go back and forth. So Democrats, they flipped it from support to oppose. I get it. So the majority of Democrats and independents support. But in Republicans, in this one specific case, 65% oppose. Yeah, I guess that would be a you problem, right? Painting these ideas as normal is how they spread them. That is true. That is absolutely true. It's one of the reasons why they couldn't figure out for a long time why in, different generations, for example, there's huge amounts of data that shows that to them, it seems like people are getting way more gay. Because why is it that nearly 25% of, say, people in Gen Z were reporting to be LGBTQ plus in some way? And then in other generations, like millennials, myself, it's 14.2%, Gen X 5.1, baby boomers 3, the silent generation 1.8. So this is clearly either indicative of one of two things. there is a woke mind virus, and the ability to transform or turn people gay exists, and that because of the indoctrination coming in through the TikTok videos and everything else, people have become to queerify, which sounds beautiful. If only that was the case, I would just say to accelerate all the work that you're doing, and soon we can just gayify the world. Since that isn't scientifically true, though, what this indicates is that this generation, Gen Z, has a lot more access to online information, a lot more access to LGBTQ plus information related to topics that when I was a lad, we didn't even know about. I didn't know about non-binary people. I didn't know about the fact that there is a difference between cis and trans folk. But now you can go on TikTok and you can start looking up these videos and start researching this kind of stuff, even when you're younger, and recognize, holy shit, maybe that is who I am. I'm not sure, but I'm going to start to explore these ideas. That's one of the big reasons. Another is the less oppressed any one group will feel, the more you'll see them represented. One of the reasons why we keep showing the left-handedness, why people who are left-handed or identify as left-handed
clean up your room.
Very low amounts when they were persecuted and treated as satanic, and then when that stops, the line go up, and then all of a sudden it plateaus because there is just a percentage of the population that is naturally going to be left-handed.
All once supported same-sex marriage. Now, occurring in a new YouGov survey, it's underwater by Republicans by 41 points. Isn't that crazy? In 2021, Republicans 55% agreed. And then Democrats smashed that goodwill, bludgeoning the issue to death with trans and gender ideology issues. In 2021, Gallup released this poll. A record high 70% in the U.S. support same-sex marriage. Magic, wasn't it? 70%. If we go down, you can see this. For the first time, a small majority of Republicans support it. Republicans 55%, Democrats 83%.
Okay,
Amazing.
clean up your room.
Let's jump forward.
So, by the way, if you were a LGBTQ plus
am I
person,
Dem? Because I'm not necessarily Dem. I'm a leftist, but
who voted for Donald Trump, I take no satisfaction in the "you fell for" it awards, considering they are now actively targeting gay marriage. Especially I'm assuming the majority being white gay men. Those who think that, hey, by the way, as long as I remain a pick-me or remain one of the good ones, or the log cabin Republicans continue to oppose.
No, I was calling Tim Pool a jackass.
Oppose trans people and gender ideology and all that kind of stuff. They won't come for us. That's not how fascism works. Fascism doesn't really just have an off switch. There's not groups that are applying to be part of the master race. There's not like, hey, if you just wait long enough, this one group is
also Monkey Freak. If you have not followed already, please do.
Going to be perceived as totally key. That's not how this shit goes. It's an eliminationist project. They eventually try to ethnically and physically cleanse the earth of everything that isn't perceived as the superior race. That's what Nazis do. So, yeah, they're going to be eventually coming for same-sex marriage and trying to reverse same-sex marriage. And the best way to do that is to...
It gives them the icky ickies.
Again, rile up their base and continue to lie to them. It's very effective. Keep telling them, actually, gay people are trying to go after your kids. Gay people are trying to have sex with each other in public. Gay people are trying to, go after children at pride parades. All of that is very true. Drag queens are a danger to your kids. They've been doing that for a while. Then they obviously, have been enjoying the amount of victories they've gotten electorally, and not by majority decision, by the way. They keep saying that Donald Trump won by a landslide. A third of the country didn't vote for him. A third of the country didn't vote at all. And so those who did vote for him are the ones now trying to push this idea that everything that they believe is enormously popular. It's not enormously popular. As the own polling that, Tim Pool just showed you, the majority of Americans are not anti-gay. The majority of Americans are not anti-gay marriage even. If he's saying that there's a rise in the amount of Republicans, well, that has something to do with him making content like this, because they want there to be a rise in anti-gay hysteria and anti-gay hatred. And yeah, that's going to be the next venue that they go down. Obviously, there's no such thing as a safe member of the LGBTQ plus community within the Republican or the right at all. It sucks, but it's just, it's just the truth.
All of the liberals run to the voting booth.
That wasn't right. That's a lie.
That wasn't right. That's a lie.
But it works, so we don't care. Now you wish we'd all shut up, but make our clothes and fix our hair. And our love's not a sin. Well, the Bible says it's so.
Well, the Bible says a lot of things, you know?
We're going back to the fucking Funny or Die days. Tim, this is a skit.
Wow.
Everything eventually is part of some grander scheme.
I've been told over on Reddit that the majority of Americans support Trump, and he has overwhelming support. While they're not right.
No, like you can't just watch a thing. Like he's eventually going to be talking about how
right.
Shadow the Hedgehog was actually a premonition. A foreboding reality that no one listened to, and then that's why people need to be marched off to Gitmo, because Sonic was not understanding of how tortured Shadow truly was. Was he truly the villain of the story, or was it him? Is Knuckles the bad guy, or is Knuckles righteous? It's hard to know, and it's like, oh, but that's a video game series, you know, originally for the Sega Master System, eventually for the Genesis, and yeah, it turned into a very popular film trilogy. It's not real life. The sketches made by liberals in order to try and push the idea that gays aren't evil and that religious fundamentalism is kind of fucked up. It was not, in fact, trying to, predict or indoctrinate children. And I like, how old is this kid? 8 years? 10 years?
Can go wrong. % of Democrats. But now let me give you this. This famous moment.
Knuckles, he's the red guy with the big hands that have little spikes on them.
Let's just. I don't really care to play I'll play the whole thing. Some of you may not have seen it. I think it's really cringe, but I'll play it for you guys anyway.
It's a brand new bright Obama day. What a time to be black, a girl, or gay. No, nothing could go wrong. So join us in this song of happy days for the gays. Nothing can go wrong.
Look, nobody's watching. It's time to spread some hate and put it in the Constitution.
Now, how?
Proposition 8.
Proposition 8.
Now, I'm going to pause real quick how they say it's hate. It was literally just a question. Is marriage between a man and a woman? And majority of California said yes. So when they called it hate, it's very weird to see majority of California said that it is true, and they called, okay, so majority of California is hateful.
What do you think? Right? Why'd you gotta hide all the time? Not just behind this, but behind the beanie. Ultimately, I could tell you right now, even if it wasn't popular, even if the majority of the country was like, yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that gay people should be allowed to marry, I would be like, well, I think that's repugnant. Why? I think that's pretty much just distilled a very raw form of bigotry, because ultimately, who are you to say that two people can't love each other? You know, it doesn't have to just be a man and a woman. Now, you might say, well, yeah, that's you virtue signaling because it's safe to do so, Lance. Well, there's a lot of things that I'd say leftists advocate for that are not currently the way. It's not the current popular policy. It doesn't mean that I don't think that it would make for a better society. Honestly, why don't we just stay out of people's business? Why don't we stay out of their bedrooms? You know, two consenting adults, if they want to love each other, what is that of you? I think that's pretty easy. You know, and just because a lot of people at one point or another have been indoctrinated by religious fundamentalism, or even people who are trying to skirt around the sidelines and be like, I'm not an anti-gay bigot. I just think that, come on, this is pretty wild that the musical happened years ago, and now if you look at this poll, Republicans are starting to think the same way that Californians did in the past. I mean, the thesis that he's putting forward here is that the gays have gotten out of control because they got too much rights. Because gay people were allowed to marry, gays suddenly realized that they were allowed to parade themselves in public, and because of that, they effectively were starting to push for a lot of measures, which he's just doing the gay panic. Gay panic is oftentimes surrounding the fear and trying to instill a fear within people that gay people are coming for your kids, that they're going to potentially either indoctrinate children, molest children, or abuse children, or abduct children. And because of that, they have to be curtailed, tamed, arrested, the castrated, or killed. And so that's basically the purpose of the entire, him pushing right now that this is a problem, everybody. You got to be worried about this. Republicans are they're waking up. They're waking up to the reality that gays, unfortunately, are taking things too far. And it's like, this is kind of fucked up. Gay rights in the United States did not come single-handedly as a result of gay marriage being legalized. It was years and years of suffering, years and years of protests, years and years of riots, years and years of fighting back against a system that was trying to oppress them. This is why I have a lot of problem with people who use, LGBTQ plus rights as a justification for, say, invading other countries, being like, well, we have liberal democracy. Because we have liberal democracy, it defends things like LGBTQ plus representations.
They tried to do that with Iran.
So I'm now going to be justified in saying that those evil Muslims in that other country do not. And so it's totally valid for me to go invade them.
Yeah,
it's
they've been doing that for a while.
It wasn't liberal democracy. It wasn't just
ridiculous.
that like liberals woke up one day and were like, you know what, gays, you get rights because this is just part of the entire neoliberal order. That's not at all what happened. Again, a lot of this came through suffering, blood, people protesting, and fighting against bigots like this who want to continue to push, the lies that queer folks are inherently going to be a danger to children.
Don't let this happen to you. Go to surfscoffee.com to order the only end-to-end owned indigenous coffee company that delivers blood-free coffee.
Ooh, I like coffee. But I'd probably go with Just Coffee, first before that one, just because I'm a majority reporter. Anyway, how's everybody doing? I hope you guys enjoyed that video. I have a very cute puppy right here. Look at him. Ah, buddy. Nice. Oh, good luck distracting. You have my fears. Good luck to you. You got a homie hoping, that's for sure.
Mitesh $10. Intermission snacks.
Whoa. Did you just hear that? Did you just really just... Ew? Ew, you little fucker. Here, bud. Let's see if you like this. I forgot that you don't like milk bones. You're such a weird dog. Yeah, he doesn't like milk bones. He's like the weirdest dog I've ever met. Here. No, you like it little bite sizes. Here, bite size? Packs. Okay. Oh, baby. Oh, we got a little Pax Man in there now, too. Oh, look at it. All right, here. I might get some more treats down here. I can't move right now, so I gotta ask for a delivery. There we go. Thank you, Mitesh. Thank you for the intermission snacks. Whoa. See, thank you, Mitesh. Thank you, Mitesh. Yeah, you just cleaned up. Pax only wants the unhealthy snack. He does. No, I'm not kidding. He wants the unhealthiest of the unhealthy. Like, he went right for, like, they're called Tender Hearts, which they're, like, the doggy equivalent of, like, you know, a candy bar. So... Oh, here we go. Yeah, special delivery. Oh boy. Oh boy, here you go. Yeah, chew it. This is hard. I really enjoyed. See you soon. I have some editing to do. Have a good one. Mugs and Buds, thank you for chilling so long. That was a fun time with you guys. We're getting close to that 6-hour mark, which means you're just gonna lick this frosting off. He is such a little kid. Am I just leaving it there for you? Damn. I know you're hungry. All right, we'll get you your food. We'll get you your food. I'm glad that you guys got to hang out with Pax today. He's so cute. He really is. He's such a good dog. My buddy's very lucky. He has no idea. I've told him that too, where I'm just like, dude, you have no idea how lucky you are. Like, your dog is so fucking good. Okay. I fixed the system. Anyway, Stan Cam looks different than I remembered. I know. Look at Stan's not happy. Stan is very jealous right now. Like, he keeps giving me the evilest of eyes, and I'm catching him on my camera. Like he'll just look at me like, I love having such an emotive dog. It's very funny. It's just like, little shit. What's he doing on my daddy's lap? What? I don't like this. Usually this is my stream. Yeah. Dude, he's so mad right now. Oh my god. Whenever you said his name, he perked up. I know. Stan. What you doing? You Pax, man. Oh god. This is the problem. If I have a PAX, then I don't think I'm gonna get much done on stream. I mean, look at this. Look at this. He like he just nooks himself, and he's just like, and then like, did you just? I hope you guys saw the way he just looked at me, where he's just like, no, don't let go, don't let go. It's very needy. In a good way though. In a good way. It's not like I'm jelly or anything or plotting revenge. Dude, are you okay? You have no idea how right you are right now. Stan's eyes say it all, and like when you just see him, he'll do this where he'll tilt his head like this, but he'll look at you like that. And that's him judging you, where you're like, "Aw, come on, bro, don't be like that." He's just like, "No." So funny. Yeah, he's not happy right now. He keeps looking at me too. He's just like, how come he gets to chill there? Like, he doesn't even know. He's just like, I could chill there. It's like, no, you can't. Matash Ali, he knows how to rip it off. Hitting you with that. Yeah, man, he is just not happy with me right now. What's up, Kenzie? I'm watching my dad's my buddy's dog, and yeah, Stan is not happy. He's not happy at all. He is, in fact, staring at me like he is incredibly angry with me. God, here. Let's see if I can get him on cam. Why are you hiding? Huh? Why are you hiding? Well, he's teaching me a lesson, guys. For real, he is kind of teaching me a lesson. Don't you dare bring that dog around me.
I'm having a town hall next week right there in Asheville, North Carolina. First of all, because my constituents have asked for it. I trust my constituents, even those that I might not agree with. But more than that, I'm proud of what Republicans are accomplishing right now, and I want the opportunity to talk about that. President Trump is keeping his promises. He's closing the border. He's finding savings that we've not been able to find. He's working
I
to...
know. I need 2 cameras now.
Restore...
I need 2 other cameras so I can have 1 dog cam, 2 dog cam.
World peace.
Just over a week ago, North Carolina MAGA Representative Chuck Edwards told his constituents that he would continue to hold in-person town hall meetings, breaking with the demands of Republican Party leaders to halt any event that could generate negative PR. So let's check in on how that Asheville town hall meeting went.
Now, to fix how Washington works. To that end, I was proud to
Didn't stand on strike, going to go meet his union rep to renegotiate snack compensation.
vote recently for the House budget
Mitesh,
resolution,
we must have a conversation.
which provides the framework.
Assuming that Mitesh is his union rep.
Yep.
Is this how it feels?
And you wonder why folks
I'm the
don't wanna
boss
do these
class. Oh
town
no.
halls. That
I thought this guy was a pastor. When I first saw like a clip of this video, I was like, "Oh, what's this pastor saying? Is he admitting that like he got caught with CP? Usually, that's what this looks like."
framework provides for Congress to secure the border.
That's my woman. He's laying down in the doorway, blocking me from getting out of the room, and he knows that if I put him down, then he has to go through there. I know. He needs some water.
Thank you for that feedback. To be clear,
Yeah, Pax. Yeah.
so to be clear,
my best friend's dog is gonna go back, and he's just like, Daddy, we must seize the means of production.
I deeply value the contributions that federal employees make every day to keep America running.
I mean, bark.
And to deliver important services.
This self-proclaimed military vet showed more fight and passion against the Republican Party than the vast majority of the Democratic Party, and the hits kept on coming from the local community.
Do you support the annexation of Canada and/or Greenland? And this is a yes or no question. I don't want you to wander off into the woods. I don't want to hear about your latest week in your office. I'm trying to get your opinion on this as a yes or no. Do you support
LOL, Pac's going to be high on politics?
Trump on annexing Canada or Greenland? And do you like the way he treats the premier or the president of Canada, calling him governor? Is that the way you do as a diplomat? Is that the way the United States should act to our closest neighbors? You know, is this, and I've still got a little more time. Do you?
He goes home waving a trans flag.
Do you enjoy the way he's tried to extort minerals from the Ukraine?
Actually, my best
Do you
friend would be
like
okay with that.
bullying people that need your help? Do you go for kicking the guy when he's down? Do you support Trump in these things? And this is a yes or no.
These are exactly the type of questions our elected officials should be facing, because we now have receipts to pull out whenever Edwards and the rest of his colleagues inevitably fall in line behind whatever Trump and his administration want to do, whether they personally disagree with it or not.
Do I support annexing Greenland and Canada? The short answer to that is no, I do not. There was another question in there. I think it was, do I support a deal? I'm going to paraphrase it a little bit. A deal with Ukraine in obtaining minerals and helping the United States taxpayer recoup the $140 billion or so that we've sent over there. The answer is yes, I do support that.
How about the billions and billions of dollars that us taxpayers have not gotten from billionaires paying just their fair share? Again, not even an increased tax rate, just what they owe.
It's also a sobering reflection of the current state of our country that we even have to entertain the asinine suggestion of using military force to seize territory from sovereign nations.
That guy put that yellow jacket on and was just like, yep. Looking good.
But we're not living in normal times. Hey guys, quick break in the action. I have a new show coming out called The Rick Strom Show. It is going to be awesome. I'm interviewing musicians, athletes, producers, writers, journalists on Instagram.
You know, really, like him or not, Elon Musk has brought a lot of really smart people to Doge. And
this is his own constituency.
What are you doing for your constituents regarding Musk and his minions having writing privileges with the Treasury Department's database?
Yeah, well, thank you. So can I answer this one also before you start yelling at me? Let's be honest with one another.
I almost gotta feel bad for this guy.
If
just a little bit.
If
just
the name of the person that was running that agency was anything more than Elon Musk, you probably wouldn't be as angered about it. Because the reality is, even before President Trump was elected, there were people working inside these agencies that had access, that were required
Looks like he works for Century 21 with that jacket.
to the information.
Guys, well, I got a timeshare for you.
You should also know
it's not even houses. He's one of the timeshare guys.
Those employees and folks that serve with Doge have gone through the same exact security screens as everyone else. So somebody's going to be in charge of looking at those. His guy's name just happens to be Elon Musk right now. So are we through taking questions?
Even if you take Edwards at face value about Doge staffers having the same security clearances as previous federal employees, that completely misses the central point of the question and criticism of Elon's minions at Doge, which is valid concerns about said minions
Yeah, he
being
literally
loyal
looks like he's about to sell you a timeshare and give you a $10 gift card to Fuddruckers.
to serving the demands of Musk and Trump instead of their jobs.
But only if you hear his pitch out all the way through.
As public servants with an obligation to serve the American people. On the surface, Doge has been marketed by the right wing in such a way that distracts the public from making the connection between Elon enriching his private companies through handouts from taxpayers in the form of government contracts, as well as gutting social safety nets in order to free up the necessary funds, cover the loss in tax revenue from the extension of the disastrous Trump tax cuts for the rich and large corporations.
Why are you doing nothing while Trump destroys the U.S. Constitution?
I happen to believe very much that President Trump supports our Constitution. And I sleep good at night knowing that every vote that I cast is in support of our Constitution and your freedoms and limited government.
Of course, you're sleeping good because you don't have to deal with the ramifications of your votes in the same way that your constituents and the rest of the public do.
Why are you supporting the destruction of all of our North Carolina agencies, NOAA, Social Security, FEMA, VA, etc.?
Yeah. I think we have to look for efficiency in every single government agency that's out there. There are about 2 million federal employees that you are paying for every single year. There are government has bloated exponentially since the pandemic. I believe that we owe it to the taxpayers to go and look for efficiencies that are out there.
Okay. That's the marketing I mentioned previously. Efficiency, waste, fraud, abuse, and other buzzwords conservatives have been throwing around are nothing more than code words to cynically convince the public to support slashing programs that legitimately make their lives better. And to take it one step further, should be expanded and secured in perpetuity. But to Republicans, regardless of how many of their family members and constituents are benefiting from programs like Social Security, FEMA, SNAP, Medicaid, etc., nothing else matters other than serving the financial interests of their ultra-wealthy donors and corporations. If you can and are willing, please become...
All right. Oh, next.
Recently, the
All right, fuck it. One wrestling video, and then we're
YouTube channel WrestleLamia put out their 10 most painful WWE moves to take. Well, oddly enough, I used to be a WWE wrestler. I'm not sure if Mr. Lamia was, though. So today we're going to go through, I'm going to tell you the moves I agree with, the ones I disagree with, and add a little bit of context, being someone who took these moves firsthand. Let's begin.
10 of the most painful WWE moves to take. Number 1, Goldust Shattered Dreams. A Goldust Dream
Definitely one I did not look forward to.
Involves him trapping his opponent in the corner of the ring with their legs spread apart, and then Goldust delivers a swift and forceful kick to the groin area.
I can tell you, I remember the very first time I had to take the Shattered Dreams. I can remember Goldust or Dustin prepping me during the day exactly what to do, how to take this move.
And having a swift strike to this area can cause immense pain. Of course, there's a trick that Goldust uses to alleviate the pain somewhat.
They're going to talk about it.
Contact with the groin, most of the force is in the turnbuckle behind the rest.
Oh, wait. I just realized something. Hold on.
You're, in essence,
wait. There's another one where he reacts to his move, to the moves. I just realized that I screwed up on that one. because that one had too much WWE footage. Way too much WWE footage. Here we go.
Or who's going to win and how. This video is sponsored by Merrick Health. I am a
kind of mentality in hockey. Like when I was a goaltender, what made like me a little bit different than most goaltenders was that I wasn't doing a lot of just like little pivots and like skating out to the like to meet the shooter way too early. Like there was so much of that crap where these guys would overexert themselves. Same thing where I just kept it simple, but it was actually very effective for my style.
So can go all day long in the ring, and the reason
and that
he's not.
It also helped me maintain. I'm gonna catch the temple. Like that's the number one way that guys in wrestling break their knuckles is just by accidentally catching the temple. That's why like what he's saying. I'm kind of glad that he's saying it. It's just like, nah, you gotta hit that. That's the number one. Okay, so guys, just so you know, the stomp, that's old school. Like, if you watch old school matches, that's what, like, Macho Man, those guys would do. This is the new way of doing it because, like, you can barely see it. And, like, a guy here, well, it's also, the guy that taught me this, he said that it's too easy to, like, fuck up and, like, show the audience what you're doing. Like guys who stomp usually are like they're overselling. So like there's an element of like, you know, you're always trying to sell the element of disbeliefs. So like, or the element you're trying to believe it, whatever. No, the element of disbelief. Yeah.
Ring is set up with.
But that's the reason that you don't want to you don't want to like show that you are stopped. They'll have a sign making station
signs to the fans.
The A-Team movie I actually did with Randy God, who was in it? Charlotto, like live the dream, go into an actual pro wrestling ring and just run the ropes and shit and feel like take like a few of like the bumps. The worst like bump I took was I learned how to
finishers. Which ones hurt the most? Which ones hurt the least? Hey guys, Maven here. Now, ironically,
that's disappointing. The stunners, the stunner always seems so devastating too. No, I'm kidding. No, that's one of the whoa. Just happened there. Yeah, Star's always one of the better ones. All right, guys. Oh, that was fun. Thanks for hanging the stream. I'm glad that we all got to really have fun. You know what? I'm gonna smoke with y'all so we can go into this weekend all nice and proper. So here's the deal. On Monday, I will not be able to stream. I'm gonna leave that day open because I gotta travel back from Tennessee. However, on that Tuesday, you can expect me at 4 o'clock. Superfly Snuka. And then I think his was like he would like double off the like he would go boom boom off the ropes and then he would essentially do like a DDT. Yeah, I brought the Anawahi family, and he's part of that too. Man, you want to talk about like a wrestling dynasty? Jesus Christ. They pretty much own all of wrestling. Alright, here, let's do this real quick. Alright. Also, you know what you can look out for though? I'm gonna be releasing some fun videos while I'm on my trip. So yeah, look out for those. They'll be I'll either package them as shorts or something, but members only, baby. So look out for that, all you guys. Jeff. Oh, Jeff. I just realized you don't have your membership. Damn it. Oh, that's a bummer. Maybe not members only, baby. Maybe I'll Be generous, and then I'll do some members. I can start doing more members on. Yeah. Cheers. Thank you. Cheers, guys. All right. Also stomaching for a reason here. Let me get this up. Alrighty, guys. I will see you all on Tuesday. I'm going to a trampoline park with the nephews tomorrow, which is a horrible idea. Don't hurt yourself. Please be good. Please be good. But, yeah, guys, I'm going to take on off now. I will see you guys on Tuesday. Keep a lookout for your alerts, and yeah, love y'all. See you. Oh shit. I hit the wrong button. All right, I'll see you guys.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pussy. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.